Medical help.
You good, bro? I was talking the whole time and my mic was disconnected.
Can you please answer?
Yeah. You good, bro? I fucking just wrecked my PC.
Please, search warrant.
Oh, the cops are there? Yo. What happened, bro?
Please, search warrant.
Search warrant.
Last week, I'm not okay with that.
Clerk, you okay? There's a warrant out for your arrest.
For what?
I don't know what for. There's a deal, okay?
Meg, they're doing exactly what it is I told you they were doing.
Well, we got your deal, Sean. I'm not gonna fight with you or anything, all right?
I'm not fighting.
There's a deal, okay? There's a warrant out for your arrest.
What for? Meg, they're here, they're arresting me. They said there's a warrant out for my arrest. They're taking all of my evidence. I told you that they were going to, Meg. I told you that I needed a safe place so that this wouldn't happen, Meg.
Yo, Sean, I'm not taking all your stuff, but you're gonna have to go to jail, man.
What?
There's a warrant. There's an
What's
arrest
the
warrant
warrant?
that says you're supposed to go in front of a judge.
The arrest warrant, sir.
Do I have to kill these people? Is that what it will take? Do I have to shoot Scott DaCosta in the head to stop this? Do I have to shoot State Trooper Lassen in the head to stop this?
Yo, no.
Do I have to shoot William Barr in the fucking head to stop this? Do I have to shoot Leslie Snell in the head to stop this? Do I have to shoot Alicia Bollinger in the head to stop this? Do I have to shoot Rose M. Kelly in the head to stop this? Do I have to shoot Officer Michael Beard in the head to stop this?
Damn.
One thing's for sure. If they're dead, they won't do this to anyone else. Now, on one of those things that I posted, matter of fact, the video that I recorded of the police coming into my room and, well, breaking the law, we got a bunch of asshole Christians on there who wanted to troll the fuck out of people. So take your bullshit and shove it up your ass. Take your religion and shove it up your ass. Take your gender and shove it up your ass. Take your sexual orientation and shove it up your ass. Take your skin color and shove it up your ass. If you cannot see other humans as human beings, You should do the world a favor and leave it. If disabled people are not humans to you, you're a piece of shit. If women are not humans to you, you're a piece of shit. If men are not humans to you, you're a piece of shit. But there is not a single cop in America who is a human being, and I can tell you that now. There is not a single cop in America who is an honest person. In America who is an honest person.
Appeal.
This is the end of you, Swit!
Take my life, God. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to
You
go.
grow weak.
Send angels down. You are going to fucking jail, motherfuckers!
Filthy
I hope they all
Swit.
fucking die. Fuck you, Buzz. Fuck you, bastard. Fuck you, rat bastard. Go suck some dick somewhere, homo. You think you're smart,
One
but
of
you
us
ain't
will
so
go.
stupid. You
Our
can't even
world
fucking come in Rich Life's room, but get busted out like you're a dumb bitch-ass rookie.
I will
You
bathe
will
in your
die.
blood.
Howard.
Oh, he got his arm cut off, bro.
Now you die! You fight like a child. blood is made for fighting.
My dinner.
You will die here. Hold still, coward.
You won't escape me that easily.
Our blood is
can
made
match
for
me.
fighting. Finally, something interesting.
Small fork on
You got
outside.
knows the cold eyes of a
Rich
slaver.
inside.
This one is no slaver.
Slaves.
You don't look like one of the slavers. Will you let us go free?
Our blood is made for fighting.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Well, that's no longer a permadeath. That was fucking insane. What the fuck was that? I have like 70% magic resist. Like,
You will die!
What's up? Hey. Nice enough to me.
Filthy sweat.
Otep. My name is Lord Yukidi Osai. I want to welcome you back to 13 Cosmic Law Astrology. You know what's up. So, yeah, man, this video I want to talk to you about the importance of feeling worthy. Alright? Greetings. Love and light to you. My name is Lord Yukidi Osai, and I'm broadcasting. And empower your existence as an immortal being. You know what I mean? So basically what they would do, right, is they would see that your existence needs a little strong. It needs to be a little strengthened, right? So they would create, you know what I'm saying, they're just like a computer. They're just designed, you know what I'm saying, it's like a picture. They would just paint a picture, you know what I'm saying, and design a reality for you that would strengthen your existence. Like you might be in need of money. And if you need some money, they would skillfully and craftily design a reality, you know what I'm saying, and then they'll present it to you. They'll present a perception to you. You know what I'm saying? And then if you accept that perception, then you will come into some money. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it works. And they know that money is going to strengthen your existence. You need that money in order to get a place to live, or you need that money in order to, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what dark realities are for. You know, dark realities are like, you know, you might need to get into the gym to get your body fit, to work on your energy, right? You know what I'm saying? And so they will create a dark reality real quick where you meet somebody and they give you an invitation to the gym. You see what I'm saying? That is how it works. And they know that if you go to the gym, it's going to strengthen your existence. So that's how it works. All right. So, and who are responsible for doing these dark realities? I told you, your ancestors, your animal totems. I did a video on who the animal totems, you know what I'm saying? Your spirit guides, solar beings, you know what I'm saying? Some archons, Mother Nature, Messiah seeds, you know what I mean? Messiah seeds, mature and healthy extraterrestrial beings like the Palladians, the Nordics, the good Anunnakis, you know what I'm saying? Those are all responsible for, you know what I mean, creating dark realities that will strengthen and uplift your reality. They're all working very hard to assist you in evolving correctly and in this particular moment in space. So there are many intelligent beings and councils of aliens who have taken the responsibility of carefully designing dark realities for you as a means to assure that your existence as mankind makes this shift and makes this leap in evolution. It is very important that your existence survive this time and space, and that you learn how to connect to the vine. It's very important for you to make this shift in consciousness. It's very important for you to learn how to connect to the vine. All right. Then I go into talking about what the vine is. But I'm going to go to my other tablet, you know what I'm saying, and teach you a little bit more. And then I'm going to get into, after I give you this, I'm going to give you the meat. All right. So let's get back to the example I gave you. Sally gets off of work and realizes that her car has been hit and the front bumper of her car is dented and damaged very badly. There are no witnesses and no evidence of the car who damaged her vehicle. And what's even worse is that Sally doesn't even carry a car insurance policy. Her existence has been threatened with a reality that is creating discomfort and dis-ease. Now, this is a light reality. This isn't a dark reality. Light realities are bad. They're created to bring discomfort and dis-ease and to weaken your immortality, to weaken your existence. All right. So, right, it says right here, right in my notes, that it is very important that you understand two things. Firstly, her existence will always be and has always been, no matter what her reality is. Sally will continue to exist. Secondly, this reality that was presented to her vision was designed by the space vampires, you know what I'm saying, to create great discomfort, dis-ease, and grief to Sally's existence. These space vampires are attempting to attack Sally's existence by craftily creating a reality and expecting Sally to accept this reality so that they can vamp on Sally's energy. All right. So basically, right, you got a whole bunch of space vampires, the Dracolian, all malevolent aliens, Dracolian, reptilians, gray aliens, small grays, tall grays, orange grays, all of those different, you know what I'm saying, malevolent aliens, you know what I'm saying, even like the roach-like aliens, they're malevolent, you know what I'm saying, they're benevolent, and they vamp on energy, and so, you know, basically what they would do is, they would create something called a light reality. You know what I'm saying? That's why the 13th son said light workers are evil. And I didn't understand what he was saying. Like I struggled with that until I did a lot of research. And I'm going to give you that at the end of this. All right. We're not light workers. We're Merkaba light workers. There's a distinguished difference. All right. We're not light workers. We're Merkaba light workers. And there's a distinguished difference. I'm going to get into that later on. All right. But the light reality was presented to Sally by these space vampires because they want to make her existence hard. They want to make her existence hard. They want to eat her energy. They want to vamp on her energy. So they create a reality for her, right? And then they present it to her. If she chooses to accept that reality, you know what I'm saying, then that reality will define her existence. Because remember I told you the definition of a reality is something that defines your existence. You know what I'm saying? There's a distinguished difference between your existence and a reality. A reality is completely fake and fictional. All realities are completely fake and fictional. All right? They're intended to either strengthen your reality, strengthen your existence, or, you know what I'm saying, weaken your existence. And they're defined. Their realities define your existence. All right? So this is a dark reality that I'm creating for you, and I'm presenting it to you. You're watching a dark reality. This is intended to strengthen your existence. All right. You know what I'm saying? Period. And this reality that I've designed for you, and you're now watching this in real time, you know what I'm saying, is basically this reality that I've designed for you is to strengthen your existence, and this reality, you know what I'm saying, this dark reality that I'm presenting to you is defining your existence. It's defining that you have, I'm giving you the definition of how you can perform miracles. If you bear with me and be patient and watch throughout the duration of this video, I'm going to get into the science of alchemy, and I'm going to prove to you how you have the power to turn water into wine. All right. So let's go more to this. They want to vamp on her energy. Now, right here it goes right here. Secondly, the realities that was presented to her vision was designed by space vampires to create great discomfort, disease, and grief to Sally's existence. These space vampires are attempting to attack Sally's existence by craftily creating a reality and expecting Sally to accept this reality so that they can vamp on Sally's energy. However, it is significantly essential for you to understand, it's for you to understand that Sally does not have to accept this reality. She can refuse to believe it and begin to craftily create a reality that will better treat or suit her existence. All right. So nothing can take away your free will. Nothing can take away your free choice. You are God incarnated in a human body. Alright, if you watch my videos, Shapeshifting Star Seeds, all 4 videos, I prove to you how you are God. You know what I'm saying? And you're in this human body. But just because you're God, you're still human. You're in a human body. Now the uniqueness in the great thing about being human is that you still have choice and free will. Nothing can take away your choice and free will. So every reality presented to your vision is fake and fictional. You have to know that. You have to know this. All right. So when they designed this reality for her, that her car was messed up, they was intending for her, you know what I'm saying, to they were intending to weaken her existence so they can vamp on her energy. They wanted her to get all, you know, anxious and upset and angry and bent out of shape so they can drink in all of that. So they can just take all of that energy in, right? That's what they were attempting to do. But nothing can take away your choice and free will. Beloved, that's what I'm saying. You can choose to accept that there's a car accident, or you can choose not to accept it. Nothing can take away your free will. You can choose to accept that it's raining right now, or you can choose to accept that it's sunny right now, irregardless of what it looks like. Nothing can take away your free will or choice. You can tell the rain, shut up, and the rain will shut up. And Christ proved it. You know what I'm saying? When the water was coming to threaten, you know what I'm saying, the boat, and he was sleeping, you know what I'm saying? And they came and woke him up and was like, Rabbi, you know what I'm saying, wake up. And he was like, why y'all startled? So he got up and shit, and he checked the water. He made the water calm, and he made the wind calm. You know what I'm saying? Be calm. And they was like, who is this who can make the water calm? You know what I'm saying? And make the wind be still. Who is a man who can do this kind of things? And that's because that was one reality that they was perceiving. But he chose not to allow that reality. You know what I'm saying? He chose not to accept that reality. He chose to create a reality where the water was still and the air was still. You see what I'm saying? Period. Because nothing. You have free choice. You have free will. You can choose to allow the water to rock your boat, or you can choose to tell it the water, you know what I'm saying, to be still. And that's what he did. He's proved that we have the free will and free choice of everything. You see what I'm saying? And so later, I'm going to go more into this. It says, realities are created to either nurture, heal, guide, and strengthen, uplift our existence, or realities are created to bring great discomfort to our existence, both for teaching mechanisms. So both ways, you're going to learn something from it. All right, Frederick Douglass once said that my good judgment, and he said my good judgment, or in other words, my wisdom, comes from my experience in life. Yet my good judgment or my wisdom comes from my bad experiences in life. So he realized that he started exercising good judgment or wisdom from experiencing life. You know what I'm saying? But the bulk of his good judgment and the bulk of his good wisdom came from bad experiences in life. Not particularly him experiencing things bad, but him learning from other bad experiences allowed him to exercise good judgment and wisdom. So, both were teaching mechanisms. Whether you accept the dark reality or whether you accept a light reality, whether that reality strengthens your existence or whether that reality weakens your existence, they're both teaching mechanisms. And that's what you have to also understand too, beloved. All right? And so, now I'm writing my notes. I said, realities are created to bring discomfort to our existence or comfort to our existence. Both are teaching mechanisms. Yet the latter reality is designed with the primary intent of weakening our existence, and the first reality is designed to strengthen our existence. To make it simple for you to both comprehend and understand, I've put realities into two categories: dark realities and light realities. Dark realities are good and light realities are bad. Dark realities are created by you or for you. Sometimes we create our own dark realities. You know what I'm saying? Or the extraterrestrials, our ancestors, our spirit guides, our angels, our animal totems. You know what I'm saying? They create dark realities for us when we're not strong enough to create them for ourselves. But sometimes we create them for ourselves. All right? I'm going to go into how you have to program your subconscious mind to run off of programs that will feed your conscious mind, you know what I'm saying, dark realities. And I'm going to go into that programming, all right? But, and how you can become a dark reality, you know what I'm saying, creator, you know what I'm saying? And so, don't get sensitive about dark and light, talking about black and white. This has nothing to do with black and white, good and evil, or none of that. You was taught that black was evil. You was taught that dark was evil, you know what I'm saying? However, you were taught wrong. Because, you know what I'm saying, in the beginning there was darkness and void, and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around, and God spoke and said, let there be light. Darkness came first. That's why the highest degrees of Masons are black. That's why all of these draconian reptilians got black melanin around them. You know what I'm saying? They got melanin around them. It's not a coincidence that Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie got, you know what I'm saying, some melanated babies. That Sandra Bullock got a melanated baby. You know what I'm saying? That Oprah Winfrey went to Africa and got a melanated school. A school of all kind of melanated babies. They're doing this for a reason. Melanin is important. You know what I'm saying? It's the melanin in the skin is important. You have to realize that they're doing this for a reason. Also, everything came from the black, from the darkness. You know what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with color. This has nothing to do with none of that shit. Because I told you, I don't get into none of that. My best friends are Palladians. You know what I'm saying? My best friends are, you know what I'm saying, white pigmented skin, so-called white pigmented skin, right? But they're that blue color, that blue ray that comes off of the sun. You know what I'm saying? And they come from Palladians. That cluster of 100 stars that sit in the eye of the bull, the Taurus bull. You know what I'm saying? Palladians. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get into that. And don't get sensitive about what I've said that dark realities are good and light realities are evil. Don't get sensitive about that, because this has nothing to do with black and white. This has everything to do with putting things in its proper perspective. Dark realities are good and light realities are evil. And I'm gonna get into that science. Alright, I'm gonna get into that science with my every attempt, beloved, of sharing with you the truth, because I believe that everyone has a right to see. Everyone has a right to know. That's why Christ always said, you know what I'm saying, he who has an eye, let him see. He who has an ear, let him listen. You know what I'm saying? You have a right to see, and you have a right to listen to the truth. So I'm providing to you an alternative, you know what I'm saying, to the lies. I'm providing to you the truth, and I'm attempting to help you connect yourself to Vine. Connect yourself to Vine, to the very source of where everything comes from. So, dark realities are just that. You're going into the darkness and you're creating light from the darkness. You know what I'm saying? So that's why dark realities are good realities and light realities are wrong. Alright? So dark realities is good, light realities are bad. Dark realities are created by you or for you with the sole intent of strengthening and uplifting your existence. It is called dark realities because in the beginning everything existed there. And first darkness and hold on. Because everything existing there. Hold on. It is called dark reality because in the beginning of everything existing, there was first darkness and void, and out of the darkness came both light and life. All right. The darkness is the humble and beautiful place of creation. That is why it's a dark reality, because it is a humble and beautiful place of creation. I teach that when you are creating realities, you must close your eyes and go into the darkness and then begin crafting and designing your realities. This makes dark realities, you know what I'm saying, healthy and good. Now, I'll go into that later. We sometimes change our realities and we do it unaware of how we do it. We sometimes change our realities and we do it unaware of why we do it. And we sometimes change our realities and we don't even know what is taking place at all. We change our realities unaware of the process. We change our realities unaware of the intent or nature for changing the realities. We change our realities unaware of the need for changing the realities and unaware of possessing the ability and the power to change our realities. Yet we change them. And we do it merely because we can, and we do it merely because our existence requires us to design a reality that will guide our existence to a more agreeable and peaceful space and time. Light realities are created by space vampires who design realities for humans with the primary intent of attacking the human's existence through the false illusion of the light reality that they have created. Light realities are not real. Dark realities are not real. They are both illusions. The only thing that is real is what you accept as being reality. And your reality is merely defining your existence. What's more, the reality that you choose to accept will merely describe what space your immortal being is existing in. You heard that? What's more, the reality that you choose to accept will merely describe what space your immortal being is existing in. So Sally was existing in a peaceful. So Sally was existing in a completely blissful, you know what I'm saying, and miracle working space prior to her coming out and appearing and it appearing as if her car was damaged. She was already like, you know what I'm saying, she was already in a space where she was come her existence has nothing to do with reality. Her existence, her soul, her immortal soul was entering into a space of complete bliss. Her immortal soul was entering into a space of complete miracle working space, right? And they didn't want her to enter into that space. They knew that she was coming in, her soul was being ushered into complete bliss, to complete immortality. They knew that, right? So these space vampires, the Draconian reptilians, you know what I'm saying, the House of the Rothschilds and all of them, they knew that shit. So what they did was they quickly designed the light reality to present it to her so that they can create discomfort so that she wouldn't be able to go into that place of bliss. And that place, you know what I'm saying, so that her existence, her immortal soul wouldn't enter into that place of bliss or that place of miracle work. They didn't want her to tap into that. You see what I'm saying? So they created, you know what I'm saying, a light reality which would prove to be like a roadblock so that, you know what I'm saying, she wouldn't come into that space, you know what I'm saying, and reap the benefits of that. And, you know what I'm saying, so that she can fall into the trap of that reality that her car was damaged. And then she would get all bent out of shape, anxious, stressing over where the money gonna come from, stressing over this and that, you know what I'm saying? And that they'll be able to drink from the energy from that. You know what I'm saying? And they just vamping off of her energy. I mean, she won't have enough energy to go into that space where she will work miracles and she will be in complete bliss. So that's what the light workers did. You know what I'm saying? So Sally was existing in a completely blissful and miracle working space prior to her car appearing to be in damage. These space vampires seeing that Sally's immortal existence, you know what I'm saying, was nearing a space for miracles and pure bliss. So they quickly designed the light reality for Sally, and they were desperately hoping that she would accept this reality so that they can vamp, you know what I'm saying, so that they can usher in all kinds of hardships and financial setbacks, stress and worries, which will take a great deal of positive energy from Sally, you know what I'm saying, and empower these space vampires with an opportunity to prevent Sally's immortal existence from entering into this place called miracles or pure bliss. Needless to say, these space vampires eat off the humans' negative energy. So stress, worry, fear, anxiety, all of those things is what they eat off of. Alright? It is the only life source and fuel that allows these space vampires to exist. They eat off of that. They eat off of the fear, the anxiety, the anger. They drink in all of that. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way that they can exist. They don't know no other way of eating. You know what I'm saying? They haven't found the alternative way of getting energy. So they vamp off of your energy. And the way that they do it is they create hardships for you, light realities for you. And if you accept that light reality, then they you know what I'm saying, it creates hardship, and then they vamp off of your energy from the hardship. That's how they eat. So I'm giving you the power of God, how you can change your realities. But if you just gotta be patient, keep watching the video, and I'm gonna get into the science. I just want to put to read this part, and then I'm gonna get into the science, and it's gonna get real deep and real interesting. All right. Now, amazingly, Sally chose not to accept the light reality, and instead, she chose to change her reality because she is a human being and she has free choice. Nothing can take away your free choice of free will. You can choose to perceive that your car is damaged. Accept the perception that your car is damaged, and that will become your reality. Or, as a human being, you can choose by free will to perceive that your car is not damaged, and accept that your car is not damaged, and that will be your reality. Your car is not damaged. You see what I'm saying? Period. So this is what happened. She is a free will human being, and this is what happened. Amazingly, Sally chose not to accept the light reality, and instead she chose to change her reality. And this is exactly how she did it. She closed her eyes and entered into the darkness and void. In the beginning, there was darkness and void. And the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around the darkness. And God spoke and said, "Let there be light." So she is God. And she closed her eyes and went into that darkness. She went into the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Alright? She went into the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to start building your pyramid. Alright? I want you to align your energy with the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, I teach at the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light that we are all individual universes in a collective multiverse. And as above, so below. We are, you know what I'm saying, God or Elohim, and we are also Earth. We're God and Earth. You know what I'm saying? And those who have been watching my videos know that we're God and Earth. Those who've been watching my videos know that we're God and Earth. Alright? And so I'm going to help you tap into your power of working God, of being God. If you haven't been watching my videos, I'm gonna quickly and briefly explain to you how you're God, and I'm gonna quickly explain to you how you're also Earth. Alright? Before you came down here, you belong to a star system. Alright? And your soul has been here. Your soul has always been in existence. You're immortal. And your soul is very old. Now, they may have told you in Christianity that this is your only lifetime, and when you die, you're going to go to heaven and hell. That hocus pocus shit, that shit is fake. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? This is hell. This is apart from our system. We come down here in hell, in a snake pit, to put love and light into this world. This world is not a loving world. Christ lowered his vibrations to put love into this world, light into this world, then he left. You know what I'm saying? Buddha, Muhammad, they all was ascended masters. You know what I'm saying? Shiva, they was all ascended masters who lowered their vibrations with the specific intent to put love and light into this world, then they left. You know what I'm saying? This world is not a good world. This world is an evil-ass world. We come down into the snake pit, into hell, separating ourselves apart from our soul group in the heavens, in the cosmos, in the multiverse, to come down and put love and light into this world. And this is how we did it. You know what I'm saying? We belong to an Elohim, to a group, a soul group. We are the Elohim. We're God up there, right? And we decided to experience a reality down here in a human form. Now, when we used to come down from our star systems, from Pleiades, from Ceres, from Orion, or whatever, we used to come down from our star systems. When we used to come down from our star systems, we used to come down in like waves, as pure sound, as vapors or waves, as pure sound. And that's why, like in some of the Star Trek movies, you would see that when they would teleport down here, they would be like in waves or whatever, right? And then the beings would like try to shoot them or whatever, or stab them, and then shoot right through them or stab right through them, because they'll see the image of a human being, right? But they won't be able to touch them because they're like waves or sound or a vapor, right? That's how we used to teleport down here. We used to pour down here, you know what I'm saying, and we'd be like in waves and sounds. And we used to come down here, and when we came down here with the intent of putting love and light into this world, and also teaching, you know what I'm saying, we would observe. We would come down and we would just like, you know, analyze what conditions the world was in and how we can create dark realities to help the beings down here, right? But over time, certain extraterrestrials like the Pleiadians, the Anunnaki, you know what I'm saying, they begin to engage. They begin to engage with the beings down here. And when they engage with the beings down here, they create a karma. And the more you engage with humans, the more you create the karma, the more karma you create for yourself. And if you don't enact that karma, you owe a debt to karma. You know what I'm saying? And karma is going to get her debt. That's the cosmic law. You know what I'm saying? The law of cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? The law of what karma, what goes around comes around. You know what I'm saying? So if you owe a debt to karma, you have to play that debt out in this lifetime, or you will reincarnate and play it out in another lifetime. That's why reincarnation takes place. If you don't learn all of the lessons that you need to learn in this incarnation, then you will incarnate. You see what I'm saying? And so basically, as we used to come down in sounds or vibrations, we used to come down and we were coming down for a specific purpose. But if we engaged, we created karma. And we weren't supposed to really engage with the beings down here. But what happened was the Anunnakis, they created a race of beings that were hybrid, where you get the Messiah seeds from. And the Pleiadians came down and they created a race of beings that were hybrid, where you get the Messiah seeds from. You know what I'm saying? And so watch my videos called Messiah Seeds 101, and then I'm gonna do another video called Messiah Seeds 102 because I have some more information to give you. All right, but watch that video, and you will learn more about who the Messiah Seeds are. They are the gods. All right, and so anyways, like as the Pleiadians came down, they have a direct ancestral line down here. They have a direct bloodline down here. The Cherokee Indians and certain other Native American tribes, the Senegals, you know what I'm saying, from Africa, the certain Bantu tribes in Ghana, the Shanti tribe in Africa, they're all direct ancestors of the Pleiadians. You know what I'm saying? Even, you know what I'm saying, the Pleiadians, they really like in Australia, they're deep in Australia, they're deep in Oregon, you know what I'm saying? Oregon and the land Oregon, you know what I'm saying? And this by, you know what I'm saying, the Corporation of America or whatever, United States of America, but the land Oregon, you know what I'm saying, they're there, you know what I'm saying, the Pleiadians are there, very deep there, you know what I'm saying, and the Pleiadians, they came down and they engaged and they created karma for themselves. However, what we did was, when we were up there in our star systems, right, we decided to come down, not in sounds or vapors, but we wanted to come down and experience life in a human form. But we were still God, but we came down in a human form from our star systems. And we did that, and the way we came down is we wanted to come down in flesh and blood. We wanted to come down as particles, as atoms, as you know what I'm saying? We wanted to come down like that, right? So we want to be human and experience life human. So we created we created our human body, and this is how we created our human body. We broke off from our soul group. We are the Elohim, all right? We are the Elohim. We are gods, and we broke off. A part of your soul broke off from your soul group. You know what I'm saying? A part of your soul broke off, like a little chunk of your soul broke off, and you decided to become an individual. You know what I'm saying? And that when you incarnated, you decided to become an individual. N-D-V-I-U-L. You divided yourself from the Elohim, from your soul group, from your star system, to come down and experience life in a human form, right? But you're still Palladian, or you're still Syrian, or you're still Orion, but you came down and you broke off. A part of you broke off, and you became a small soul with the collective soul group that you belong to. So it's a part of a chunk of your soul was separated from your soul group, and you came down and incarnated in this human form, right? And you became an individual. Likewise, other people from your soul group, from one soul, you know what I'm saying, from that soul group broke down, and y'all all came down as individuals. And that's how it happened. And the way you became, you know what I'm saying, you were God up there, you were Elohim, but you wanted to become an individual, an N-D-V-I-U-L. You divided yourself and broke off. So you incarnated as a human being. And the way you incarnated as a human being was that thought slows down to form light. Light travels at 1,112 miles per second. Light slows down to form sound. Sound travels at 1,168 miles per second. You know what I'm saying? And we know that sound takes on shape. We know that sound can formulate different geometrical shapes. Just like if you was to take a grain of sand or a grain of salt and you was to put it on the board and play a certain sound or a certain frequency, it would take on a geometrical shape, a formation. You would see a formation, a literal shape. You know what I'm saying? So what happened was, as we began to lower our frequencies by lowering our thoughts slowing down to form light slowing down to form sound, you know what I'm saying, we took on a geometrical shape. And the geometrical shapes that we took on was the 6-pointed configuration store, the 6-pointed configuration store, and the 5-pointed configuration store. That is the Star of David in your Bible that they're not telling you about. But this is the Star of David that gave you your physical composition as a human being, whether male or female. You know what I'm saying? So the 6-pointed configuration star is dealing with the male, the one that's pointed downward. You know what I'm saying? Leg arm, you have leg, arm, head, phallus. You know what I'm saying? Your dick, your penis, the phallus. You know what I'm saying? And the 5-pointed configuration star is dealing with the woman. You know what I'm saying? Leg, arm, head, uterus, and which is pointing in the direction upward, dealing with the female. This is the Star of David. You know what I'm saying? In your Bible, the esoteric knowledge behind this that they're not telling you. And so that's how we became humans. And as we lowered our frequencies, we became more condensed, and we took on all of the elements of the planet. And one of the last predominant elements that we took on was the 6th element, dealing with carbon. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, you know what I'm saying, they say that Adam in the Bible was created on the 6th day, that man was created on the 6th day. And that's why in the Quran they say that Adam was grafted. He was grafted from, you know what I'm saying, dark mud. He was grafted from dark mud. And we know that the Bible was metaphysical. We know that the science of the Bible, it wasn't a literal first man called Adam. It wasn't a literal man called Adam, but we know that they were talking about an Adam. And we know that was all metaphysical to explain how we came down. Now, Adam, you know what I'm saying, what makes up an atom is the 6 neurons, the 6 protons, and the 6 electrons make up an atom. You see what I'm saying? And so that's where you get the Nagai Serpent at. I did a video called the Nagai Serpent Eyes, and this is the Nagai Serpent Eyes. You see those beaded serpent eyes? And this is also the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And so our ancient ancestors have always told us that the Nagai Serpent was the creator, was prime creator, that the Nagai Serpent, the snake, was prime creator. That's why when Kukulkan Khan came down from Pallades, you know what I'm saying, and he visited the Mayans, right, and the Amics, you know what I'm saying, he came down with a snake head. That's why every time we come down from our star constellations, we come down with like a space helmet with a snake on. That's why if you watch, you know what I'm saying, if you watch that movie The Fifth Element, you would see that when they came down with snake helmets on and shit, dealing with the Nagar serpent eye, them dealing with the Nagar serpent, you know what I'm saying? And so the Nagar serpent and our ancestors told us that was God. However, you know what I'm saying, you can see that was their depiction of the center of the Milky Way galaxy. If you go to Google Images and put it in the center of the Milky Way galaxy, you will start seeing that it formulates, you know what I'm saying, that Nagar serpent. And that's what they were referring to. Now, scientists have just made the connection and said they've declared that the center of the Milky Way galaxy is the birthplace of God. They're calling that God. The center of the Milky Way galaxy. They're calling it the birthplace of God. And why are scientists calling it the birthplace of God? Because they have determined, right, that the center of the Milky Way galaxy is where God decided to create everything. It is the cradle of everything that we know in the multiverse. And the multiple universes was created at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, dealing with the Nagar serpent. All right, and so you are a Nagar serpent. You are. That's why if you look closely, you will see the scales of a snake on your hand and shit. And you have a Nagar serpent right here. You are your own individual universe in a collective multiverse, and you belong to a storage system. You know what I'm saying? You are the Elohim. And that's why Christ came down. Yahshua, who you call Jesus Christ, when he came down, they would call him Emmanuel, because he came to let man know that you are El. You are the Elohim. Emmanuel. E-man. You man. Emmanuel. To let you know that you are part of the soul group, the Elohim. And to let you know, you know what I'm saying, all of the powers that he had, you have. You know what I'm saying? He had the ability to shapeshift. He had the ability to run at the speed of light. He had the ability of being invisible. He turned water into wine. He had the ability of flying, teleportation, all of those different things. Waking up the dead. He was interdimensional. All kind of stuff. He communicated with the David Kingdom. He spoke to the plants. He was telepathic. You know what I'm saying? He spoke to the animals. He was telepathic. He spoke to other humans. He was telepathic. He read minds. He did all of those different things. He did those things to let you know, you know what I'm saying, that you are El. You are Elohim. You are God. Even he let you know about incarnation in the soul groups, because when he was teaching, right, they said, you know, they was talking about Abraham. He called them sons of the viper. He said, you sons of the viper. And in other words, he was calling them Dracolian reptilians. He was speaking to the Sadducees and the Pharisees. He called them sons of the viper. And they said, we're not sons of the viper. We're sons of Abraham. And he said, surely I tell you that before Abraham was, I am. So he was letting you know, that Yahshua was letting you know that before Abraham was created, he was created. You know what I'm saying? He just incarnated that time, in that time and space continuum to help you remember that you are God. So he was letting you know that his soul was created before Abraham's soul was created, even though Abraham came long before him. You see what I'm saying? His soul was created before Abraham's soul. That's why there's a lot of indigos who are even older than the Palladians. That's why there's a lot of Christian children who are even older than the Palladians, because they're old souls. Their souls were created before the Palladians. Their souls were created in the cosmos before the Palladians. You know what I'm saying? Period. And that's just how it goes. He was letting them know that before Abraham was, I am, which indicates incarnation, which justifies incarnation in the Bible, and helps you see that he was a part of a soul group, you know what I'm saying, that his soul was created before the soul of Abraham's soul was created. You see what I'm saying? And so you have to remember these things, beloved, and I come back to help you remember these things. So don't get caught up in the matrix of racism and separatism. All of that shit is matrices. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no black and white, us against them shit. That's that divide and conquer thing that they want to get us on so that they can keep us conquered. We are a part of a soul group. You might have white pigmentation of skin, and I might have a brown or black pigmentation of our skin, but we belong to a collective soul group. And I came down as an individual to experience life as a human being, and you came down as an individual to experience life as a human being. But as above, so below. We come down here from a soul group, Elohim. We came down here from the Elohim. N-D-Y-U-L, you became an individual. And they will call him Emmanuel. Emmanuel. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the Elohim, our soul group. So that's what I teach. And I also teach that you have multiple soul mates. You know what I'm saying? And twin flames. And you only have one twin flame, but you have multiple soul mates. Now, twin flame is that when you broke off, when your soul group decided to come down here, you know what I'm saying, to put love and light to this world, to empower this world, your one soul group broke off into many different individual pieces, right? But the same chunk of size that your soul has inside of your physical composition is the same chunk of soul that your twin flame has in their physical composition. You see what I'm saying? And if you was to meet your twin flame in this incarnation, then it would cause a fusion of energy that would create a vortex of energy that would be so powerful that y'all would be completely unstoppable. And that's what a twin flame is. And a twin flame is the complete exact soul, chunk of soul size that you have, that they have, all right? And your twin flame doesn't necessarily have to be a woman if you're a male. And your twin flame doesn't necessarily have to be, you know what I'm saying, I'm serious. It doesn't have to be that way. If you're a woman, your twin flame doesn't necessarily have to be a male. Because in the Bible, King David's twin soul, his twin flame was Jonathan, the son of King Saul. His twin flame was Jonathan. If you look in the Bible, it tells you about the twin flame. It says that he loved him even more than he loved his wife. He loved Jonathan even more than he loved his wife. There was no homosexual connection there. It was a twin flame connection there. It was talking about how he loved him so much. You know what I'm saying? He loved Jonathan so much. David loved Jonathan so much. It was dealing with, he resonated with him. You know what I'm saying? It was deeper than just anything other than, it was more intimate than anything that you can explain with a human mind. You know what I'm saying? Twin flame is something different. It's like you might be the positive side of energy and your twin flame might be the negative side of energy. You know what I'm saying? Or you might be the negative side of energy and your twin flame might be the positive side of energy. And this has nothing to do with good and evil. When I say negative and positive, I'm not talking about nothing good or evil. I'm talking about how energy works. You know what I'm saying? You have a negative side of energy and you have a positive side of energy. And I teach at the University of Cosmic Mysteries, you know what I'm saying, the real correct way of how energy works. And so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a quick example of how energy works dealing with negative and positive. Alright, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I want to get back to this miracle working video. Alright, but this would be like the positive side of energy and this would be the negative side of energy. And right now I'm giving you a quick example of what positive energy is. I'm giving you my positive energy. Positive energy is me being vocal, expressing, giving you all of the energy that comes from my star system series. So every time you watch my video, you're getting energy that comes from series, right? And you're getting knowledge and wisdom that comes from series. So I'm on the positive side of energy right now. Right now, you're the viewer. You're receiving all of this information and energy. So you're on the negative side of energy. All right? And that's how energy works, negative and positive. It has nothing to do with good and bad. It's an input and an output. Just like if you wanted to charge your phone up, you know what I'm saying, you would put the output into the socket, to the outlet, to the socket in the wall, and you would put the input in, you know what I'm saying, in your phone to charge up your phone. That's dealing with the negative and positive energy. You know what I'm saying? When you put negative and positive energy together, when you mesh negative and positive energy together, it causes a fusion that gives you orgone energy, where you get the word organic from. That's why you are allowed to use batteries, because it's a fusion of negative and positive energy. You see what I'm saying? And that's how orgone energy works. Organic energy works. All right. So you know all of this, and so I come back to help you remember that you know all of this. All right. And so your twin flame might be the negative side of energy, and you might be the positive side of energy. And when you both mesh together, when you unite, it causes a fusion of energy and a vortex of energy that is completely unstoppable. No one can stop a twin flame. No one can stop a twin flame at all. When a twin flame meets, it's completely unstoppable. That's why, you know what I'm saying, President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle, you know what I'm saying, got the presidency, because they're twin flames. And everything that they put their mind to, they're going to do it. Period. Because they're not just soulmates, but they're also twin flames. And also, you can be with a soulmate. You can have a soulmate, but your soulmate doesn't necessarily mean that that's your twin flame. And there's more than one soulmate. Soulmates is what you should be saying, because you're part of an Elohim, and multiple souls broke off and became individuals from your one soul. So you might have 50 chunks of pieces of soul down here from that one soul group, from that one Elohim, from that one soul group. See what I'm saying? So you have multiple soul mates, but you only have one twin flame. All right. So you could be soulmates and twin flames. And basically the way it works is that, you know what I'm saying, soulmates are, they have they are a part of you. You are a part of them. So you might have a soulmate and you automatically, the chemistry, the energy, there's a synergy of energy between you. You know what I'm saying? There's a link, there's a synergy of energy between you. You're biologically and the biological chemistry between y'all are interlinked. You know what I'm saying? Because you're both one soul. You know what I'm saying? You're just a small chunk of that one soul group, and she's just, or he is just a small chunk of that one soul group. And biologically, y'all connect. It's chemistry. Y'all connect. You feel the energy. You might have 1 or 2 or 3 organs aligned with that person. You're vibrating on the same frequency because y'all from the same soul group. That's why, you know what I'm saying, when they say love at first sight, it's because you find, you know what I'm saying, your soul mate. And it's because you belong to the same soul group, period. So you automatically have 1 or 2 or 3 organs aligned with each other as a soul mate. You know what I'm saying? And you're automatically vibrating on the same frequency because you come from the same soul group. You know what I'm saying? She's just an individual and you are just an individual. You know what I'm saying? NDYUL, but y'all part of the same L, the same Elohim, the same soul group up there. You know what I'm saying? But as above, so below. And so you lowered your frequencies and you became more condensed. And that's how you became a human being, because your thoughts slowed down to form light. Your light slowed down to form sound. You took on a geometrical formation. All right? As you became more condensed, you became atom. You became molecules. You became particles. You know what I'm saying? What is an atom? 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neurons. Dealing with the Naga serpent again. The center of the Milky Way galaxy. Now that you know all of that science right here, now you have to realize that you are God, but you're still incarnated as a human being. So you're God and you're a human. All right. So as a human, what gives you, you know what I'm saying, the power of God is your imagination and your ability to create and a strong willpower. But for lack of knowledge, God's people are perishing. You have to know, you know what I'm saying, who you are. And you have to know. That's why the Bible is filled with all kind of affirmations to let you know that you are somebody special. It says that you are above and not beneath. All right. You are the head and not the tail. You are more than a conqueror. That you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. That no weapon formed against you shall prosper. All right. That you are a light in a dark place, a city on a high hill, a royal priesthood and a chosen generation. That you are, you know what I'm saying, the elect, the elite, God's remnant. You know what I'm saying? You are the remnant. There is no one above you, period. Everything has to bow to you, period. This is the mentality that you have to have. You're not a sacrificial lamb. You are the Lion of Judah. You know what I'm saying? Period. This is the shit that you have to remember. You have to compute yourself and vibrate on these frequencies. You know what I'm saying? And that's real. And so when I incarnated as a Messiah seed in this incarnation, in this time-space continuum, you know, the Bible resonated with me. That was my instructions. You know what I'm saying? And so I teach all of my, if you watch my videos, all of my stuff comes from the Bible because that's my background. You see what I'm saying? That is my book of instructions. That is what helped me navigate through life. You know what I'm saying? So I base all of my stuff on the esoteric secrets and passages of the Bible. You see what I'm saying? However, you know what I'm saying, don't stop there, because there's fragments of truth in everything. We gotta search and pull from everything, from Buddhism, from Hinduism, from Islam. We gotta mesh it all together. You know what I'm saying? To make it work for us. It's esoteric knowledge. It has nothing to do with religion the way you was taught the religion is. It has nothing to do with that. That shit is hocus pocus. It's phony baloney. All of that shit is an illusion created to keep you controlled. Dealing with the Leviathan, that entity, the Leviathan. And if you've been watching my videos, I don't even need to reiterate that. You know what I'm saying? Because you know about that. Alright? So now I'm going to get back into this video. So now that you know that you're Elohim, now that you know that you're God, now that you know that you're human, now that you know how you became human, you know what I'm saying? Now that you know that you might have multiple soul groups, that you have multiple soul mates, that we're not talking about just a mate. Also, I want to let you know that if you look at, you can find out pretty much what star system you belong to based on, you know what I'm saying, geographical locations, based on when you were born, based on all of that. But just to help you understand a little bit more, the pyramids that was built in Egypt is directly aligned with the Orion star constellation and directly aligned with the Sirius star constellation. So the pyramids in Egypt are built according to the energy grid of the Earth, but directly aligned with the energy grid of the cosmos, directly aligned with the star constellation of Orion, and directly aligned with the star constellation of Sirius. So those pyramids are dealing with that kind of energy, dealing with those two star systems. The pyramids in Cambodia are built according to the energy grid of the Earth and directly aligned with, you know what I'm saying, the Draconians. All right, so that gives you an idea about, you know what I'm saying, about Cambodia. And then that's why you see a lot of serpents and a lot of Naga serpents and a lot of dragons in the Asian culture and stuff like that. Not necessarily saying that all Asians are dealing with the Draconian, you know what I'm saying, but to give you a overview of that energy that you're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? And then you have the pyramids dealing with the dealing with the Americas and shit like that, and that's directly lined up with the Pleiades, with the Palladian star constellation. So you have to remember this, beloved, and so that can help you find out your heritage. And basically, you know, I do consultations and I help you. You know, I have the exact natal chart that they was using when they tracked Jesus Christ, so-called Jesus Christ. I'm gonna stop calling him Jesus Christ. His name is Joshua or Emmanuel. You know what I'm saying? And his last name wasn't even Christ anyways. His last name was Ben. You know what I'm saying? He was I'm gonna do a whole video on just Joshua, period. I'm gonna do a whole video on Joshua. Alright? You know what I'm saying? The reason why his name wasn't Jesus Christ is because it wasn't no J's in the language at that time. Plus, Jesus is that draconian reptilian, you know what I'm saying, that keeps on shape-shifting and manifesting himself in different religions so that he can be worshipped and get more energy. Every time you worship an entity outside of yourself, that shit is evil because you're giving your energy to something and you're not getting anything in return that you desire. And then also Jesus is dealing with them, the Jesuits. You know what I'm saying? The Jesuits, that's that draconian, that secret order, you know what I'm saying, from the Vatican, dealing with, you know what I'm saying, the Orphorian reptilian group. You know what I'm saying? The Jesuits who came out, you know what I'm saying, and was trying to manipulate the people and oppress the people at the time, the Jesuits. You know what I'm saying? And then when you look at the J, right, it's the Jesuits, but then it's the us. They're the us. You know what I'm saying? We're not included in that us. They're talking about that secret society of reptilians who is a part of the us. So Jesus ain't the word that you're really supposed to be using. Yahshua was his real name. Yahshua was his real name. You know what I'm saying? And Christ is just merely a consciousness. Once you reach that Christ consciousness, you good. Period. So Jesus is really not the real name that we're really supposed to be using. His real name was Yahshua, and Jesus is some made up shit. It's some made up shit that gives more energy to them. Just us. You know what I'm saying? Just us. Period. That's why you got a lot of U.S. banks. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you go in to Safeway, you know what I'm saying, they have that sign that say just us. You know what I'm saying? And they got the us in yellow, you know what I'm saying, with the U and the S in red. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know what I'm saying, when you go in Safeway, we know Safeway ain't the Safeway, and we know that they got their own products that they purchase that's just for them, you know what I'm saying, that's under the us, and we know that they got their own house that they go to, and the rest of that shit is designed for Messiah seeds so that they can zap our energy, so that they can vamp off of our energy, period. So we know all of this shit, and you know all of this shit, and I just helped you to remember, you know what I'm saying, and Emmanuel came back to help you to remember, Yahshua to help you to remember. So now that you know that, I'm finna get back into this video. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna get back into the science. But I felt the inclination to help you understand that. And also, right, I'm just finna go in on it. I'm finna help you understand a little bit about the energy and dealing with these star systems. All right, the Syrian energy is the Syrian energy is the energy that was created. You know what I'm saying? It's the energy that creates the whole entire multiverse. That energy right there is the energy that was used to create the whole entire multiple universes that you know of. All right, so those who come from the Syrian star constellation are more overprotective. They're guardians. They're teachers. They're master teachers. Period. They're wisdom. They are wisdom. They're overprotective. They're guardians. They're guiders. those are motivational speakers. Those are like the martial artists that teach you self-defense and shit like that. Yoga classes. That's all dealing with Syrian energy. That's all dealing with the Syrian energy. Then the Orion energy is more like power and dominance and control and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And so that you have to understand, beloved, that those pyramids, the Great Pyramid, was directly aligned under the Orion star constellation. And Orion is like dealing with dark energy, very heavy dark energy. You know what I'm saying? And that dark energy gives you like the power of gods. And the so-called elites, you know what I'm saying, who are thinking that they're running the world from Pluto, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They're dealing with that dark energy of Orion. They're dealing with that dark energy of Orion. You know what I'm saying? That dark energy is like that Orion. When you translate that Orion to human terms, you're talking about politicians. You're talking about business moguls who run conglomerates and corporations. You're talking about, you know what I'm saying, power athletes. You're talking about, that's dealing with that dark energy, that Orion energy. Palladian energy is a different kind of energy. The Palladian energy is dealing with like humanitarian, vegan, plant life, you know what I'm saying, animal lovers, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? The Palladians is those, you know what I'm saying, groups of individuals who, you know, who love animals, you know what I'm saying? And they don't eat animals, and though they love humans, and they're just filled with love. They're loving beings, and they're into evolution. They're into the cosmos. So the Palladians, they come down and they're scientists. Period. Those are the ones, the scientists that's teaching you all of the sciences and shit. They teach you the science of the stars. They teach you the science of the plants. They teach you the science of, you know what I'm saying, they're into science. Period. You know what I'm saying? Those are the scientists. Those are the veterinarians. Those are the vegans and all of that. Then you got indigos who come from these star systems. Indigos, they come down from, you might have an indigo that comes down from Pallades, and that indigo that comes down from Pallades is dealing with the energy from Pallades, but they're indigo. So they're coming down into the system to bust up the system. So they're coming down, right, to say fuck getting a job. You know what I'm saying? They're coming down to say fuck getting a high school diploma. They're coming down to say fuck getting a college degree. You know what I'm saying? They're coming down to bust up the system, but they're dealing with the Palladian energy. Those are the ones who are vegetarian, you know what I'm saying, because they're dealing with that Palladian energy, but they're more radical. Those are the ones that throw paint on your fur coat and shit, you know what I'm saying, as a peta demonstration and shit. Those are the ones that are protest against the war, because they're all humanitarian, but they're indigo, so they're radical. You see what I'm saying? That's dealing with that Palladian energy, you know what I'm saying, but they're indigo, so they're radical. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that write songs, you know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that write like heavy metal songs like, we laid down the law, so what the hell are you waiting for? We laid down the law, so what the hell are you waiting for? Dum 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 dum. You know what I'm saying? Those is indigos is dealing with that Palladian energy. You know what I'm saying? They come down from the star system of Pallades. You know what I'm saying? And so you have indigos to come down from Pallades. You have indigos to come down from Orion. You have indigos to come down from Ceres. I'm only dealing with those three systems right there, even though we know that there's 88, you know what I'm saying, recorded star systems in the galaxy, in the universe. But my ancestors, and I've navigated at least 1,000 of them, you know what I'm saying, way more than 88. But I'm only dealing with those three because those are the energies that we're dealing with right now in this particular time-space continuum. You see what I'm saying? We're dealing with that Syrian energy, we're dealing with that Orion energy, we're dealing with the Palladian energy. You know what I'm saying? And so I thought that it was very important for me to share that information with you. Now, you can have a Palladian gene, but not necessarily mean that you're from the Palladian system. Just because you have a Palladian gene doesn't mean that you're from the Palladian system. You can have a Palladian gene, but your heritage links you back to Orion. You know what I'm saying? Or you can have a Palladian gene, but your heritage links you back to Ceres. You know what I'm saying? And you can have a Ceres gene, you know what I'm saying, or a Orion gene, but you're linked to Pallades. Your heritage is with Pallades. Like, and let me explain to you. The Palladians, they come down and they engage a lot. Like I told you, Cherokee Indians, different Native Americans, you know what I'm saying, different tribes in Africa dealing with the Sendigos, the Buntu, and the Ashantis. They're all direct ancestors. They have their bloodline is completely tied in to the Palladians. know what I'm saying? And also you have Oregon and Australia, you know what I'm saying? The brothers to come down from there, you know what I'm saying? Like the white pigmented, the so-called white man, you know what I'm saying, to come to this in Oregon, in Australia, those are all Palladians, you know what I'm saying, period. They're dealing with that Palladian energy. That is the blue light that comes off of the sun. You know what I'm saying? That blue ray that comes off of the sun and shit, that's dealing with the Palladians. That's why I don't get into all of the racism shit no more, because I'm cosmic. You know what I'm saying? And I love my Palladians, and they come down to teach. You know what I'm saying? The Palladians are going to be those who are going to teach you all of the secrets of the multiverse, period. They're gonna, because they're the nearest star constellation. So when you start getting cosmic and you come into the fifth dimension, you're gonna be approached by two Palladians. The Palladians are going to teach you about the fifth dimension and the multiverse. They're gonna teach you all of the secrets of the multiple universes. The Palladians are, you know what I'm saying? And when they incarnate with white skin, period. That's just how it is. Even though you have some Native Americans and some black, but they mainly come down in white skin, period, with blue eyes and blonde hair, and that's just how it is. So I don't get into all of that racism shit. You can't get me into that matrix. You feel me? You just can't get me into that shit. So anyways, that's my little quick cosmic spiel. Now I'm gonna get into this video that you have, now that you have a deeper perspective of what I'm saying. Now that I gave you that, I'm gonna tell you what she did to change her reality, because she is God, alright? And you're God. And if you're watching this, you really are God, because I'm God, and that's what I attract in my realities. You know what I'm saying? So, who designed? Alright. Alright. I'm gonna get into this one right here. No, I'm giving you all of this science for free because I love you, man, and I believe that you got a right to survive. And everybody has a right to see. Everyone has a right to really know what's really going on. So this is what she did. Sally chose not to accept the light reality that was presented to her. Instead, she chose to change her reality, and this is exactly how she did it. She closed her eyes and entered into the darkness and void. Look, in the Bible it says, in the beginning there was darkness and void, and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around that darkness and void, and God spoke and said, let there be light. So she's creating a dark reality. She's creating a dark reality right now. She went into the darkness and she closed her eyes. Now I tell you, this is how you do it. It's called building your pyramid. You have to align your earth. I just told you that you were earth and you're God. You came down, you broke off from your soul group, from your Elohim, from your soul group, right? And you became an individual so that you can experience. You no longer wanted to come down as a vapor, as a sound or a vibration. You wanted to come down as a physical person. So your thoughts slowed down to form light, your light slowed down to form sound. You took on a geographical shape. You know what I'm saying? You became a human. As you became more condensed, you took on all of the elements of the planet. Fire, earth, fire from the sun, water, all of the earth, all of the everything on earth. You took on everything on earth and everything on water. That's why 80% of your physical disposition is dealing with water. The blood plasma, the saliva, all of the everything, 80% of your disposition is dealing with water. You know what I'm saying? Your physical disposition. You are the earth. You are the earth. You, period, are the earth. And you're also the universe. You know what I'm saying? You're also the universe because you're Elohim, but you're also earth. That's why Adam was given dominion over all things, and he had the authority to name all things. He had the authority to say, that's a tree right there. I'm gonna call that a beach. I'm gonna call that a river. I'm gonna call that a giraffe. I'm gonna call that a lion. I'm gonna call that a buffalo. He had the authority to do all of that. He had dominion to do all of that because he came from a star system of royalty. So as above, so below. He was royal down here because he was royal up there. Same thing. You have dominion over all things, beloved. That's why you have to raise your vibrations so that you don't fear. You know what I'm saying? You have to walk around like you a landowner. You got to walk around like this land is mine. I'm letting you, you know what I'm saying? You better be lucky I'm letting you have a corporation called America on my land. You better be lucky I'm letting you have a corporation called Australia on my land. You better be lucky that I'm letting you have a corporation called China on my land. This is my land. You feel me? We got to walk around with that mentality. We got to have enough people on this planet walking around with that mentality to say that this is my land. Fuck your corporation. You know what I'm saying? This is my land. And once we have that dominion, you know what I'm saying, mentality, then we'll take, you know what I'm saying, you will see some real stuff take place. You know what I'm saying? But as above, so below, we come down as God. We come down as royal from our star systems in you know what I'm saying, into this world. And we didn't come down to be no pussies. We didn't come down here to be no slaves. We came down here to lay down the law. We came down here to smash. We came down here, you know what I'm saying, to disrupt shit and take over shit. And we're in that time space continuum where we're gonna reclaim our royalty down here. You know what I'm saying? Because as above, so below. So then we're gonna be royal down here. We're gonna take over this planet and get it back on its rightful track with love. You know what I'm saying? We're in the age of Aquarius. So in the age of Aquarius, we're dealing with our ability to create, dealing with our imagination and our ability to create. So you have to look at those time frames with Merlin. You know what I'm saying? Watch that Merlin series dealing with King Arthur times. That time when you had wizards and witches and warlocks and dwarves and all of that. We're in that time space continuum where your imagination creates everything and your willpower manifests everything, where you're going to start seeing a lot of dragons come back to the planet, flying unicorns, you know what I'm saying, interdimensional beings. You're going to start seeing dwarfs, you know what I'm saying, nymphs, you know what I'm saying. You're going to start seeing a lot of different shit. You might even see some dinosaurs come back, and different colors, shades of colors are going to be revealed to you. Different intricate colors of pink and purple and different shades of blues and greens that you've never seen before. Tropical exotic birds that was once extinct are going to come back to the planet. A lot of shit is going to come back to the planet because people are going to manifest these. People are going to use their imagination to manifest these. It's going to be a whole little different ball game. We're in the age of the Aquarius, dealing with magic, mysticism, and creation. Just like, you know what I'm saying, just like, you know, do with King Arthur days, when they'd go to a tree, you know what I'm saying, and knock on the tree, do a certain knocking and a portal them open, the tree will open up, you know what I'm saying, and then portal them into a different realm, and they'd go down and enter, you know what I'm saying, intertwine with them people that's in that dimension to live in the trees and shit, like the little elves and shit to live in the trees, you know what I'm saying. Or we're going back into that time where, you know what I'm saying, you'll go to a big ass mountain and the mountain will just, you know what I'm saying, move out of your way. You know what I'm saying? That those times where the sea is split for you and you can walk through the sea. Those times where you can go to a cluster of rocks and that rock will open up and start talking to you and shit and be like, you know, I feel your vibrations. I'm going to give you this sword right here. I've been holding this sword for 3 eons of years and shit, waiting for the right person to come, vibrating on the right frequencies. Here, you know what I'm saying? They're going to give you the knowledge and the legend of that sword and tell you how to use it and shit. We're living in those time frames. You know what I'm saying? We're coming back to those time frames where birds would be flying in the air, chirping like a bird, then turn around, look at you and speak English. You know what I'm saying? Speak some shit that you hear. We're living in that time frame. You know what I'm saying? That King Arthur time frame. That was the age of the Aquarius then. We're in the age of the Aquarius now. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they've been trying to attack your imagination, to compartmentalize your imagination and put it in a box and tell you can't think that way. You got to think that astrology is evil. You can't think that way. You got to think that Wicca is evil. You got to think that magic is evil. You can't think that way. You can't think that way. You can't think that you're magical. You got to hate magic. You got to think that magic is evil. You can't think that you can walk through a wall. You got to think that you're limited. You can't think that you have the ability to fly. You got to think that you're limited. You can't think that you can run at the speed of light. You got to think that you're limited. You can't think that way. They're trying to compartmentalize your box, compartmentalize your mind, you know what I'm saying, and put it in a box, a matrix, you know what I'm saying, so that you won't use your imagination, because they knew we were coming into the age of the Aquarius, and imagination is the final frontier. You've already experienced battlefield with the spirit. We fought a spiritual war, we fought a conscious war, we fought a subconscious war, we fought all kind of physical wars on all kind of physical fronts, you know what I'm saying, we fought financial wars, we fought all kind of different wars. We're in a frontier, the battlefield now, the war right now is the war of the mind, your imagination, your ability to create what you think and what you believe, you know what I'm saying, and so they're trying to shape your belief systems, you know what I'm saying, with their shit. That's why I tell you, you gotta challenge all of that. Man, fuck that shit. Keep that God shit. I don't care about that shit. Keep that shit to yourself. Don't tell me that, you know what I'm saying, I'm not God. If you choose to believe that you're not a God, that's what you choose to not to believe. I don't want to hear that shit. Keep that shit to yourself. You think, you know what I'm saying, astrology is evil, then that's you. Keep that stupid ass shit to yourself. I don't want to hear that, because my consciousness tells me that I can look up and see stars, suns, and the moon in the sky. That's astrology. know what I'm saying? My consciousness tells me that this shit is real, so I want to know knowledge of the stars. Wouldn't it be better to know where you come from and the power that you can tap into, rather than to believe that brainwashed by a religion and to believe that astrology is evil? Meanwhile, they're using astrology against you, dealing with your horoscope, dealing with your, you know what I'm saying, you're on their linear time, you're on their Gregorian calendar. All of that shit is dealing with astrology, the knowledge of the stars. Even your Bible tells you that astrology is real. How do you think they tracked Yahshua, the so-called Christ? They tracked him through the knowledge of the stars. The Magi seen that the star was sitting in the east, and they followed that star until they seen the Messiah, period. Gave you that history, that science. They was astrologers, you know what I'm saying, who had the knowledge of the stars. Christ had the knowledge of the stars. Christ looked up all the time, you know what I'm saying, period. He was talking about going into he was cosmic. He said, man, I'm finna go into my father's house and where, you know what I'm saying, there's many mansions. There's many mansions in my father's house. He was talking about a house, a astrological house that had 144,000 mansions for 144,000 people who couldn't be programmed with the Jesus Christ program, who couldn't be programmed with the Muhammad program, who couldn't be programmed with religion. People who was rising above that shit consciously, who realized that they were gods, who were gonna rise above all of that shit, period. Who can't be MK Ultra mind control program. Like they tell you that that magic is evil in the Bible. That's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They tell you that astrology is evil in the Bible. Psychic reading is evil in the Bible. Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the very figures that you worship in the Bible were the greatest magicians of all times. Moses split the Red Sea. Moses threw a stick on the ground and made that shit turn into a snake. You know what I'm saying? All that shit is magic. All that's magic. All that's magic. But they don't want you to know this truth because they want to control the way you think. That's why I come back to encourage you to think for yourself. They don't want you to know this truth because they want to control the way you think. That's why I've come back in time to tell you that you got to think for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Moses threw this staff on the ground and made this shit turn into a snake. The magicians threw their staff on the ground and made their shit turn into a snake in Egypt. And the Bible says he threw his shit on the ground and made it turn into a snake that ate they snakes up. That's magic. Christ turned water into wine. That's magic. Using the power and the principles of alchemy. That's magic. Anybody would look at that shit in today's times and say that was magic. You know what I'm saying? Christ flew in the air. They said they looked up and seen him ascending. That's the ability of flight. You know what I'm saying? Christ healed. He had the ability of rapid healing. He healed everybody everywhere he went. He had the ability to communicate with trees and plant life. That's why he went to the fig tree and said, they said that this fig tree is dead. We should cut it down. He said no. And he made the tree produce fruit. He said, produce some fruit. And he made it produce some fruit. Then he went to another fig tree and he cursed it. And he said in 3 days it's going to wither up and die because this is a bad tree. Even though it looked like it was going to produce, even though it had fruit on it, it was a bad tree. He communicated with trees. You know what I'm saying? He communicated with birds and animals and shit. He was interdimensional. That's why when they told him that Lazarus died, you know what I'm saying? He said he ain't dead. He was all the way on the whole other side of the Galilee. You know what I'm saying? Preaching and doing everything that he was doing, healing people and everything, casting out demons and everything, right? And they said, come. He said, nah, he ain't dead. He waited 3 days just to demonstrate that he wasn't dead. He knew the Lazarus that wasn't dead because he was interdimensional. He seen into the 4th dimension, that spiritual realm where you would go into, that your ancestors go into, where they say Gosor, that spiritual realm, and he didn't cross over. He didn't cross over that rainbow bridge. He didn't go from the 4th dimension to the 3rd dimension yet. So Christ, Yahshua knew that he wasn't dead. That's why he was able to go there, you know what I'm saying, put everybody out the house because they didn't have faith. Go into the 4th dimension and say, listen, come back, your family needs you. And once Lazarus agreed to come back, you know what I'm saying, then he went back into the 3rd dimension and said, Lazarus, come forth, take off your grave clothes, this and that. And he woke up the dead. You know what I'm saying? Christ was interdimensional. He read minds. That's why when he was eating with Matthew's friend, you know what I'm saying, and the tax collectors and shit, That's why when he was eating, you know what I'm saying, with the tax collectors and the whoremongers, the Pharisees and the Sadducees came in, and they was like, they were thinking to themselves, because they were telepathic. They were thinking to themselves, who is this teacher who calls himself the Messiah, their savior, you know what I'm saying, eating with the whoremongers and the prostitutes, you know what I'm saying? And the Bible says Christ, you know what I'm saying, Yahshua read their thoughts. He seen their thoughts. He read their thoughts and responded to them. Not their words, but their thoughts. And he responded to them saying, you know what I'm saying, why is it that you speak this evil against me? For the kingdom of, for the Son of Man hasn't come, you know what I'm saying, that for the righteous, you know what I'm saying, but the Son of Man has come for the unrighteous, that they may be saved and led to repentance. So he read their thoughts. He was psychic. He had the psychic ability. So you telling me psychics is evil? This the very person that you're telling me is the most credible person to believe in the Bible is a psychic, and you're telling me that I have to believe that this person is the most credible person, and one of his abilities is the ability of being psychic, and then you discredit psychics and tell me to think the psychics is evil? Man, that's stupid shit. Think for yourself. The ability of read minds, I would rather read your mind than not want to read your mind. Wouldn't that be more of a better thought to know that you can read people's minds, communicate with people in the fourth dimension, be more interdimensional, fly like Cross flew, shapeshift like he did, teleported like he did when he sent, you know what I'm saying, when he sent his disciples to cross, you know what I'm saying, the Jordan, you know what I'm saying, and when they got over there, by the time that they got over there and shit, you know what I'm saying, they was like, well, what about you? You ain't gonna get in the boat? He was like, nah. By the time they got over there, he was already there. How was he there? Because he had the ability of teleportation. You know what I'm saying? He was a shapeshifter. He was invisible. He turned water into wine. He rapidly healed. He had all these different abilities. You know what I'm saying? And he was letting him know that you have those abilities. You know what I'm saying? He said, many will come after me and do even greater works than I have done. You know what I'm saying? That is what he said. He was talking about you right now in this time-space continuum. Many who have the ability to think for themselves will come because they realize that they are Emmanuel. Because Emmanuel came to let you know that man, you, El, that you know what I'm saying, are the Elohim, that you are God, period. And he came back to let you know this shit. You feel me? To let you know that as an individual, you're still Elohim. You're still part of a collective soul group. You see what I'm saying? Period. You know what I mean? And you have the power of God, period, even though you're in this human body. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to give you the power of God right now. And especially, I have these sticks right here, these mystery sticks. They come from my country, from Africa. They come from my tribe and my village, you know what I'm saying, in Ghana. And, you know what I'm saying, this is the mystery sticks, you know what I'm saying, that they was using back then. This is the mystery sticks that they was using right there. See, you can see, you know what I'm saying, you can see like the snake right there. You can see the black fish right here, you know what I'm saying, dealing with solidarity or whatever. I'm actually finna send this to the 13th son. I'm getting ready to send it out. But it works like this, like you can tap it like, you know what I'm saying, you can tap it like one time, and that might, I'm just gonna give you an example of how you can use this for different ways. Like you can tap it and make the wind, you know what I'm saying, go like this. So you can tap it a few times and make the earth shake, or you can tap it a few times and make fire come. You can tap it a few more times, you know what I'm saying, and it's different little stuff. You can program it according to your energy and your intent that will give you this stick right here power. You can throw it on the ground and make it turn into a snake. You can throw it up and make it turn into a pterodactyl. You can do all kind of shit dealing with your imagination, energy, and intent. It's how you program this stick to all of the elements, to all of whatever you wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Period. So that's a whole nother story or whatever, right? And watch my video when I talk about this stick and this It gives you the power of God, and I go into detail about those sticks and how I'm selling them and how they come with a set of instructions and all of that. So anyways, right? How you do it, right? As an Elohim, as a God, what you would do is you would close your eyes, right? Close your eyes and build your pyramid. You will focus the energy from both of these two eyes upward to your third eye, which is your pineal gland, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Like when you look cross-eyed, have you ever looked cross-eyed like this? I don't know how to do it, but have you ever? I do know how to do it. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. It ain't no I don't. I do. All right. So have you ever looked cross-eyed like this? Or whatever, however, trying to make it. But basically what you're going to do is you're going to try to look from both of these two eyes upward. Like put the energy up to focus to your third eye, which is the center, which is your pineal gland, your third eye, which is your sixth chakra. Dealing with the six again. Look, dealing with the six. Remember I told you atoms, what made up an atom is 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neurons. This is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Naga Serpent. This is the Naga Serpent power right here. This is what gives you the God power. So what you're doing is you're focusing both of the energy from these eyes upward. Don't just look up like this. Look up like that. Focus the energy like you want to make your eyes look up like that through your third eye, right? Building your pyramid. Once you build that pyramid, right, you're now tapped in to your sixth chakra, which is your Naga Serpent, which is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. All those who know about Kundalini energy know that it's a serpent, a snake that sits at the base of your spine, at your root chakra, at the base of your spine. And as you activate your Kundalini energy, it rises up from your spine and it comes out the center of your head, out of your sixth chakra. That serpent, the Naga Serpent, comes out. You know what I'm saying? Of your sixth chakra. It comes out right here at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, or your third eye, which is your sixth chakra. If you look at all of the Egyptian pictures, you'll see the snake coming out. Indian pictures, the snake coming out. You know what I'm saying? Pictures in Asia, the snake coming out the forehead, the snake coming out the chakra. You know what I'm saying? Your sixth chakra, your third eye. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. You're tapping into that Naga Serpent power. Your sixth chakra, the 666, the Naga Serpent. That's why, for lack of knowledge, God's people are perishing. We're thinking that this shit means 666, and that's some evil shit. And the Illuminati is using this shit against us. This means way more than that. This is the Naga Serpent power. And the universe ain't no respecter of persons. God ain't no respecter of persons. It can be, this energy can be channeled by evil people, or this energy can be channeled by righteous people. Period. So you need to start speaking like this. I speak like this all the time in a lot of my videos, because this right here, for all those who are working on their telepathic abilities, clap your hands like this a few times to get the electrolytes going, you know what I'm saying, between both of your bodies. Allow yourself to feel the energy pulsating, the electricity pulsating between both of your fingers. You know what I'm saying? Gently put them together and allow yourself to feel it. And then gently put, you know what I'm saying, your finger, this finger to this finger, and this finger to this finger, and keep these separate. Speak, you know what I'm saying? When we meditate like this. Why? Because it gives us, it taps us into our immortality. This is our original vibrations, the original vibrations of Adam. And it taps us into that Naga Serpent power. So when you close your eyes and you build the energy, you build your pyramid, you're tapping yourself into the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You're tapping yourself into the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? You're tapping into that Naga Serpent power, the creator. You know what I'm saying? Which scientists are calling the center of the Milky Way galaxy the birthplace of God. You know what I'm saying? Where God decided to create everything in the multiple universes. Started right there at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, where our ancients called it the Naga Serpent. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Corporation of America bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You know what I'm saying? Because it was dealing with the Naga. That was the Naga Serpent Empire right there. And what they're not going to tell you is that Japan, you know what I'm saying, that was all Illuminati shit. That was like a secret order. They bombed America, they was responsible for bombing Hawaii, because Pearl Harbor, you know what I'm saying, was dealing with that Naga Serpent power too. And Hawaii, you know what I'm saying, dealing with that Naga Serpent power, but mainly, you know what I'm saying, in Japan. So it was a whole thing. And then if you look at it, they dropped the atom bomb on Naga Serpent, on the Naga Serpent power. You go there, you'll see all kind of statues, Naga Serpent statues and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? There. That's why a lot of Japanese are living in Hawaii now, because the energy, the Naga Serpent energy, is in Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? It's in Hawaii. That's why mainly a lot of Japanese is living out there, because that's where the energy is at now. It's right there in Hawaii. Period. So I'm giving you all of this information. When you close your eyes and you build your pyramid, you align your earth up with your God, with the universe, because you took on all of the elements of the earth. So you're earth in this human body. but you're also God in this human body. All right. So when you close your eyes and you build your pyramid, you're now at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You're now God. You're now in that darkness. In the beginning there was darkness and void, and God and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around, you know what I'm saying? And God spoke and said, let there be light. The Spirit is your intent, your imagination, your intent, the energy and the intent behind your energy is the Spirit of the Lord. That's your spirit, your intent. You know what I'm saying? And so you close your eyes, you focus the energy upward, you're now tapped into the Naga serpent, your Kundalini is now risen, you're now at the center of the Milky Way galaxy where scientists are calling God, where our ancient ancestors called it, you know what I'm saying, the Naga serpent, where it allows you to be God, where you tap into your original self dealing with the atom, you know what I'm saying, which gives you dominion over all things. You're dealing with the atom, which gives you dominion over all things, and then you speak. And that's what she did. She closed her eyes, right? Here it goes. This is how you create realities. This is how you know what I'm saying? This is how you make miracles come true. So, right? Alright. So you close your eyes, you go into the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You're in that darkness and void right now, right? Then you speak out loud using the power of your words. You know what I'm saying? You say I, and then you state your name. In her case, she said, I, Sally Williams, I am, dealing with the power that I am and having the ability to will, you know what I'm saying, that which you imagine into existence. So her name is Sally Williams. I'm just using this as an example, right? This is my notes. I wrote this. I'm giving you the exact process of creating miracles, how you can create miracles, all right? I, state your name, close your eyes, build your pyramid, focus the energy right here at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? And then say, I, state your name, you know what I'm saying? She says, I, Sally Williams, willful creator of my realities, willfully and faithfully present to my vision a reality that I have created for myself to exist in completely. I do not accept this light reality as my reality. I will not allow this light reality to define my existence, and I am willfully erasing all traces and all trances linked to this light reality. My car is not damaged at all. The only reality that I am accepting for my existence is that my car is completely untouched and undamaged. Sally then began using the power of her imagination to erase all traces and all trances of that light reality. Alright? So listen, what she did was she closed her eyes and she just completely stated, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sally Williams, willful creator of my realities, you know what I'm saying? Willfully create for myself, you know what I'm saying? Willfully present to my vision a reality, you know what I'm saying? A reality that I choose to exist in. And that's basically what you would do. And that's basically what she did. You know what I'm saying? And then she began to use the power of her imagination to erase all traces and all trances. See, the trace of the light reality was when she came and she seen that the car was damaged. That's the trace of it, right? You want to erase that trace. But the trance of it is the feeling and the emotion, the energy that you put into that perception. You know what I'm saying? Is a trance. That's what creates a trance. So if she would have came out and was like, oh shit, what the fuck? Man, why did this happen? Who hit my car? Why did this? That you're putting energy into that perception. So you're already choosing to accept that perception because you're reacting. You're putting energy into that perception, right? So it's going to be harder for you to even reverse that because you put a lot of energy into it. A good thing is that she has self-mastery. So she has control of her ego. She knows how to release her ego and when to control her ego, right? So she controls her ego. So when she came out, she didn't put a lot of energy into her car being damaged. She came out peacefully and she seen that her car was damaged, and then she just automatically said, no, I'm not accepting this. My car is not damaged. I'm not accepting that. You know what I'm saying? So she closed her eyes and said, I, Sally Williams, willful creator of my realities, willfully create a reality for myself that is more better for me to exist in. You know what I'm saying? I, Sally Williams, willful creator of my existence, willfully create a reality that is separate from this reality. I erase all, you know what I'm saying, traces and trances of this light reality and replace it with my dark reality. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she did. So a trace is when at the actual time that she came out and witnessed that, and the trance that she has to erase is the feelings and the energy that she put into that light reality. She got to erase those energies. So the same energy that she put in the reaction of that light reality is the same energy, even more energy that she got to put into her dark reality. So that's why we have to regulate our feelings. We have to stop the way we can't be reaction. We can't react to everything. You know what I'm saying? We can't react to everything the way people react to things. We can't react to everything like that. We have to change the way, what energy we put into perception. Because when you want to change realities, you got to change the energy that you put into that perception. You know what I'm saying? That's the trace. So she erased all traces and all trances, and she used the power of her imagination. Remember I told you what imagination was in this other tablet, in this other book, that I told you that imagination, you know what I'm saying, is your magic eraser and your magic pencil. So you got to use your imagination to erase. So what she did was, in her mind, she went back to the time when she first got off of work and she first went to her car. That's the trace. So she reached and then she erased the emotion and the feeling that she put into the car being damaged. She erased that using her imagination. Then she reversed it and she started imagining herself in her mind coming out and seeing her car being in perfect condition, loving and putting it loving energy into, you know what I'm saying, noticing that her car was in perfect condition, putting a lot of love and energy into that, right? She imagining that, closing her eyes at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, focused and imagining, you know what I'm saying, that her car was in perfect condition and putting good energy, loving energy, positive energy, warm energy into that, you know what I'm saying? And then getting into the car and driving off peacefully. She put that energy into that, you know what I'm saying? So she erased all traces and trances, and then she replaced it by using her imagination. The imagination is your magic eraser and your magic pencil. So she started penning her own reality. She imagined, after she did the work of doing that, she penned her own reality. And her own reality is what she said. And then, so she created a dark reality. She went into the darkness and created this reality. Her eyes is not open. Her eyes, she's still at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. She's tapped into that Naga serpent power, the Naga power. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the snake, the Kundalini, you know what I'm saying? Rising, coming out of your third eye. You know what I'm saying? She dealing with that third eye. You know what I'm saying? Activation, the sixth chakra. Dealing with the 6 protons, 6 neurons, and 6 electrons that makes you atom, that makes you God. You know what I'm saying? So that's what she did. Then, you know what I'm saying, she began to say, she said, I do not accept, she said, I, Sally Williams, willful creator of my realities, willfully present to my vision a reality that I have created for myself to exist in completely. I do not accept this light reality as my reality. I will not allow this light reality to define my existence, and I am willfully erasing all traces and all trances linked to this light reality. My car is not damaged at all. The only reality that I am accepting for my existence is that my car is completely untouched and undamaged. So then she started doing all of the work that I just explained to you, right? Then she said, Sally then began using the power of her imagination to erase all traces and all trances of the light reality. First, she erased the trances of the light reality by closing her eyes and that word remark. She remarkably, remark me, read means to go back. See, when you come into the fifth dimension, you got to start learning how to use these words, because words make you God. That's why in the Bible, in the 1 John, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word makes you God. You see what I'm saying? Your Word is God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So the Word belongs to you, and the Word You are God. In the beginning was God. You're God. And the Word was with God. You have a voice. You have a word. You know what I'm saying? And the Word was God. Your word is God. Your words are powerful. I started in the beginning of my notes. You know what I'm saying? Letting you know, I write in my notes in the very beginning of this whole little thing, I told you that your words are very powerful. I said word power is changing your vision. Word power. The power of your words is changing your visual realities by using the power of your words to strengthen. By using the power of your words and the strength of your faith, you know what I'm saying, and willpower. Your words, you know what I'm saying, words are fertile and very powerful mechanisms of designing realities or destroying them. You can destroy a reality with your words. You can design a reality with your words. Words create. You know what I'm saying? I write in my notes, words are alive and very powerful weapons of mass destruction or mass salvation. Words. That's why in the Bible it says life and death is in the power of your tongue. You know what I'm saying? That's why in the Bible it says abundance and curses is in the power of your tongue. You see what I'm saying? So you can choose to curse your situation by saying, fuck, damn, my car, you know what I'm saying, is beat up, my car is damaged. So you're cursing yourself. You're speaking death to your situation, you know what I'm saying, and death to any possibility that there can be, you know what I'm saying, a chance for you to come out and say, hey, my car is fine. You're speaking death to any possibility that reality is fake and that you can create a different reality. So as opposed to speaking death to your situation, you need to start speaking life to your situation. Life and death is in the power of your tongue. Abundance and curses is in the power of your tongue. Don't curse yourself. Abundance. Give yourself favor. Speak abundance to your situation. You know what I'm saying? Free yourself from that curse. Speak life to your situation. Say, no, this my car is not damaged. I refuse to accept that perception. I refuse to accept this reality. I'm going to create a reality where this is not, you know what I'm saying, damaged, period. And you just live like that. Vibrate on that frequency, period. And that's what it is. Life and death is in the power of your tongue. The Bible tells you this. Abundance and curses is in the power of your tongue. The Bible tells you this. The Bible even tells you that your ability of speaking, that words are so strong. It says, speak those things to be not as if they were. It may not appear as if your car is not damaged, but speak that your car is not damaged and your car will not be damaged. That's what the Bible tells you. It says, speak those things to be not as if they were. So you got to speak it as if you coming out and your car is fine and you finna get in and ride off. You got to speak it. Even if it rains and you choose not to accept the rain, you got to speak that it's sunny. Speak those things to be not as if it was. You will speak the sun out. You can make the sun come out. Your words will usher the sun to come out. You know what I'm saying? Period. God spoke. Christ spoke and said, man, fucking rain, you better, you know what I'm saying? He made he silenced the wind. He spoke and silenced the wind. He spoke and saved that boat from going under by the waves. He spoke it out of his mouth. He spoke it. God spoke. So you got to start speaking. You got to open up your throat chakra, your fifth chakra, and speak. Because your words are alive. Your words are fertile. So, back to my notes. What she did was, she spoke, right? And she spoke, and she's using the power of her words. And hold on. So she's speaking. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, you know what I'm saying, the darkness and the void was hovering around the face of the earth, and God spoke and said, let there be light, and there was light. You know what I'm saying? And he separated the light from the darkness. You know what I'm saying? So everything that was created with a word. And God spoke and said, let me put a firmament in the sky. And God spoke and said, let me make this. And God spoke and said, let us make man in our own image. And God spoke and said, everything was created with a word. So you need to start using the power of your words. Open up your mouth and start speaking out of your mouth what it is that you desire for your life, for your existence. Start speaking realities. Start crushing realities that you don't even want to exist. Start crushing those realities. Speak out against that shit. Look, stop using your tongue to curse yourself. Stop telling yourself, you know what I'm saying, that every time you drink water that it's contaminated. Start speaking acroline about the water. When you pour your water, I did a video talking about how our thoughts and our words are powerful, and how if we collectively unite for 90 days and think acroline about our air and think acroline about our water, then we're responsible for creating a different world, a different atmosphere. We're changing the atmosphere of our water, and our air is polluted. Fuck that shit. Speak out against that shit. Use the power of your words. Open up your mouth and speak. Speak. Your voice is powerful. That's why you got that chakra, the throat chakra. You got that fifth chakra, that energy that you have. Speak out against the evil. Open up your mouth and speak. Because your words change things. It changes the atmosphere. Your vibrations, it changes the atmosphere when you speak out against the evil. That's what Malik Shabazz, formerly known as Malcolm X, who you call Malcolm X, he spoke out. He said hating evil. He said hating evil is the way we can make this world a better place. So he said, you know what I'm saying? He said, therefore hating evil is good, and therefore hating evil is encouraged, right? And then he said, there's 3 ways effectively of hating evil effectively. He said, number 1, hate evil by speaking out against it. He said that is the number 1 way of hating evil, by speaking out against it. That is the number 1 way of hating it, period. Because every time you bring that which is in the dark to the light, every time you expose evil, right? Every time you speak out against evil, then what you're doing is you're being responsible for the veil lifting up. Every time you expose a secret, evil secret, and you bring it to the light and you expose that shit, then the veil, the illusion of evil loses its power. The veil is lifting up. Every time. That's why they was trying to kill all of the sages and all of the teachers and all of the messiahs. Because they had the ability, you know what I'm saying, to analyze, you know what I'm saying, decipher all of their little shit and speak out against it. They spoke out against it. They had a activated 5th chakra. Their expression, their communication, and they spoke out against it. Words is powerful. Words create. Words destroy, and words create. Words destroy, and words create. Words are weapons of mass destruction, and words are weapons of mass salvation. Words destroy, and words create. Period. Because your words are alive. In the beginning was the Word. Everything that was spoken with a word. And the Word was with God. Your word is with you. And the Word was God. Your word is God. Everything you say is binding. Everything you say is completely scriptural. Your word is God. Your word is alive. Your word is a living entity. A powerful entity. Nothing, you know what I'm saying, is more powerful than your word. Your word is God. Period. You need to realize this. You need to understand this. You need to understand this. You need to overstand this. You need to accept this. This has to be your mentality. You have to know the power of your words. For lack of knowledge, God's people are perishing. Because you don't know. So you're going to be perishing. But after this video, it ain't no excuse. You're going to know after this video. You're going to know for sure after this video. So, you know, so she spoke out against that. She spoke out against it, right? She then began to use the power of her imagination to erase all traces and trances of the light realities. First, she erased the trances of the light reality. That's the energy that you put into the reality. When you come and you see some shit that you don't like, don't put no energy into it, because it's going to take a lot of energy for you to reverse that. You know what I'm saying? Don't put no energy into a reality that you choose to not accept. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have to erase that, the trace and the trance of that. The trance is dealing with the energy, the emotions that you put into that. She didn't put no emotion into her car was being damaged. So it was easy for her to erase the trance of it. You got to erase the trace of it and the trance of it. The same energy that you put into seeing that the car was damaged is the same energy that you got to use, you know what I'm saying, to create a different reality in place of that. So that's why it's important for you to know how to check your ego. Your ego is important. Your ego, don't kill your ego. Keep your ego alive. know what I'm saying, your ego can accelerate your powers when you use ego confidence. You know what I'm saying? I told you how to run at the speed of light by saying I am running at the speed of light. Watch my video and find out how you can run at the speed of light. You need ego confidence to do that. Your ego, your confidence will help you soar and accelerate. You know what I'm saying? So don't kill your ego, but know how to regulate your ego. In this case, the ego is not necessary. Don't put your ego into it's gonna harm you. She's using her ego to help her. She's gonna put her ego into creating a reality that's separate from that shit. That her ego confidence comes in when she creates a reality. Man, that my car ain't damaged. That's the ego confidence. See what I'm saying? So she erased all trances of the light reality by closing her eyes and remarkably rewinding her day from the time that she came out of work to the time that she first noticed the car was damaged. Alright? So that's what she did. Remarkable. When you come into the fifth dimension, you got to start learning the power of these words. Words are powerful. That's why I tell you, you know what I'm saying, to stop saying blessing. Blessing is a curse. It means to be less. Be less than who you are. You know what I'm saying? That's why when they say God bless you, they know, these reptilians know that they're gods. You know what I'm saying? And they refer to themselves as gods. So they say God bless you because they want to be less you. They're saying that they're over you and that you're lesser than them. And they want you to be lesser than who you are. Stop accepting blessings. Blessings is a curse. Whenever you say bless, whenever somebody says bless you, it's like they're trying to wrap a heck of silver around you, silver cords around you, and keep you restricted. Like they're putting you in handcuffs or some shit. That's what a blessing does. It restricts your power. It makes you lesser than who you are. When they say God bless your heart, what they're trying to do is they're trying to close up your heart chakra. When they say God bless your soul, what they're trying to do is they're trying to close up your solar plexus chakra. They don't want your solar plexus to release the power from your solar plexus. They don't want your heart chakra to release the power from your heart chakra. You know what I'm saying? You are the God and the master of your own universe. We're all individual universes in a collective multiverse. And each one of your chakras represents a world that you know what I'm saying, that you govern, that you're God over. Period. That's why they say protect what you allow to come into your heart. Don't allow everything to come into your heart. You know what I'm saying? Because you're allowing that to come inside of your world. Your heart is your world. You see what I'm saying? And what's inside of your heart will come out of your words. That's why they say in the Bible, you know what I'm saying, whatever comes out of a man's mouth is an abundance of what's stored up in their heart. So you can just pay attention to what a person's words and they're going to tell you what's in their heart. See what I'm saying? I'm giving you this information, beloved, because I believe everybody have a right to see. I believe everybody has a right to know the truth. Period. So that's what this is about. So that's what she did. Now, I'm not going to give you the whole spiel because I'm writing the book and I want you to get the book, but I want to give it to you for free. But, you know, I'm going to make you work. Now that I gave you the gist of it, now you go out and create. You are a creator. And I told you how to create. Build your pyramid and go through that step-by-step process. Use your imagination. Use your emotions and willpower. You know what I'm saying? Use your feelings and emotions, your imagination, and your willpower. Your ability to will it into existence. Now, how can you strengthen your will? Because your will makes you God. How you strengthen your will is that you have to become disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Self-denial brings about discipline. And discipline, you know what I'm saying, strengthens and sharpens up your willpower. So you gotta deny yourself. If you're a sex addict, you gotta deny yourself sex. You know what I'm saying? Until you get control of it. You see what I'm saying? Until you get control of it. That's why you gotta master your flesh. You can't let your flesh run your life. You gotta run your flesh. You're God. You're God and earth. So you're Elohim, God, and you're earth. You're the human. You see what I'm saying? You're God and earth. So you got to know this shit. So you got to master your earth. You got to have dominion over your earth. You're God. Period. You're individual. Individual. You're an individual right now. In a collective soul group. And you're Emmanuel. E-man. U-L. So this information is important for you to get this. It's important for you to get this information right now. Now, I want to give you this. All right? I want to give you this. Because I told you how this video was going to be about how Christ turned water into wine. So, all right, this is a water jug. Well, this is a jug. It's not just a water jug. But let's say, right, that, let's say that, let me give you this. Let me give you this. So I want you to get this. This blue-green algae comes from Clement, Oregon. Shouts out to Clement, Oregon. Shouts out to my brother Larry Lockham, my Palladium brother from Clement, Oregon. This is, you know what I'm saying, blue-green algae, right? And I take these every day. I'm finna take some right now. I tell you, I'm up to taking 4 pills. They say take 2 on an empty stomach. I take 4 of them. So I usually like get I usually get the powder form. However, right, it is I usually get the powder form. However, these are vegan capsule source, the same thing. It doesn't really matter. But all those who know about this algae right here, see, algae, beloved, is older than even the humans. Algae has been on this earth for billions of years. When we was in the water, this algae was in the water. This algae is older than this algae is like before the earth. This algae was created before land was created. This algae was created. You know what I'm saying? So algae is very important because it helps you rebuild your beta brainwaves. It strengthens your beta brainwaves. You know what I'm saying? But what it does is it bridges that gap between. It's one of the supplements that bridges the gap from your conscious mind to your subconscious mind. See what I'm saying? So it's important for you to have this algae, for you to get this algae right here. Because the subconscious mind is God. That's where everything takes place at. It allows you to be God. Anyways, right? Definitely want to get this blue-green algae. You know what I'm saying? Clement, Oregon. We got this here where you can go, you know what I'm saying, online and get it yourself. Go to bulk algae.com and then click on one of those and get some bulk algae. Get it, buy it in the bulks. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it, just get it yourself. You ain't got to get it from me. Just go to www.bulkalgae.com. Click on one of the links that'll give you a lot of this bulk, that'll give you the algae in bulk. You know what I'm saying? So you get the bang for your buck, period. Get it. You ain't got to get it from me. Get it from where I get it from. You know what I'm saying? And then click on one of those links and just investigate which one of the best ones and get it. Get it. So, anyways, imagine this right here. This metaphysical. Imagine this as being a water faucet, right? This is a water faucet, allegedly a water faucet, right? And this is a jar. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the water faucet. Hold on. Turn on the water faucet and some liquid is coming out, right? Now you perceive that water is coming out. This is how realities are created. You perceive that water is coming out, right? And you accept that water is coming out. So it becomes a reality. You're drinking water. It's water in this, right? So realities are predicated on what you accept from that which you perceive. So you perceive that water is coming out. You accept that water is coming out, so it becomes your reality. Realities are created from what you accept from what you perceive. That's how realities are created. However, I don't perceive water is coming out of this. Christ didn't perceive, Yahshua didn't perceive that water was coming out. Yahshua perceived that wine was coming out of the faucet, and wine was entering into the glass, and he only accepted the perception that wine was coming out. of the faucet, and wine was entering the glass. So that became his reality. So realities again are predicated on what we accept from that which we perceive. That is what creates realities. Realities are predicated on what we accept from that which we perceive. That is what creates realities. You see what I'm saying? Not perception. A perception is not a reality. If you perceive that this is a water faucet and that water is coming out, that is not a reality. It is just one way of looking at things. You can look at the same so-called water faucet and envision that as being, you know what I'm saying, a vessel of wine. You can perceive it as being a vessel of wine. If you accept the perception that this is a vessel of wine, then you're going to get wine coming out. You see what I'm saying? And that will be your reality. So that's what Christ did. He found a way to change the mechanism. That's what I started off this video. I started off this video telling you that we have to change the mechanism that we use when we view what we view. We got to change the very mechanism. That's like having a purifier on your water faucet, right? And the purifier's intent for you to, the primary intent for you to have that purifier, that water filter, right? That water filter is the reason why you have that water filter is you want to filter, you know what I'm saying? You want to filter out the you're filtering out the you're filtering out, right? You're filtering out, you want to have a water filter, and the reason why is because you're filtering the water, the contaminated water that comes out of your faucet, right? So the primary intent, the reason why you got the water filter is because you want the water to come out more pure, more alkaline, right? But it's just like the water filter, it represents your mechanism, right? But it's like you got an old ass filter that you ain't never changed, and so the filter is causing more harm than the actual water that's coming out of the faucet. You know what I'm saying? The filter is causing more harm. So now, fuck changing the water, fuck filtering the water, you need to change the filter. And that's what I'm saying. You need to change the mechanism that you use when you perceive what you perceive. That has to change. The mechanism that you're using for perception has to change. Not what you're watching, but how you watch what you're watching has to change. Not what you perceive, but how you the mechanism that you use when you perceive what you perceive has to change. Then you have to be strong enough to know how to judge what you to know how to selectively judge what you want to accept from that which you perceive. You know what I'm saying? Because what you accept from that what you perceive becomes your reality. And that's what you need to master. You need to master accepting from what you perceive, you know what I'm saying, becoming your reality. You need to learn how to master that. Now, this is what alchemy is all about. Alchemy is based on perception, acceptance, and reality. Like, when they was able to take a fucking stone and turn that stone into gold, it's because they didn't perceive the stone as being stone. They perceived the stone as being gold. They accepted the perception that the stone was gold. You see what I'm saying? And therefore it created a reality that was gold. And that is alchemy. Alchemy is dealing with having a strong mechanism of perception. So if you talk about, you know what I'm saying, you coming into your higher self, is you getting above those five senses. You gotta rise above those five senses. And the way you rise above your five senses, you've been given five senses. Your ability to touch, taste, smell, hear, and see. Right? 5 senses to work with. Now you have to master these 5 senses. But the only way you can master these 5 senses is if you master changing the mechanism. You gotta change the mechanism. Just like if you want good water, you gotta change the filter, because the filter is making your water dirty because you ain't changed the filter. The filter is filthy. So the filter is the water is filthy, but the filter is filthy. So the filter is doing you more damage than the water is doing. The mechanism of your brain is doing you more damage than the shit that you perceiving. It ain't what you perceive, it's how you perceive what you're perceiving. It's the mechanism that you're using to perceive what you're perceiving that is dirty, that is filthy, that needs to be changed. You see what I'm saying? And so we're talking about dumping old constructs. I'm talking about dumping old belief systems, whole paradigms, whole frameworks, mental frameworks. You gotta get rid of all of that shit, all of that old way of thinking. You gotta dump that shit and create a new way of thinking, a new outlook, and create a new mechanism of looking at things. A new way of looking at things. It ain't so much as if you ain't gotta watch TV, watch television, but know how to watch it. Know how to watch it. Know how to protect yourself. Don't just watch it and accept everything that's telling lies to your vision, that's keeping you in your lower senses, and be selective with what you watch. But it's more to it than that. It's you activating your full brain. It's you activating your full brain. Alright? You know what I'm saying? It's you activating your full brain, and I'm gonna go into the knowledge of you activating your full brain. Alright, they told you that the average human being only uses 3 to 7% of his, the 3% of his brain. Above average is somebody who uses 7% of your brain, and you would be considered a genius if you use 10% of your brain. Right? This is what they told you, so that they can keep you programmed. Well, listen, if you claim that you only use 10% of your brain, I think you're the dumbest individual on the face of this earth, because you're allowing them to program you. Alright, MK Ultra mind control program takes place, you know what I'm saying, when you allow space in your brain to be filled up with their bullshit, with their ideologies, with their philosophies, with their mental constructs and frameworks. Religion is frameworks. You know what I'm saying? Those is programs. And they just update the programs when they come out with a new Bible, a new edition of the Bible. They're updating the program. You know what I'm saying? That's all programming and shit. You gotta get past that. You gotta dump old belief systems. You gotta dump old ways of thinking. You gotta dump that shit. Period. You brainwashed to believe that reincarnation, you know what I'm saying, is evil and that you shouldn't think that. However, you will see if you look at the text that reincarnation, it confirms reincarnation in the Bible, that they're telling you is evil, that you're not, that reincarnation is evil. Prior to, you know what I'm saying, prior to 2,000 years ago, you know what I'm saying, reincarnation was taught all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Prior to 2,000 years ago. So fuck that. You gotta think for yourself. Astrology is not evil. Magic is not evil. They're using magic against you. While you're thinking, while they're telling you the magic is evil, they're using that shit against you. With the Macy's commercials and shit. With the Macy's commercials, you know what I'm saying, with the dude with the top hat and the magic wand doing the dance rituals and shit, talking about, do you believe in magic? You know what I'm saying? And you wonder why, and they using that star again, that red star, the Macy's symbol, red star, and then you wonder why you going to Macy's spending $300 on a pair of shirt, on one shirt and a pair of jeans, and you spend $300 and you there every week, programmed faithfully to go there every week, because they're using magic against you. You're telling me the magic is not real, but meanwhile they're using magic against your dumb ass. You know what I'm saying? With the Ronald McDonald, the McDonald's and shit. Do you believe in magic? And I hope you do. Using magic against you and shit. They're telling you to think that this shit is evil. Meanwhile, they're using this against you. You know what I'm saying? That's how when we was in the golden age, dealing with our ability to the golden age was our superhero abilities. You know what I'm saying? They how they did that was they came out with the McDonald's and the fast foods and shit, because the oil, the oil that they was using, potatoes soak up. It soaks up. It absorbs whatever you put in a potato. So they found out doing chemistry. They're finding out chemistry. They know chemistry. So they found out that, okay, we can create this oil, call it vegetable oil, so it appears being eco-friendly, but it really ain't vegetable oil. This is a chemical. We're gonna fry, you know what I'm saying, the meat in it. We're gonna fry, you know what I'm saying, the what you call it, and they're gonna get that inside of their blood. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna modify their ass, and we're gonna stop them doing the whole golden age. You know what I'm saying? We went through all of that already. That's why you gotta stop eating fried foods. That's why you have to stop eating shit like that. Period. You gotta stop allowing yourself to be modified. We went through all of that already. what I'm saying? Same thing, you know what I'm saying? Now we're in the age of the Aquarius, and they coming up with shit to keep your eyes from coming into your imagination right now. Putting the chemicals on the different foods, dealing with sodiums and salts and shit that you're thinking are natural. You're thinking that you're eating onion flavored, you know what I'm saying, onion powder, or you thinking that you're eating garlic powder. If you ain't making it yourself, you eating a chemical. That's what you gotta know. You gotta drop all sodium, MSG. You gotta dump that shit. The frosting on the flakes, MSG. The icing on the cake, MSG. The icing on the donut, MSG. You know what I'm saying? Products and chips that say expeller, MSG. Rapeseed, that ingredients that they put inside of peanut butter. Look at the peanut butter. It say rapeseed. That ingredients that they put in peanut butter. Look at it. Rapeseed. Why the fuck would I put something called rapeseed in my body anyways? Right? But they're saying rapeseed. The Messiah seeds, they want to rape us. The store seeds, they want to rape us from our abilities, right? If you look at rapeseed and Google up rapeseed, that ingredients, it's going to pop up and it's going to tell you that they was putting rapeseed, they was using rapeseed as bio diesel. You know, they was putting that shit in diesels, you know what I'm saying? In the 20s and shit, in the 1920s and shit. In the 1930s, they was using that as diesel fuel. Now they're using that to put that inside of your vessel and your temple. You know what I'm saying? Through the peanut butter. They put rapeseed in the peanut butter and shit. So they want to rape you from your abilities as a store seed and as a Messiah seed. You need to wake up and realize this shit. Start looking at the ingredients. You know what I'm saying? Stop accepting everything. I told you when you eat chips, that's what you're eating. You're eating a chip. You're eating a chip. You wonder how their MK Ultra mind control programs keep running in your body. Because you keep eating the things that's feeding those programs. The potato chips is a chip with nano, you know what I'm saying, technology on it. Just feeding the MK Ultra mind control program. Stop eating the potato chips. When you eat a chip, you're eating a chip, a potato chip. It's not a potato chip. It is a chip, a computer chip. But the sodium has small little nano chips that they're feeding the MK Ultra mind control programs that they're running on your brain. That you only say that you only use 10%. So if you only use 10%, they're going to use the other 90% for you. You know what I'm saying? If you're not aware of this, crackers are what they are. You know what I'm saying? You're thinking that it's just a snack called crackers. No, it's a cracker meant to crack up the program. It's meant to crack up the program. It's meant to crack up the program. You see what I'm saying? And so you have to see this, beloved. You have to know this. For lack of knowledge, God's people are perishing. Right? But I believe everybody has a right to see. So stop eating their shit and come back to nature. Alright? Come back to nature. That's a whole nother story. Alright? All of these things are meant to modify you. Meat is meant to modify you. When you eat meat, you know what I'm saying, it modifies you. It modifies you. When you eat meat, it literally modifies you. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I don't care if you fighting meat. I don't care if you burning meat. When it breaks down into your immune system, it returns to blood plasma. So the blood of that animal mixed with your human blood creates a genetic modification. It modifies you. So you're not coming into your higher self because it's things that's keeping you down. It's things that's keeping you in density. See what I'm saying? So activating your full brain is just basically taking control by saying, look, I use the full maximum capacity of my brain. I use the full maximum capacity of my brain. I use the full maximum capacity of my brain and I remember everything. I use the full maximum capacity of my brain and I remember everything. I use the full maximum capacity of my brain and I remember everything. Period. Just say that every day. Say it 200 times a day. Say it 100 times during the AM and say it 100 times during the PM. Say it every day. I use the full maximum capacity of my brain and I remember everything. If you say that every day, speaking those things to be not as if it was, you know what I'm saying? Speaking life to your situation as opposed to death to your situation. Speaking abundance to your situation as opposed to speaking a curse to your situation. If you use the power of your words, in the beginning was the Word and the Word was with God and the Word was God and everything that was created with the Word. If you use the power of your words and start speaking that you use the full maximum capacity of your brain, you will begin to take over the different 90% of your brain. You would, all that 90% that they're using to run their programs, you would take that shit back. All that gray matter that's in your brains. Ooh, you see that? Kind of swole right there, huh? Looking good. Looking good, huh? Wow. So, yeah, all of that gray matter that's dormant inside of your brain, where they running programs off of, you need to take that back. You know what I'm saying? Watch my videos called Shapeshifting Store Seeds. I got 4 videos, Shapeshifting Store Seeds. I talk about this brainwave called the 5 brainwave that will interlink us all together so that we can turn off their technology and get on our spiritual technology. You know what I'm saying? Telepathically communicate. It's a brainwave called the 5 brainwave, and I talk about shapeshifting and stuff like that. You will learn a lot of information in those videos. There's 4 videos called Shapeshifting Store Seeds. Alright? So that's how you activate your full brain, by just speaking. You know what I'm saying? And then destroying the programs. Hot is a program. Cold is a program. Fear is a program. Pain is a program. You know what I'm saying? Anxiety is a program. And all that shit is programs. You know what I'm saying? You got to break those programs. And I have specific videos called Hot is a program. Cold is a program. Fear is a program. Pain is a program. Watch those videos. Watch those videos and start breaking the programs. Learn how you can break those programs, because those are all MK Ultra mind control programs. Up is a program. Down is a program. You were programmed with stupid shit like the law of gravity. All of that shit is a program. You got to break those programs. You were given a human anatomy. You were programmed with a human anatomy. You're not a fucking human. You're a god in a human body. You know what I'm saying? But you're not human. You come from a star system. You are a star seed, period. That's just how it is. So, now that you know that, now what creates a perception? Now, it gets even deeper than that, because we know that realities are created from what we accept, from what we perceive. So if we perceive that something, if our perception is, if we accept what we perceive, it becomes our reality. We know that, right? So we have to change the mechanism that we use of perception. And then we have to scrutinize and become the judge of what we accept from what we perceive that will become our reality. Alright? So we know that part. We know that part, but it gets even deeper than that, though. It gets even deeper than that, because now we have to start talking about how can you master perception? Because if you have free choice and free will, then you should be the God of what you choose to perceive. You know what I'm saying? Now, the devil, the enemy, is going to do Satan and Lucifer and Beelzebub and Asmodeus and Belial and Belphegor and Leviathan and all of this, you know what I'm saying, the 7 princes of hell and all of the demons and legions that they run, Belial, Philodenus, Leonard, Mullen, all of those demons, they're responsible, you know what I'm saying, for creating perceptions that they present to you. So they'll create a perception that they'll present to you. And if you accept the perception that they present to you, then that will become your reality, right? Or you can create a perception and replace that. You have a free choice and free will. So you can choose to perceive that, or you can choose not to perceive that. You know what I'm saying? Period. You have free choice and free will. And that's what I'm trying to share with you, beloved. So how can you create perceptions, right? How do you create perceptions? And master the ability of creating perceptions so that your existence is more strengthened, and so that your existence is uplifted. How could you create these? How could you create these perceptions, right? The way you create these perceptions is tapping into the frequencies and vibrations. Now, I told you how we used to come down to sounds and vibrations, sounds as vapors, as like waves or whatever, right? Same thing. Even though you're in a physical human body, you're still just a sound and a vapor. You're still just a vibration, right? So everything is a vibration. So what we have to master is the different vibrations and the different frequencies, just like this radio right here, right?
Like, give me $20, you know how you get to college. I'm in your city and I'm wondering if you're home now. Went and found a man, but I'm hoping you're alone now. Can't help but feeling like I got the ball cliche. I used to pop.
You know what I'm saying? Just like you got this radio right here.
live forever. Would you believe me? Said I'm in love, baby. What you wanna be? Would you believe me? Said I'm in love, baby. What you, yeah. We are.
Just like you got this radio right here, right? This is a station called 106. So it plays hip hop. That's a frequency that I tuned into. It's called 106 and it plays hip hop music, right? But I'm gonna change the frequency because I want to listen to something more calm. So I'm gonna go to 102.5.
And good job, Danke.
Alright, that's something old school funk. Change the frequency, right? Right? Say for instance, I want to change the frequency a little bit more.
Say if they're playing with ball.
Set off during your big warehouse sale.
Great.
Yeah. It's you. That's just a frequency. That's just a frequency. All right. So I'm showing you all of this because I want you to know that you have the ability to tap into different frequencies, and I want you to know how you can tap into those frequencies because love is a frequency. Love isn't an object. It's not a verb or a noun. It's not a person, place, or thing. Nor is love an action word. Love is just is. It is. It's a frequency. It's just like a station is a frequency, and I tune into it and I listen to that music. Love is a frequency that you got to tune into. You got to tune into the vibration of love. Love, you can't go to Walmart and say, yeah, I'll buy, you know what I'm saying, I want to buy, you can't go to Walmart and say, yeah, I want to buy, some t-shirts and I'll take some love. You can't do that. You can't buy love. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say money can't buy love. You can't go and buy some love from Walmart like you can go and buy a t-shirt from Walmart. You can't go and buy love. You know what I'm saying? And you can't have nobody love. You can't say, you can't have love. Love is not like, I want my woman to love me. Or you might be a woman and you say, I want my man to love me. You can't want your man to love you. You can't want your woman to love you. Because love is not like that. Love is a frequency. Love is a vibration. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, beloved. You have to understand and understand that love is a vibration. It's a frequency. It is nothing other than what it is. It is what it is. It's a vibration. It's a frequency. So you got to tap into the frequency of love and become that. It's nothing external. It's internal. It's a vibration. You got to learn how to tap into that vibration of frequency. And how do you tap into that vibrational frequency of love? You do that by finding out what love is. So in the Bible, that's a good way to start. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, it talks about everything that love is and everything that love isn't, according to them, right? So love is kind, gentle, pure, honest, giving, compassionate, you know what I'm saying, forgives all, you know what I'm saying, holds no grudges. That's what love is. Love is unconditional. Then they say love is not Love is not envious. It's not jealous. It's not hurtful. It does not parade itself. It's not boastful. Love is none of those things. So basically, when you agree to vibrate on the frequency of love, then you're agreeing to the terms and conditions of what love is. So you're doing everything that love is, and you're not doing everything that love isn't. So don't do what love ain't, and do what love is. Period. And now you become love. You become the frequency of love. Just like
those 3 years that we said.
Just like this is a frequency. This is a channel. This is 102.5, right? When you agree to vibrate on the frequency of love, you become 102.5. You become this frequency. You become 102.5. You know what I'm saying? Not that you're listening to 102.5, not that you are a loving person. You're not a person no more. You're not a human. You're a vapor. You're a frequency. You're a vibration. When we come down in vapors, frequencies. You know what I'm saying? You are frequency. You are love. You're not a loving person. You are love. You are the frequency of love. Just like this is 102.5. You know what I'm saying? And this is what you gotta become. This is what you gotta know. You gotta know that you are love. Just like if I was to change the station, you know what I'm saying? I'm tapping into a different vibration, a different frequency, right? And so you have to learn how to tap into the vibration of love and then become it. Become love. You are no longer, you know what I'm saying, Lord Yukiti Osai. You are no longer the 13th son. You are no longer, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Phil Valentine. You are no longer Dr. Nabaru. You are no longer, you know what I'm saying, Larry Lockham. You are no longer, you know what I'm saying, Super Practicness 1. You are no longer Spirit Shakti. You are no longer, you are now love. You are now the frequency of love. You know what I'm talking about? You are now the frequency, the vibration of love. So basically what you would do, beloved, is that you would go and you would research everything that love is. Not just from the Bible, but from everywhere. Different poems, you know what I'm saying? Watch some loving movies and see the expressions of love. You know what I'm saying? Also, you know, watch some loving movies, see different expressions of love. What you would do is you will also you watch some loving movies and see some expressions of love. You will also you'll watch some loving movies and see some expressions of love. You will also watch some comedies dealing with light and love and laughter and stuff, you know, and find out what love is. Research what love is. Read some poems, read some books on love. Whatever you can do to find out what love is and tap into the frequency of it. Tap into the vibration of it. Once you tap into the vibration of love by doing everything that love is and by not doing everything that love ain't, you know what I'm saying? Then you tap into that frequency, that vibration, then you become love. You're no longer the human being. You're now love. You're the frequency of love. Just like, you know what I'm saying? This is the frequency of... This is the frequency of 102.5. And this is the frequency... This is 104. So fast. And mama's worrying that you won't last. See those snake eyes serpent eyes? Sister Christian, there's so much in life. Don't that look like a don't you believe it before your time is done? But you got to become that frequency. All right, you got to become that frequency. And so basically what we have to do is we have to learn how to become back sound. We got to return back to sound. That's how we ascend. We have to learn how to turn back to become sound and vibration again. That's how we shapeshift. We shapeshift by turning and tuning into different frequencies. So love is a frequency. Freedom. Shoot. You know what I'm saying? Love is a frequency, and we have to learn how to tap into that frequency of love. All right? And when you tap into that frequency, then you begin to attract. You begin to attract what
whatever frequency you're vibrating on is what you're emitting into the universe. So if you omit it into the universe, then you're gonna get that back. It's gonna be reciprocated back to you. It's gonna be returned back to you. Dealing with the law of cause and effect, or dealing with the law of karma. These are cosmic laws. So the law of cause and effect, or the law of karma, states that what goes around comes around. So if you emit love into the universe, you're going to get that back from the universe. You see what I'm saying? And so once you tap into the vibrational frequency of love and you become love, then everything that's presented to your perception is going to be you're going to start receiving a lot of perceptions dealing with love. And then you can choose to accept that perception, and then you will create a loving reality. So an example, once you find out what love is, right? Just do your research for 1 week. Just find out everything that you can on love. And then practice. Tune into the frequencies. Become sensitive to the energy. And tune into the frequencies of what love is and everything that love ain't. And once you become that frequency, once you tap into that vibration, you become love. You will begin to emit that into the universe. And then you will get that back. So then, you know what I'm saying, where other people might be driving on the freeway experiencing road rage, you will have a peaceful way to the freeway. I mean, you will have a peaceful way to the store. When you get to Walmart, right, you might see while somebody else might see a fight break out in the parking lot because they're vibrating on that frequency that's attracting that into their reality. You're going to start seeing couples hold hands, families walking into Walmart, joining themselves. You know what I'm saying? Couples holding each other. You're going to start seeing images of love being presented to you. You know what I'm saying? To your perception. All kind of different images of love because you're vibrating on that frequency. And that's a cosmic law. It's a cosmic law that whatever you emit into the universe, you're going to get it back. They're dealing with the law of karma or dealing with the law of cause and effect. You see what I'm saying? These are cosmic laws. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the law of creation and dealing with the law of attraction. You've created, you know what I'm saying, love, and you're attracting love. That's period. That's just what is happening. That's what's happening. So when you get into Walmart, you're going to start seeing more loving stuff, loving advertisements. Your whole reality is going to be that of love. And if you accept these perceptions, the more you accept the perceptions of love, if you accept in your heart, okay, I love how they're holding hands. If you accept that image in your heart, then that will become your reality. You know what I'm saying? And you will start seeing that more. So all of the perceptions that you see and accept into your heart, you know what I'm saying, becomes your reality. And this is why we say guard your heart. Protect what you allow into your heart, because your heart is a world. It is its own individual world. Watch my video when I talk about how I want to know what that video is. Watch my video when I talk about how you can use the power of your chakras. You know what I'm saying? How you can use the power of your chakras, because your heart chakra is right here, right? And when you go like this, like in my video, you probably see me speak like this, because I'm giving you, you know what I'm saying, energy from my heart and from my world. That's why they say guard your heart, protect your heart. Guard your heart because it's a world. Your heart is a world. It's a complete world that you run, that you govern, that you master. You are the God of that world, period. It is a world. You know what I'm saying? And you got to guard your heart, period. You really got to guard your heart. And when you guard your heart, right, you're protecting what you're basically saying. You're not allowed in my world. You're not allowed in my heart chakra. You know what I'm saying? Because your heart chakra is like a planet that you run, that you civilize, that you run. You know what I'm saying? When you're subconscious, when you sleep, you're the God of that shit. And sometimes when you're conscious, when you know how to master these frequencies. So anyways, like you attract love, you agree to vibrate on that frequency, you're going to attract that. And everything that you accept from those perceptions that's presented to you are going to become your reality. So who are creating these perceptions? It's like a movie. When you watch a movie, you're watching the big picture, right? But you have to understand, beloved, that as you're watching the big picture, this is the big picture. But as you're watching the big picture, there's multiple small little megapixels, small little images that make up the big picture. You know what I'm saying? Small little megapixels, small little images to make up the whole big picture, right? So you might see, you know what I'm saying, Tom Cruise, right, jumping out of an airplane like this on a Mission Impossible, you know what I'm saying, and just freeze that image right there, freeze that frame, He got a knife in his hand. He coming down like this, jumping out on their ass, right? Freeze that image right there. And then what you will see is that you will see that there's all kind of different megapixels to make up that one big picture that you're watching right there. And so all of those megapixels are small little pictures being presented to your image, to your eye gate, being presented to you. And when you accept that whole image, you're also accepting all of the small megapixels to make up that whole image, and that becomes your reality. And so that's why we tell you to stop watching TV, because TV is telling lies to your vision, because it's keeping you on your lower senses until you change the mechanism that you use when you perceive what you think that you're perceiving, and accepting what you think that you're perceiving that's becoming your reality. Because in reality, you're way bigger than what you think you are. You are a giant. In reality, you know what I'm saying, you might be 50 feet tall, but you think that you're only 5'6". In reality, you might be 100 feet tall, but you only think that you're 5'7". You see what I'm saying? Because they're telling lies to your vision. That's why I got a video. It says alien technology hiding in light, aliens technology and lights, mirrors, and something else. I talk about all of that. I go into the science of how every time you look at a mirror, it's really them using technology and them putting together an image that they think that they want you to perceive, an image that they think that you perceive of yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's telling lies to your vision. Talk about how you got to turn off the television. Turn off the stop looking at mirrors for a while until you get your senses together. You know what I'm saying? Stop looking at lights all the time, because the information travels through light. That's why when NASA wants to communicate with the multiverse, they send information through fiber cords. They send information through lasers, because information travels through light. And then they get the information back. That's why we sun gaze. You know what I'm saying? Because the sun is our Wi-Fi, it's our hotspots. You know what I'm saying? And we receive information from our star systems, the Council of Orion, the Council of Ceres, you know what I'm saying, the Council of Pleiades. We receive our information from our star systems from the sun. You know what I'm saying? That's why we sun gaze, because information travels through light. That's why Nikola Tesla, you know what I'm saying, when he discovered free energy, he began to develop a lot of technologies that later developed into technologies that gave us, you know what I'm saying, the computer and the internet. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why you're able to use the internet is because, you know what I'm saying, they take crystals, real crystals, right? And they have fiber cords that they send the information through. You know what I'm saying? Which gives us the technology and the ability to communicate with each other through computer and through the internet. You know what I'm saying? The light that they send through the fiber cords. So, because information travels through light. And so, therefore, what they do is they have a lot of lights around, and they put information through your eyes, you know what I'm saying, when you're looking at the lights. That's why they put stop lights, you know what I'm saying, on every street corner and shit. Stop lights in all of the stores, and stop lights, you know what I'm saying, and on all kind of lights in the car and shit, lights in the house, because they're sending information through those lights, and they think that you don't know this. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you got to change the mechanism that you use when you perceive what you perceive, because they upload and download, you know what I'm saying, MK Ultra mind control programs through lights too. You could be driving in the car, right? And then, you know what I'm saying, a car in front of you keep on putting the brakes on and shit, when they really don't need to be putting the brakes on. You like, damn, why the fuck you keep braking? You don't even got a fucking brake. Why you keep braking this shit? It's because every time they hit the brake lights, you know what I'm saying, the light of the brake light will come on, and that light is coming, you're seeing the light, right? And as you're seeing the light, the information from that light is coming into your eye gate, and they're programming you. They're programming you and shit with their uploading perceptions. That's how they want to upload perceptions. So basically, right, by the time you get to the store, you might see images, light realities that they created. That's why we say light realities are bad and dark realities are good. Dark realities are created by you or by extraterrestrial, benevolent extraterrestrial beings who love you. You know what I'm saying? And light realities are created bad because they create they shit through lights. They send images, you know what I'm saying? That's why you got to change the mechanism that you use when you think what you think that you're seeing, because you're not seeing what you think that you're seeing. You know what I'm saying? You might think that you see, you know what I'm saying, Tom Cruise like this, you know what I'm saying, in the Mission Impossible with a knife in his shit, but when you freeze that image, you really look at the small little megapixels to make up the big image, the big picture, you know what I'm saying, that you will be seeing, you might see, you know what I'm saying, you might see his shadow is an alien. You
know what I'm saying? And the shadow is communicating to you. You know what I'm saying? You might see that on this part of the arm is dealing with a spaceship. You know what I'm saying? And on this part of the arm is dealing with a mothership. And on this part of the arm is dealing with extraterrestrial beings who are you know what I'm saying? If you look at the different megapixels of this shit, you will see that, you know what I'm saying, these aliens that's causing an invasion on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Through the image of just that one little image right there. The little different megapixels make up the big picture, and you just looking at the big picture, but you ain't looking at you ain't looking at the alien in the background who's causing this mothership to come with alien invasions on your ass. You ain't seeing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you have an eye but you can't see. You have an ear but you can't hear. You have a heart but you can't feel. Because you've been brainwashed to believe that you only use 3 to 7 to 10% of your brain. So they are using the other 90% of your brain for you. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't think for yourself. So therefore I come back to tell you that you got to start thinking for yourself, period. So, right, when you vibrate on the frequency of love, then that allows the benevolent aliens like your ancestors, you know what I'm saying, your spirit guides, your angels, the Palladians, the good Anunnakis, the good Orions, the good Syrians, you know what I'm saying, that allows them to create dark realities for you that they will send to your perception, so that when you go to the mall or when you go, you know what I'm saying, shopping, or when you go out into society, you will start perceiving more loving images because you're vibrating on the frequency of love. So all of the images coming to you are going to be loving images, dealing with that frequency. You see what I'm saying? And so, but if you're not vibrating on these different frequencies that the benevolent aliens can pick up, then all of your perceptions are going to be based on whatever frequency you're vibrating on. If you're vibrating on the frequency of drama, you're going to start receiving a lot of drama perceptions. And if you accept that perception of drama, then that's going to become your reality. And that's why you continue to stay in the matrix, because you haven't changed your frequency. Your frequency is what attracts perceptions. So basically, you got the Council of Orion looking down on all of the Orion star seeds. You know what I'm saying? You got the Council of Ceres looking down on all of the Syrian star seeds. You got the Council of Pallades looking down on all of the Palladian star seeds. And they like, damn, when is you going to vibrate on higher frequencies so that we can send perceptions your way? So that when you go out, you don't only just perceive, you know what I'm saying, evil. That you will have an alternative to that. So that when you go out, you know what I'm saying, every time you come out, because you're vibrating on love throughout your day, you come out, when Sally come out, her car is not damaged. But she experienced some bullshit on her job that took her off her frequency of love into a lower vibrational frequency. And that's therefore the light workers were able to come and create a light reality, you know what I'm saying? A light reality that when she came out, she seen a dent. She seen a dent in the car. You know what I'm saying? She seen a dent in the car. And therefore, you know what I'm saying, because she got off of her frequency of love. So the lower vibrational extraterrestrials like the benevolent, you know what I'm saying, the benevolent aliens like, you know what I'm saying, the Greys and the Greys and the reptilians was able to create, you know what I'm saying, a reality where, you know what I'm saying, when she came out, she seen that she seen that her car was damaged to shit. So you have to remember this. You have to remember this. You know what I'm saying? You have to remember that's how all of this shit works. It works like that. So now that you got this information, you know what I'm saying, that you can create dark realities, and you know that you can create light realities. You know what I'm saying? Now light workers, the reason why the 13th son says light workers are evil, and initially I never agreed with him. I used to think that he was like, come on, bro, why are you saying that? I'm a light worker. I used to claim that I was a light worker or whatever, right? But for like another guys, people are perishing again. The light workers are really, really evil. They come from the house of Rothschild. Those are Draconian reptilians, you know what I'm saying, with the Greys, you know what I'm saying, and they're creating light works, you know what I'm saying, because information travels through light, and they're controlling all of the lights. So they're telling lies to your vision through the lights. They're manipulating you through the lights. They're creating perceptions through lights, so that by the time you get to the beach, you stop at so many different stoplights, and you're looking at the red light waiting for it to change, right? This is how they're tricking you, because you got to look at the red light in order for it to turn green, in order for you to go, in order for you not to get hit. So they're tricking you to look at their lights.
But the light is a programming mechanism. So when you're looking at the red light, they're uploading all kind of information through your eye gate into your neocortex, which is a part of your brain that the first part of your brain, right, where it downloads all of the information that came through your eye gate, right, and then it associates thought to it, and then it sends it to it processes the information and it sends it to through using the sensory motor, you know what I'm saying, rhythm part of your brain, the link between your mind and your body. It sends that information that was processed in your brain in a neocortex part of your brain to another part of your brain called the limbic, that's dealing with feeling and emotion and dealing with action. You know what I'm saying? That allows you to react on what you received. And so when you go and you're driving in the car and you stop at the stop sign, at the stoplight, you're looking at that red light, anticipating for it to turn green. That red light is a programming mechanism, and they're programming you. You know what I'm saying? But that's what makes the light workers evil, because what they're programming you is that by the time you get to the beach, you're going to think it's humans on the beach. But really, there's not humans on the beach. Your perception, you know what I'm saying, you're perceiving that there are humans on the beach because they stopped. You were on your way to the beach, they knew you were there, and when you stopped at the red light, they start uploading images that makes you think that there's humans on the beach. But really, there's draconian reptilians, greys, and all kind of extraterrestrial beings on the beach. But you can't see this because you haven't changed the filter of the water, because you haven't changed the mechanism that you use in which you perceive what you perceive. That has to change. You see what I'm saying? Period. It has to change. So that's what this whole video is about. So let me give you an example. You might be vibrating on the frequency of love. I might be vibrating on the frequency of war, right? Two different frequencies, period. Two different frequencies. So we might be at the beach and you might see a couple come, you know what I'm saying? And you might say that they hugged when they, say for instance, right? I'm gonna explain to you, all right? I might be at the beach, you at the beach, we both together, and you perceive, you know what I'm saying, you're vibrating on the frequency of love, I'm vibrating on the frequency of war. When two people come and meet in front of each other, you perceive that they hug, right? When they ask you, what did you see? You're going to say that you seen the couple hug each other. When they came to greet each other, they hugged, because you're vibrating on the frequency of love. So all of the perceptions that's going to be presented to you are going to be perceptions of love. And you chose to accept, you know what I'm saying, that they hugged when they greeted each other, so that became your reality. They hugged. Your reality was created from the perception that you accepted. You perceived, you know what I'm saying, the perception was that they hugged. That was presented to you through your council, your Palladian council, your Orion council, your Syrian council. That perception was created because you was vibrating on that frequency, right? So they created those perceptions. They created all kind of different perceptions, but you chose to accept that perception. You know what I'm saying? And when you accepted that perception, that became your reality, all right? Whereas I'm vibrating on a whole different frequency. I'm vibrating on the frequency of war. So all of the perceptions, you know what I'm saying, that are going to be presented to my eye gate are going to be perceptions dealing with war. You know what I'm saying? I could perceive that they're coming and dude comes and he comes and they get into a fight. Or if I'm dealing with if I'm vibrating on the frequency of war, but I'm calm in my war, right? Then I might perceive that they come and they actually getting along, but they maintain a distance. Like he might stand at one side, and she might stand right there, and they're conversing peacefully, but they maintain a distance. So I perceive that, you know what I'm saying, and I accept that perception over them fighting, you know what I'm saying, and so that becomes the reality. So when they asked me what I seen, I said, you know, I seen him that they came and he greeted her, she greeted him, you know what I'm saying, and when this happened, you know what I'm saying, she greeted her, he greeted him. When this happened, you know what I'm saying, they had a good time, a good conversation, but they maintained a distance. They never hugged. You know what I'm saying? And that was my reality. You know what I'm saying? So your reality was that they hugged. Your reality was predicated on the frequency. What created the perception was that you agreed to vibrate on the frequency of love. Therefore, all of the perceptions that are presented to your eyes are going to be perceptions of love. And whatever perception you choose to accept becomes your reality. So
realities are predicated on what we accept from that which we perceive, right? And perceptions are created based on what frequencies we're vibrating on. You see what I'm saying? So you have to learn these frequencies, and you have to learn how to master these frequencies. You have to learn how to be able to change. You have to learn what the frequency of wisdom is. Find out what wisdom is and tap into the vibration of it. You know, you have to learn what the frequency of war is. Find out what that frequency is and tap into the vibration of it. Find out what the frequency of healing is. Tap into the vibration of healing. Find out what the frequency of happy is. Tap into the vibration of happy. And then in return, right, you become that frequency. You don't become, you know what I'm saying, I'm no longer Lord Yukili Osai. I am now happy. I am the frequency of happy. You know what I'm saying? Just like when we came down in waves and vipers, as vapors and waves. You have to become that sound again, that vapor, that wave again. You know what I'm saying? And that is what allows us the power of shape-shifting, because we shape-shift according to sound and vibration. We take on different shapes, geometrical shapes, according to sound and vibration. So you have to be able to tune into the vibration of that animal if you want to shape into that animal. You know what I'm saying? What is the vibration of that animal? What vibration is that animal? You know what I'm saying? What frequency is that animal vibrating on in order for you to shape into that animal? What is the frequency of war? Tap into that frequency. So we have to be able to shape shift, you know what I'm saying, frequencies. Like you can go from being loving to being war, and from being war to being prosperity. That's why if you look at people like billionaires and shit, multi-millionaires, they're rich for a reason, because it's not that they you have to understand that prosperity is a frequency. Everyone who is wealthy, who is prosperous, are vibrating on that frequency. It's a frequency, just like love is a frequency. So everybody who is rich, they generally do the same thing. They generally do the same thing. People who are rich, you look at rich people, they generally do the same thing. They found a way to tap into the vibration of prosperity. And that's what allows them to attract perceptions that's going to be presented to them. There's going to be perceptions and images of wealth and opportunities of wealth. You see what I'm saying? Which allows them to become wealthy. Their perceptions. I mean, the frequencies that they vibrate on create are giving their store systems, you know what I'm saying, the power to create those perceptions, so that they can accept the perception that's coming from their store system and not the perception coming from these light workers. You see what I'm saying? So dark workers, you know what I'm saying, dark reality workers are that's what make light workers evil. Light workers, you know what I'm saying, like, and so we are workers of light, but we're Merkaba light workers. There's a distinguished difference between a light worker and a Merkaba light worker. We are Merkaba light workers in the sense that we come down to put love and light into this world, right? But not in a sense that we send bad information through light. The only way that they can send, the only reason why they're allowed to keep their illusion in places is through light. If you was to turn the darkness off, they won't even be able to survive, because you will be able to see them. What keeps their illusion in place is light. What allows them to put information in your brain is light. The lights that you see around. That's why they always come out with songs talking about bright lights and this and night and light and light. That's why when they trying to brainwash you, because they want you to keep reincarnating in their system so that they can keep controlling you. That's why they say when you die, you know what I'm saying, go to the light, follow the bright light. Man, if you die and you follow a bright light, you a dumbass motherfucker. You ain't supposed to follow no bright light. That's that Luciferian shit. Don't follow no bright light. It's supposed to be a rainbow bridge, period. You're supposed to see multiple colors, a rainbow bridge. Our ancestors go across that rainbow bridge from the 4th dimension to the 5th dimension. If you follow a white light, you're going to be following another incarnation. You're going to reincarnate. Period. You know what I'm saying? Period. You don't want to, if you choose to die, death is, we're all immortal. So you can't die. No one can die. Period. If something happens where you end up in a misfortunate situation, what happens is you're going to go into blackness. You're not going to go to the light. You're going to go into straight darkness. And then while you're in that darkness, when your eyes is closed and you're in that darkness, you know what I'm saying, you're going to have the ability to say if you want to still stay on this earth or not.
You know what I'm saying? If you still want to stay on this earth because you still feel like you want to put more love and light into this world, then you will have another opportunity to come back. No one ever dies unless they want to die. You see what I'm saying? No one dies unless they want to die. And we're all immortal. All of our existence, all of our souls are immortal, period. You've always existed, you will always exist. Nothing can take away your immortality, period. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy never is destroyed, it only changes forms. Nothing is destroyed. When they talk about heaven and hell, that hell place that they're talking about is Great Recti 1 and 2. That's in the cosmos. You know what I'm saying? That's a place where the energy is just recycled, and that energy that wasn't purposed, right, it goes to Great Recti 1 and 2. That's why you got to have a purpose in this life. If you come into this incarnation and you live your life frivolous without purpose, then your energy may be recycled to Great Recti 1 and 2 if it doesn't return back to your star system. And Great Recti 1 and 2 is just a big ass gray ball of energy. You know what I'm saying? It's a realm with just gray matter, gray matter, dark energy, gray matter. And that energy is so heavy that when they say to be weeping and gnashing of teeth, they're talking about that great energy. That great energy where you're like this, you're literally like this. You're literally like that. You're literally gritting your teeth because the energy there is so strong. You know what I'm saying? And then that energy is recycled. That energy, you know what I'm saying? We pull from that energy and we create things from that energy. You know what I'm saying? That energy is just like you would take some clay and create a sculpture. We take the energy from Great Recti 1 and 2 and create some stuff from Ceres or from Orion or from Pleiades and create energy from that energy that's recycled. That's Great Recti 1 and 2, but there ain't no fucking heaven and hell. That's some hocus pocus shit. You know what I'm saying? That's some made up shit. You know what I'm saying? So that they can get you scared. They want you to be scared so that you can incarnate. They want you to be fearful so that they can keep on controlling you. If you vibrate on the frequency of fear, they can keep controlling you. That's why that's why I can't be killed, because I have a purpose and I don't vibrate on the frequency of fear. I don't fear shit. For what? Fear what? I'm God. Why would I fear anything? You know what I'm saying? They can't pick up on my frequency because I'm vibrating on the frequency higher than them. I'm vibrating on the frequency of war, of courage, of love, of wisdom. They can't compute with that. They can fuck with you if you're scared. If you're a scary ass bitch, they can fuck with you. I'm not a scary ass bitch. I wasn't raised to be no scary ass bitch, so they can't fuck with me. You see what I'm saying? So period. So that's how it is. Hopefully you got a lot of information. I know I crammed all kind of shit in this one video. It's probably gonna take you a while to, you know what I'm saying, to digest all of this, but that's how Christ turned water into wine. You know what I'm saying? He perceived that this was not a water faucet. He perceived this being a vessel of wine. And, you know what I'm saying? And the liquid that came out was wine. He accepted the perception that it was wine, so it became a reality. So he gave all of the people wine. Whereas the other people were vibrating on lower frequencies and they didn't change the mechanism that they used to create, the mechanism that they used in perception. So therefore, they always perceived it as being a water faucet and that the liquid that was coming out was water, so they got water. You think, therefore you are. Have you ever heard that? You think, therefore you are? Your thoughts are physical. That's why every the way you look is predicated on, you know what I'm saying? The way you look is predicated on how you thinking. The way you look is predicated on how you thinking. If you think ugly, you're gonna look ugly. You're the god of your physical composition. You don't no longer, we're coming into that time where you don't no longer gotta go to the gym. All you gotta do is think healthy, and you can think big ass muscles and shit. You can think yourself into having big ass muscles. You can think yourself into having ass and titties. You can think yourself into having no ass and no titties. You can think yourself into having a nice figure. You can think that. We're coming into those times, the power of thought. When you go into the fifth dimension, if the Palladians will tell you, whatever you think you look like is what you look like. They're going to tell you that. Whatever you think you look like, you're going to look like. Your thoughts are physical. Your thoughts are powerful. Period. So this is the information that they're not going to tell you, but this is the information that I'm telling you. Period. So perceptions, you know what I'm saying, you can create perception by figuring out of what frequency you want to vibrate on.
And that frequency, whatever frequency you're vibrating on, you're going to have perceptions presented to you according to that frequency. So if you're vibrating on a frequency of war, all of the perceptions are going to be warlike perceptions. If you're vibrating on a frequency of wisdom, all of the perceptions are going to be dealing with wisdom. But just like you have good, you have bad. So you're going to have some bad perceptions dealing with war, and you're going to have some good perceptions dealing with war. You know what I'm saying? And those perceptions is created by dark reality workers and light reality workers. You know what I'm saying? And you can choose to accept whichever perception, and whatever perception you choose to accept, whatever template, whatever picture you choose to accept, becomes your reality. And that's alchemy in a nutshell. That's turning water into wine in a nutshell. That is the power of miracles in a nutshell. That is how you can create in a nutshell. That is how you can refuse to accept other realities in a nutshell. If it's raining, that's a perception that is raining. You can choose to accept that perception, or you can choose to deny that perception. Period. Because nothing can take away your free choice and free will. Nothing. Christ could have chose to perceive that the boat was going to go under because the ocean was coming, the waves was coming on the boat. He can choose to perceive that, or he can choose not to perceive that. And he chose not to perceive that, or else they asked would have went sinking. He chose to perceive that the air, that he had dominion over the water and the air, and that the water had to shut up for him, and that the air had to shut up for him. He chose to know that he had dominion as God, as an Elohim, as an Emmanuel, as a man and an El, as a God in the human body. He had the ability to tell that fucking water and that air to shut the fuck up, to silence. And that's what he did. He chose not to accept the reality that was the perception that was presented to him. And he chose to create his own reality by perceiving that the water, that he had dominion over the water, by perceiving that he had dominion over the air. Same with you. You have dominion over all of this shit. You are Adam. You were given dominion over all things. You are man. You are given dominion over all things. Everything is under your feet. Everything. You call yourself a Christian, you belong to the body of Christ. Your Bible tells you that Christ defeated death. He took the victory. He took the victory out of the grave. He took the sting out of the death. He took the power out of sin. And he beholds all, and it says, behold, all things, all in all is under his feet. All things is under the feet of Christ. If you are a Christian and you call and you claim that you're a part of the body of Christ, then all things are under your feet. All things is under your feet. Not some things, all things. All is an indefinite statement. It's all in all. Nothing is separated from the all. Every fucking thing has to bow to you. You need to come back to your dominion. You are atoms, 6 neurons, protons, and electrons. You are electromagnetic being. You have the ability to create, dealing with the law of creation, and you got the ability to attract, dealing with the law of attraction. You are an electromagnetic being. You can vibrate on whatever frequency and create whatever you want to create for your life by tapping into that frequency, that vibration. Prosperity is a frequency. Find out how to tune into that vibrational frequency and become prosperity. Don't become, you know what I'm saying, don't become nothing other than prosperity. Tyler Perry was the fastest growing billionaire. He became a billionaire in less than 10 years off of movies. Just movies and plays, right? Now, how did he do this? How did he go from being homeless on the streets, panhandling for $1.36 to buy a pack of cookies that was gonna last him all week, because he was homeless and he had no money, but all of the money that he had was going towards this play, right? How did he go from being like that to being a billionaire in less than 10 years? How did that happen? Because he tapped into the frequency, the vibrational frequency of prosperity.
He tapped into that frequency. How did he do that? How did he do it? He did it by changing his name first. He had to break away from his slave name. The Uniform Commercial Code is a slave name. He found the name that he can vibrate on that would align him with his star system. Dealing with Ceres, dealing with Orion. Both of those energies. Tyler Perry. A high vibrational name. Dealing with the number 13 incorporated in that name. Tyler Perry. That's one thing. He raised his vibrations up, tapping into the frequency of prosperity. Then what he do? He found a way to turn the energy around that was in his life. He had a negative energy, a current of energy, a negative current of energy that was created by generations of people in his family that he inherited that generational curse. So he had to change the energy around. How did he do that? He got out of that current. He changed his fucking name. He changed his environment. He changed his people, places, and things. And he changed doing the things that he was doing. He changed the way he was thinking. He changed the mechanism that he used in which he perceived what he perceived and how he perceived it. He changed that shit. You gotta make a change. Tupac said, you know what I'm saying, he got a song called Change. You know what I'm saying? And in the song called Change, go to YouTube and put in Tupac Change. You will listen to that song. At the end of the song, he says, we gotta change the way we think. We gotta change the way we speak. We gotta change the way we eat. And we gotta change the way we treat each other. At the end of the song, that's what Tupac said. Tupac, also a number dealing with a high vibrational name dealing with the number 13. Tupac Shakur, dealing with change. Prosperity is a frequency. Everyone who's fucking wealthy are prosperity. They're not Oprah Winfrey. She is prosperity. He's not Tyler Perry. He is prosperity. He is not Bill Proctor. He is prosperity. Bob Proctor. He is prosperity. They're prosperity. They're a frequency. Prosperity is a frequency. Stop looking at the person and start looking at the vibration. Tune into that frequency, and you will no longer be Larry Lockham. You will no longer be the 13th son. You will no longer be Lord Yukili Osai. You will no longer be Deborah. You will no longer be Johnny Jackass. You will only be prosperity. Stop looking at the person. Start looking at the frequency. Prosperity is a frequency. Once you vibrate into that frequency and you agree to carry that frequency, you're emitting that into the universe. And it's a cosmic law the law of cause and effect, or the law of karma. Whatever you emit into the universe is going to be reciprocated back to you. If you agree to vibrate on the frequency of prosperity, then you're going to attract everything that's going to allow you to be prosperous. Period. He is not Tyler Perry. He is prosperity. She is not Oprah Winfrey. She is prosperity. He is not Bill Proctor, Bob Proctor. He is prosperity. They are tapped into the prosperity vine. They are connected to vine. All those who are connected to the vine of prosperity are prosperous beings. Tom Cruise is prosperity. Bill Cosby is prosperity. Master P, they're prosperity. Dude changed his name to Master P. Dealing with 13. And look, everyone who does prosperous shit, they do it a certain way. They're all the same. Ain't nothing different from a white billionaire to a black billionaire. Ain't shit different. They're all on one frequency, which is prosperity. They're all on the same frequency. Period. It's a fucking vibration. You gotta be sensitive to the energy, tune into the vibration, agree to carry that frequency, and that's what you're gonna get back. You talk about channeling, become that channel. That's why my name is Lord Yukili Osai, because it's tuned into the frequency of wisdom and it's tuned into the frequency of building greatness. Watch my video when I told you why I changed my name to Lord Yukili Osai. Lord means teacher. Lord means master. Lord means sovereign. Lord don't just mean God. back in the days, they used to say, they used to call all of the kings Lord. Yes, my Lord. Yes, Lord. They used to call regular teachers Lord. Lord was just a regular word. Just like sir is a word now, they used to call people Lord. 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 Lord such and such. Lord so and so. Lord. It just means teacher or master. But religion got you so sensitive about these words to think the shit is evil because they don't want you to tap into the high vibrations of these words. So I call myself Lord Yukili Osai. Yukili is dealing with wisdom. Osai is dealing with building greatness. I'm finna get off of this video, man. Lord Yukili Osai, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you got a lot of information. Don't just watch my video, receive, but also give back. Share this information with everybody you know. Upload it on everywhere, to all your social networking sites. Leave comments. I want to hear from you. I love you. Otap, my name is Lord Yukili Osai, and I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Laws of Astrology. And today I'm going to be giving you, my perspective on changing realities. Now, this is something that I've actually been doing. I've actually been, practicing this new ability that I have to change realities. So I wanted to share this with you, you know what I'm saying, because you also possess ability to change your reality because you are God and you are a goddess. So basically, here it goes. Some that I wrote down some notes. I've been taking journals, you know what I'm saying, on the different things that I've been doing to change realities. So basically it goes like this. Shaping realities are rather simple when you consider two things. One, when you consider three things. One, existence. Two, the definition of existence. And three, the difference between the dark and light realities. Alright? So existence is your immortal soul or your immortal being. You must comprehend as well as understand that you have always been in existence, and likewise you will always be in existence, and absolutely nothing can take away your immortality. So in other words, you've always been here, you've always existed. That illusion that this is your only lifetime bullshit. No, you've incarnated several different times, and you've been on this earth several different times, and you've existed for a long time. You are a mortal being. Everyone is immortal. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to sell your soul to Satan to get immortality. Everyone is immortal. Yes, you heard that first right here by Lord Yukili Osai. So you have to know that you've been here for a while, and existence is your immortal soul or your immortal being. So, right? Now, irregardless of what you've been brainwashed to believe, your existence belongs to you, and you alone are responsible for your evolution or de-evolution. Your existence has been devolving as you have been misguided into believing that reality defines you, and that the very means of survival for your existence is predicated on accepting the defining realities that they have been presenting to you and affirming to you by a society of reptilian creatures who have for eons of years controlled this planet and the energy of what is now called mankind. So basically, right, is that your evolution or your de-evolution is based on you. Alright? No one else is responsible for your evolution. All we can do is assist you in evolving into a greater state of consciousness. But you have to make up your mind that you want to be in that consciousness, and that you want to evolve into a greater state of consciousness. To a greater state of existence. No one can make you evolve. We can only assist you or guide you in your evolution, but no one can make you evolve. What's happening is that you're going down. You are devolving because, you're accepting these realities that the Illuminati and that the reptilians are presenting to you as being real. You're accepting these different societies, that they've already structured for you, as being real. So So, that's holding you back. You have to know that all of this shit is an illusion. Until you start creating your own illusions and your own realities, you're devolving. So, you have to know that. Then I said, I've come back to tell you that your existence is safe. I've come back to tell you that you have the power to define your own reality and that you must evolve and break free from the mental and spiritual enslavement and be exactly all that you were designed to be. Come into your true self and do it in knowing that you are greater than you were allowed to imagine that you were. You are far more powerful than what you have been told, and this is your moment in space to prove it. Alright? This is your moment in space to prove it. Hold on 1 second. Welcome to 13 Cosmic Laws in Astrology. My name is Lord Yukiri Osai. How may I help you? Oh, hey, how you doing? Okay. I'm recording this video right now. I found that massage wand. I wanted to tell you I found that massage wand. Hello? Alright. I love you. Whatever. So basically, right, what I want to tell you is that you have more power than you think you have and what you've been told you have. You know what I'm saying? So I've come back to tell you that this is your moment in space to prove to yourself and to prove to everyone around you that you are a powerful being. If you're watching this video, it's because you know that you are a powerful being, and the universe guided you to watching this video because you know that what I'm telling you is correct. And so, you know what I'm saying? This is a divine moment in your reality. What is a reality? A reality is a definition of existence. A reality is not your existence, it's a definition of existence. You know what I'm saying? A reality is a definition of existence. A reality is a false or fictional or premeditated outline designed with the intent of defining your existence. So, you know what I'm saying? The reality is separate from your existence and is basically like a false illusion or a fictional or premeditated outline designed with the intent of defining your existence. So a reality defines your existence. That's the only intent, is that they want to create realities that would define your existence. Alright? All of what appears to be real is completely fake and fictional. So everything that you think is real is completely fake and fictional. We tell you a lot here at the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light that everything in this third dimension is a holographic reality. It's all fake. It's all fictional. Alright? So, you have to know that what you think is real really ain't real. And it's just presented to you. But you have the option to say, you know what, I'm not accepting this reality as being real. And then you have the ability to go ahead and create your own reality for yourself. And that's what they're not telling you. But I come back to tell you that you have that ability and how you can tap into that ability. So I wrote this journal. I've been journaling, you know what I'm saying? And I wrote this information to give this to you. Because the time is now. Alright. What is so all of what appears to be real is completely fake and fictional. Absolutely nothing is real unless you allow it to be real. It's very simple. You can choose to exist in a reality that was craftily designed for you to live in, a reality that cripples you, betrays you, and sucks your energy dry, or you can assume the responsibility of preserving the well-being of your existence by taking charge of your fate and skillfully and intelligently designing your own reality, a reality that proves to be more agreeable and uplifting to your existence. Remember, reality is completely fake, false, and fictional. Realities are not real at all. Realities are designed with the primary intent of defining your existence, and they are only designed for two reasons: to either strengthen your existence or weaken your existence. That is it. Now, as it was mentioned in the Bible, for lack of knowledge, the Creator's people are perishing. It is very important that you knowingly are made aware of what is going on and that you take back the control of your existence. You know what I'm saying? So I came back to write this information and let you know, because I believe everyone has a right to see. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a right to see, to know what's going on. Everyone has a right to hear, you know what I'm saying, the truth, you know what I'm saying, spoken in the midst of all of the lies. And everyone has a right to feel what's real, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I came back to let you know that it's time for you to see, what's going on. You know what I'm saying? That's why I came back. So there's two kinds of realities. There is only two kinds of realities: dark reality and light reality. Dark reality is good and light reality is evil. Dark reality are realities skillfully created for you to accept and embrace. And these dark realities are primarily designed to strengthen, heal, teach, nurture, guide, or empower your existence as an immortal being. Light realities are designed to do the opposite. Who designs dark realities? Dark intelligent beings who have already evolved and who are working vigorously hard to assist your existence in evolving as well. To be more specific, your ancestors, animal totems, Mother Nature, spirit guides, angels, solar beings, some archons, and other aliens or extraterrestrial beings are responsible for designing, or some of the people, just to name a few, are responsible for, you know, for designing dark realities that will strengthen your existence. They're all working very hard to assist you in evolving correctly and in this particular moment in space to help you make the shift. There are many intelligent beings and councils of aliens, like the Galactic Federation of Light, or the Council of the New, or the Council of the Immortals, or the Ancient Ones, you know, just to name a few councils, who are taking the responsibility of craftily designing dark realities for you as a means to assure that your existence as mankind makes this leap in evolution. It is very important that your existence survive this time and space, and that you learn how to connect yourself to the vine, all right. Now, I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to go into this other journal because I only have 15 minutes right currently to do these videos, and I'm at my 12-minute mark. So word power is changing your visual reality by using the power of your words and the strength of your faith and willpower. Words are fertile and very powerful, and a very powerful mechanism of designing realities or destroying them. Alright, so your words can design a reality, or your words can destroy a reality that was designed for you. You know, words are alive and very powerful weapons of mass destruction or mass salvation. You know what I'm saying? Even the Bible tells you that life and death is in the power of the tongue. Even the Bible tells you that good fortune and curses are in the power of the tongue. And even the Bible says that it says, speak those things that be not as if they were. So even though you may not see it, still speak it and believe it, and then you can begin to will it into existence. See, the Bible tells you that you can create your own reality, you know what I'm saying, but you just not waking up and realizing this. So realities are optional to believe. You can choose to believe a reality that was visually presented to you, or you can choose to create your own reality and choose not to believe the reality that was currently visual to you. Your thoughts, words, feelings, emotions, and actions all affirm the reality that you would inhabit. If a reality is presented to you and it is not in line with how you desire to exist, then you have the choice and the right, or the option, to change your reality in such a way that it is fitting and conducive to how you desire to exist as a state of being. Changing realities is simple. Yet it takes practice to change realities effectively and effortlessly. The outstanding and freedom-gaining favor in changing realities is that you learn or remember or rediscover again that you have always had the power to design your own realities, and that and to live life according to the definitions that you designed alone. Alright, changing realities begins with you deciding that you will not exist, you know what I'm saying, or live your life according to the definitions and the realities that is visually presented to you, and that you are going to create a reality that best defines you and your standards of living and exist in that reality entirely. Alright, so it begins with you first making up your mind. Once you've decided to change your reality, you know what I'm saying, completely, and you know that there's no going back, then the next step is to close your eyes and say out loud that the reality presented to me, to my vision, does not exist, and I choose not to believe it or accept it as my reality or exist in this reality. Then, hold on, my time is up. I want you to log on to part 2 of this video because it's very informative, and I really want you to get this new ability that I've been working on, changing realities. Hotep. Hotep, my name is Lord Ukili Osai, and I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of the 13 cosmic laws in astrology. In this particular segment, we're talking about changing realities. Alright, and so, you know, if you watched the first part of this video, I told you a little bit about changing realities, what realities are, who are responsible for creating these realities, how these realities are created. Now, basically what I'm getting ready to do is I'm getting ready to go into the second part of this and telling you how you can start creating your realities. These are notes that I wrote from quickening states and just journals that I've been taking as I've been working on this ability to change and create my own realities, and to also design and create realities for other people. You know what I'm saying? So so hold on one second. You've called 13 Cosmic Laws in Astrology. My name is Lord Ukili Osai. How may I help you? Yeah, I'm just doing a quick little video right quick. How you doing? Okay, where are you? Oh, really? So you almost there, huh? You almost there? Alright, let me just do this quick little video and I'm gonna call you right back, alright? Alright, love you. So yeah, that was my my wife right there. She on her way to work. It's 7:18 a.m. So she, you know, she almost there at work. So anyways, back to what I was saying. I was telling you that you have the ability, you know, realities is basically like, you know, they present something to you and you can accept it, and, you know, or you can reject it and create your own reality. But a reality just is meant for either two things: to strengthen your existence or to weaken your existence. Now you have to know that you exist. Your existence is your immortality, your soul, and you've always been here. You know what I'm saying? You've always existed. This is not your first lifetime, and this probably ain't your last your last incarnation here on earth. It might be, but it might not be. So, you know, basically I'm telling you the distinguish difference between a reality and existence. And existence is your immortality. Your soul has always existed. A reality is just craftily designed by dark, you know what I'm saying, by dark beings or light beings. You know what I'm saying? And that's either, and they're designed to define your to define your existence, to either make your existence harder, you know what I'm saying, or make your existence more easy. Pretty much that simple. And so this is going back into, let's get back into this. So, you know, the next step is to close your eyes and say out loud, the reality presented to my visual does not exist, and I choose not to believe or accept it as my reality or exist in that reality. Then you, so say for instance, right, you see an airplane with chemtrails, right? And we hear a lot that we got to protect ourselves from these airplanes and these chemtrails and all of that. You know, I did a video and I was talking about how you can protect yourself by putting the eucalyptus oil over you, or putting the shea butter over you. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the ways to protect yourself from, you know, the chemtrails that they put out in the air, and also to drink alkaline water. And I did a video talking about how to make alkaline water, so you definitely want to check out both of those videos. However, in both of those videos, I talked about how you need to change your own reality for yourself and stop accepting airplanes with chemtrails. You know what I'm saying? I told you how to go into the darkness, how to close your eyes, right? And go into that to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is the Naga Serpent, using your Naga Serpent power, that Naga Serpent, that Bantu power. You know what I'm saying? By closing your eyes, but looking through your third eye, right? Making these eyes look through your third eye, right, into that darkness, and say, you know, that airplane and those chemtrails do not exist in my reality. I, and then state your name. I, Lord Yukili Osai, I, Lord Yukili Osai, willfully create a reality that's more agreeable for myself. I, Lord Yukili Osai, willful creator of my realities, create a clear sky with beautiful birds, you know what I'm saying, and exotic colors. And then open up your eyes, and then refuse to look at the airplane with the chemtrails, or to even believe that the airplane or the chemtrails exist. You have to say that that doesn't exist in your reality, and then start operating in a way to where you're creating your own reality for yourself. Every time you see an airplane, you need to close your eyes and say, that does not exist in my reality. I create a reality for myself with clear skies and beautiful birds chirping, where there is no chemtrails and no airplanes. Then open up your eyes and start living your life as if that shit don't exist, and actually envision yourself seeing, you know what I'm saying, clear skies and beautiful birds in the air, even though it may not appear to be that yet. You know what I'm saying? But you still have to speak those things to be not as if they were. That's what the Bible says. So it may not appear that way yet, but you keep speaking it, and you're going to eventually will that into your existence, and that will be your reality. And that's the power of changing realities, is that you have magic that you need to tap into. Use your solar plexus, your third chakra. Use the energy that's inside of your solar plexus, and use your throat chakra to make this happen. Use the energy that's inside of your heart to make this happen. You see what I'm saying? And you have the ability to do this, and I believe in you. So let me get back into this. Basically, right, you choose not to believe or accept the reality as being yours, or exist in that reality, and this is how you do it. You close your eyes, right, and you say out loud, the reality presented to me, the reality presented to my visual does not exist, and I choose not to believe or accept it as my reality, or exist in that reality. I, and then state your name. I, in my case, Lord Yukili Osai, willful creator of my reality, willfully present to my vision a reality that I have created for myself to exist in peace, to exist in completely. Then begin creating your reality that you desire to exist in by using your imaginations, feelings, emotions, words, and willpower. So now we're going to talk about imaginations. How is imagination, a serious tool or instrument in creating your reality? Imagination, all right. Imagine a reality for yourself that is an alternative or a replacement to the reality that was presented to you. So you got to use your imagination to imagine a reality for yourself that's an alternative or a replacement to the reality that was already created and presented for you. So an example, right? If the reality that they're defining for you is airplanes and chemtrails, then you have to imagine, close your eyes and imagine for yourself a different reality that will substitute that reality that's going to be a replacement for you. So you close your eyes and imagine a reality of, a beautiful sky with exotic birds. So that's the alternative reality, using your imagination, right? Allow your imagination to intelligently create your reality, step by step. All right, so you are the intelligent designer of your reality, and you have to create this step by step using your imagination. And that's why it's important to have that childlike imagination, you know what I'm saying, in that element of magic, you know what I mean, and that belief and that faith that you can do this. All right, your imagination is symbolically your magic eraser and your magic pencil. You know what I'm saying? The key to using your imagination in changing your realities is simple. Erase the reality that was presented to your vision, and then use your imagination to pencil or design a reality that gives you the most comfort and most freedom. So basically, use your imagination to erase, you know what I'm saying, that airplane with chemtrails, and then use your imagination to create a reality for yourself that is more agreeable for you to exist in. And that's basically what the imagination does. That's the function or of the imagination in the process of changing realities. So an example, Sally gets off of work and she realizes that her car's been hit and that the front bumper of her car is dented and damaged very badly. You know what I'm saying? There are no witnesses and no evidence of a car, of the car that damaged her vehicle. You know what I'm saying? And what's even worse is that Sally doesn't even know, she doesn't even carry car insurance. She doesn't even carry a car insurance policy. So her existence has been threatened with a reality that is creating discomfort and dis-ease to her. Now check this out. It's very important that you understand two things. Firstly, her existence will always be and has always been, no matter what her reality is, her existence will always be and has always been, no matter what her reality is. You see what I'm saying? Sally will exist and continue to exist, firstly. Secondly, this reality that was presented to her vision was designed by space vampires to create a great discomfort, dis-ease, and grief to Sally's existence. They want to weaken her existence. You see what I'm saying? These space vampires are attempting to attack Sally's existence by craftily creating a reality and expecting Sally to accept this reality so that they can vamp on Sally's energy. However, it is significantly essential for you to understand that Sally does not have to accept this reality. She can refuse to believe it and begin to craftily create a reality that will better treat and suit her existence. Realities are created to either nurture, heal, guide, or strengthen and uplift your existence, or realities are created to bring discomfort to your existence. You know what I'm saying? Both are teaching mechanisms, yet the latter reality is designed with the primary intent of weakening our existence, and the first realities are designed to strengthen our existence. To make it more simple for you to better comprehend and understand, I've put reality into two categories: dark reality and light realities. Dark realities are good and light realities are bad. Dark realities are created by you or for you, you know what I'm saying, with the sole intent of strengthening and uplifting your existence. It is called dark reality because in the beginning of everything existing, there was first darkness and void, and out of the darkness came both light and life. The darkness is the humble and beautiful place of creation. I teach that when you are creating realities, you must close your eyes and go into the darkness and then begin creating, crafting, and designing your realities. This makes the dark realities good. We sometimes change our realities and we do it unaware of how we do it, unaware of why we do it, and even, you know what I'm saying, unaware of what's taking place at all, yet we do change our realities. We change our realities unaware of the process, unaware of the intent or the nature of changing the realities, unaware of the need for changing the realities, and unaware of the process of possessing, and unaware of possessing the ability to change our realities, yet we change them. And we do it merely because we can, and we do it merely because our existence requires us to design a reality that will guide our existence to a more agreeable and peaceable space in time. Light realities are created by space vampires who design realities for humans with the primary intent of attacking the human's existence through the false illusions of the light reality that they have created for them. Light realities are not real. Dark realities are not real. They are both illusions. The only thing that is real is what you accept as being your reality, and your reality is merely defining your existence. What's more, the reality that you choose to accept will merely describe what space your immortal being is existing in.
You know what I'm saying? So Sally, who was existing in a very blissful space, in a very miracle working space, you know what I'm saying, prior to her car appearing to being damaged. You know what I'm saying? The space vampire seen that Sally, with her mortal existence, right, was entering into a space of miracle working. She was entering into a space up there in the esoteric plane that would allow her to tap into that divine energy that creates miracles and shit like that. So what they did was they seen that and they said, all right, let us quickly design a reality, a light reality, and present it to her so that she can get, you know, confused and thrown off track with the damage of her car, you know what I'm saying, and very upset with that, so that she wouldn't tap into this divine energy that will allow her, you know what I'm saying, to operate with, you know, serious gifts and shit, miracles and shit. So that's what they did, you know. Stay tuned. I really want you to look at part 3. My time is up. I'm down to 15 minutes of video, so, you know, log on to part 3 for more. Hotep, my name is Lord Yukiti Osai, and I want to welcome you back to 13 Cosmic Laws in Astrology for more changing realities. So basically, I was telling you a story about, you know, Sally, how she, with her existence, her immortal soul and her immortal existence in the esoteric plane, was entering into a space, right, that would allow her to tap into divine energy, divinity energy, source energy, that would have given her the ability to work miracles simultaneously, right? So these space vampires up in space seen that, and they seen that she was entering into, you know, a space where she would have been able to get these miracles, you know what I'm saying, and heal real fast and do all kinds of super, you know, wonderful things on Earth. So what they did was they skillfully and craftily created or designed, you know, a light reality, and they presented it to her. So that when she got off of work, right, in this plane, on the physical plane, right here in third density, third dimension, she got off of work and she seen that her bumper, you know what I'm saying, was damaged. Now she could have, you know, easily got upset, you know what I'm saying, and bent out of shape and accepted that light reality. She could have accepted that light reality as being, you know, her fate, and you know, and just deal with the problem. Or she could have said, no, I'm not going to accept that reality, and, you know, she could have changed her reality. So let's find out what Sally did. All right, let's find out what Sally did and how she did it. So Sally was existing in an agreeable space of mirror work, in a miracle working space, prior to her coming out and seeing that there was damage to her car. The space vampires, seeing that Sally's immortal existence was nearing a space of miracles and pure bliss, so they quickly designed a light reality for Sally, and they were desperately hoping that she would accept this reality so that they could usher in all kinds of hardships and financial setbacks and stress and worries, which will take a great deal of positive energy from Sally and empower the space vampires with the opportunity to prevent Sally's immortal existence from entering into a place of miracle working and pure bliss. So, needless to say, these space vampires eat off of humans' negative energy. They eat off of, you know, stress, worry, fear, anxiety, all of those things. That's how they eat. They eat. They're energy vampires. They vamp on people's energy, but bad energy. They vamp on stress, worry, fear, anxiety. They love all of that. They crave that kind of energy. So they create these realities so that they can eat. You know what I'm saying? When you stress, when you worry, when you fear, when you're anxious and all of that, they eat like that. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that, you know, they seen in the esoteric planes that she was orbiting into a space that would allow her to work miracles, and they didn't want her to get into that space. You see what I'm saying? So they quickly created this light reality for her and presented it to her, and hopefully they thought that she was gonna get trapped in this illusion, and that, you know, that was gonna, you know, get her off of her path, and that distraction was gonna be, you know, the reason why she never came into, you know, her miracle space or whatever, right? Amazingly, Sally chose not to accept the light reality, and instead she chose to change her reality
And this is exactly how she did it. She closed her eyes and entered the darkness and void. So you close your eyes like this, and you enter into the darkness of the void. That right there, and closing your eyes, these two eyes, but pointing these two eyes up. You point these two eyes up in a pyramid, right? The third eye, you point these two eyes up to your third eye, which is really your first eye, right? And right now, basically what you're doing is you're going to be looking through these two eyes, but through this eye alone. These two eyes are going to be looking up through this one eye, and that places you at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You're at that Naga serpent that looks like a serpent like this, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. That Naga serpent, you're at the Naga serpent right now. You're at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, scientists have discovered recently and have discovered that the center of the Milky Way galaxy is the birthplace of all of creation in this universe. So if God, if there was a such thing as defining God or pinpointing the exact location that God decided to create everything in the Milky Way galaxy, we would know that the center of the Milky Way galaxy, you know what I'm saying, is where God decided to start creating. So in essence, the center of the Milky Way galaxy is God. That's what they're calling the center of the Milky Way galaxy, God. The center of the Milky Way galaxy is God. That center of the Milky Way galaxy is what some people call the Naga serpent. You know what I'm saying? And they call it the Naga serpent because it looks like a serpent. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a serpent. That's that Naga serpent right there. That 666. That what you think is 666, but those are serpent eyes. Those are serpent eyes. That's what this ring is. You see them serpent eyes right there? Like what would the 13th son say here? You see those serpent eyes right there? You see those serpent eyes? I know you see those serpent eyes. So yeah. You want to close your eyes, right? Both of these two eyes, and make them go upward to look through your third eye. And now you at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is the birthplace of all of creation in the universe, right? And this is what she did. She closed her eyes, she went into the darkness and void, and then she stated out loud, using the power of her words, because life and death is in the power of the tongue. Fortune and curses in the power of the tongue, right? Words. You know what I'm saying? She said this: I, Sally Williams, willful creator of my reality, willfully present to my vision a reality that I have created for myself to exist in completely. I do not accept this light reality as my reality. I will not allow this light reality to define my existence. And I am. She's using that I am. If you watch my video about the power of your I am, you know what I'm saying? She's now using that I am. She says, I am willfully erasing all traces and trances linked to this light reality. My car is not damaged at all. So again, she's using Bible science, the more science that's trapped in the Bible, where it says speak those things to be not as if it was. You know what I'm saying? She's saying out of her mouth, my car is not damaged at all. You know what I'm saying? She's speaking against what her eyes are seeing. You know what I'm saying? She's saying, I am willfully erasing all traces and trances linked to this light reality. My car is not damaged at all. The only reality that I am accepting for my existence is that my car is completely untouched and undamaged. Sally then began using the power of her imagination to erase all traces and trances of the light reality. First, she erased the traces of the light reality by closing her eyes and remarkably rewinding her day from the time that she came off of work to the time that she first noticed that the car was damaged. So basically what you would do is you would use your imagination as your eraser and as your pencil. You know what I'm saying? So you want to magically erase all of the light reality, the traces and the trances of the light reality. So the traces of the light reality is when she came out, she first discovered that the car was damaged. So she closed her eyes went to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, the pyramid, these two eyes, but through the third eye. She's now looking through the third eye, you know what I'm saying? And she imagined herself when she came out to first look at the car, right? She went to that point. Now, when she came out in her mind, she's imagining that when she comes out, instead of looking at a damaged car, she's now rewriting her own reality. She's now designing her own reality so that when she comes out, you see what I'm saying? She's coming out and she's feeling happy still, and she goes right into her car because her car is no longer damaged. This is erasing all traces of a light reality. You know what I'm saying? By replacing it with your dark reality. You know what I'm saying? By replacing it with your good reality. And so that's what she's doing right here. Now, she's using the power of her imagination to erase all trances of that light reality. The trance of that light reality. Trances is like, you know, how you feel when you first see that is a trance. That creates a trance. It puts you in like a trance-like state. When you come out and you respond to that like with anger or oh my God, what is happening? That's a trance. You know what I'm saying? You're now in a trance because they got you in that matrix. You're now sucked into that matrix, and your feelings and your emotions and your vibrations is what's affirming that reality. You know what I'm saying? So she went and she not only erased the trace of that by coming out and refusing to see, you know what I'm saying, that there was damage to her car, she also went back and did the work to erase the even trance of that shit. The feeling of when she first seen it and how she felt like, damn, I ain't got no insurance, and, you know, and all of that. Even the emotions, you got to erase the trances. You got to get rid of all of the trances. You know what I'm saying? There's linked to that light reality. You know what I'm saying? Which is your feelings and your emotions. You know what I'm saying? So she went and she did that work, and she erased all of the traces and the trances of that light reality, using in darkness while she's still using her imagination. Then she used her imagination to come out, still feeling happy, see that her entire car, you know what I'm saying, surveying her entire car, seeing that it's working correctly and functional, get in her car, and then driving off listening to music, feeling good. You know what I'm saying? And so basically that's what she's doing in her imagination when she at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. She's going first and using her imagination as an instrument or a tool to erase all traces and trances of the light reality. Traces is when she first witnessed that it was damaged, and the trances, you know, the feelings and emotions that put her into that matrix that will affirm that reality as being real and concrete that is being real. She erased all of that, you know what I'm saying, and then rewrote her own script by imagining her coming out, you know what I'm saying, surveying her car real quickly, seeing that it was undamaged, getting in the car, feeling good and vibrating on that frequency of love and joy. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she did. You know what I'm saying? So she first erased the trances and the traces and the trances of that light reality. Then, you know what I'm saying, she used her imagination to pencil or pin her own reality where she came out, surveyed her car. There was nothing wrong with it. Then she got in the car and drove off, and everything was all good. So that's basically, I'm not going to give you the entire, you know what I'm saying, journal, and because this is my book, this is, you know what I'm saying, but I'm sharing with you how you can create your own reality, how you can refuse to accept a reality that was presented to your vision. And this goes for everything. You have to know that we're really living in an illusion. So therefore, you know what I'm saying, say for instance you get bit by a snake. You can choose to accept that you got bit by a snake, or you can choose to say this shit don't exist and don't even vibrate on that frequency. You know what I'm saying? And choose to go into your work and go into to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. I told you how to do it. Close your eyes. Use both eyes to look through your first eye. Now you in that darkness, you in that void, and you can rewrite the traces and the trances of that light reality, because we're all of this shit is an illusion. This is a holographic reality. This is all an illusion. So in the illusion, nothing is real. Nothing is real. You just think it's real when you accept it as being real, but nothing is real. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is real. So basically I wanted to give you this quick ability, and it's called changing realities, and this is the process to how to do it. Use your imagination. Once you use your imagination to erase, you know what I'm saying, the light work, and then to design your dark reality, you know what I'm saying, then you want to use your what I got imagination, I got I got imagination. I got what is it, dark? Yeah, you want to use your imagination. Then you want to use your you want to use your imagination. You want to use your willpower. You want to use your imagination. Pretty much you want to use your imagination. You want to focus on your feelings and emotions, because your feelings and emotions is the your vibration. And that's what you're going to have to use to get your will, to strengthen your will out. Because your feelings and emotions is the seat of your will. Your will resonates or dwells or lives in your feelings and emotions, and it's your willpower that's going to manifest your reality and make it real for you. So that's my quick little, ability for you that I'm giving you for free. So my name is Lord Yukini Osai, and I want to welcome you back to 13 Cosmic Laws in Astrology. And I want to share with you real quickly that, I do a lot of spiritual work for you. I make a lot of sacrifices in my life for you. I give up a lot to go into these different, dense dimensions and 9 dimensions and realms, just so I can navigate, new consciousness. So basically, I gave you my heart. I gave you my soul right now. I gave you a piece of that. When I gave you this science right here of how to change realities, you know what I mean? I gave that to you for free. Now if you, and I really want you to be responsible here, all right? Because you're an adult and you're mature and you're responsible, all right? If you benefit from this information at all, you use these techniques and you benefit from this information at all, please donate. You know what I'm saying? Please show some love. You know what I'm saying? Send 50 cents, send $5, send $50,000, send $5 million, whatever. If you benefit from changing realities, you know what I'm saying? When you start getting good at this and you start writing realities for yourself, and not only just creating realities for yourself, but you begin to, even script realities for other people. You know what I'm saying? You become a programmer. You know what I'm saying? You get good at this and you begin to program. You become a programmer. Then, don't forget where you got this from. Show some love, man. That's what this is all about. Please contact me. Give me some positive feedback. Drop some comments. I want to hear how you feel about this new ability that I'm opening up, this new consciousness that I'm giving you. I'm letting you know you have the ability to create your own reality. I explained the process to you step by step, how you can do this, and it's infinite. It's like so much stuff that you can do with changing realities. Like I said, she changed the whole reality where she tapped into her miracles. That's a miracle. To come out and see your car damaged and then refuse to accept that shit as being your reality, and then going into, that darkness and changing that shit and then jumping in your car, and riding off with an undamaged car, that's phenomenal. Listen, I got that because, this is the honest to God truth. That Sally is me. I actually did that. I came out and seen that my car was fucked up, and I said, nah, I ain't receiving that as my reality. And I did that twice. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not telling you some shit that's out of a figment of my imagination. This is some stuff that I actually use. I practice this. You know what I'm saying? I actually make this happen. And I'm starting to perfect this. You know what I'm saying? And master this. And so basically I wanted to get out to you so that you can start using this ability too. And realizing that you have the ability to change realities and that you don't have to accept the realities that's presented to you. You know what I'm saying? You can do that. You can do that. You. You have the power. The force is with you. You have the power. You can do that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving you this right here. But if you benefit off of this in any kind of way, man, please show some love. You know what I'm saying? Freely as I've given it to you. Freely as, freely as you have received this information, freely so shall you give back for this. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much, man, that's how we keep the love flowing. You know what I'm saying? It's a give world. You know what I mean? I've done a lot of internal work, and you know, I put a lot of feeling and emotion behind this paradigm. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of emotion and feeling and power and energy within this paradigm. And if you was to come into this paradigm of changing realities, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna bring your energy into this paradigm as well. And the more energy we get in this paradigm, the more people come into the new of how we can change our realities and begin to practice changing the realities by going through the process, the step-by-step process. You know what I'm saying? Using your imagination, your feelings, your emotions, and your willpower, your words to create your own realities for you. You know what I'm saying? The more people come into this paradigm and begin to, you know, practice this process of changing realities, the more power and more energy is in this paradigm, and the more effective we can be. This is a portal that will link us all together. You see what I'm saying? This is a portal, you know what I'm saying, of consciousness that will link us all together if we was to come into this paradigm. Now, what is a paradigm? A paradigm is pretty much like a philosophy. It's like a perspective. It's an outlook. It's an outline or an outlook of a way of thinking, a way of looking at things. It's a confound. It's a construct. It's a construct of thinking. It's like a paradox is like a matrix. It's like a construct of thinking. Like an example, when a construct of thinking would be like the laws of gravity. That's them saying that you cannot fly. This is a law. You cannot define this law of gravity. That's a paradigm. There's so much energy in that paradigm to where people, it created density. Just the energy of people entertaining that thought that you can't fly is fueling, giving energy to that paradigm. And that's keeping that limitation in place, that barrier in place. However, there's people who saying, man, fuck that law. I don't care if that's a law. That law isn't going to define my reality. That law isn't going to dictate my reality. That law ain't going to keep me in density. You know what I'm saying? There's people defining that law who is defying that law and defining that law. And they're using everything inside of them to find a way to fly. There's people flying. Yes, I said it. You heard that. Lord Yukito side, I said that there's people flying. And you can look at my playlist where it says the Superhero Academy. Look at my playlist and you'll see some phenomenal things that people are doing, because we're no longer accepting these laws as being laws that will govern and dictate our lives. You know what I'm saying? We're using the power of changing our realities to change our realities. And that's what this is all about. This right here, the science that I'm giving you, you know what I'm saying, from my heart, from my soul, from my mind, you know what I'm saying, and I'm giving you this science right here. Man, I take my science real serious. I sleep on my work. My work, I sleep under my pillow. I put my work around my bed. I sleep around my science. You know what I'm saying? This is real right here, and I live according to this. You know what I'm talking about? I don't just talk about I'm God. I show and prove that I'm God. You know what I'm talking about? And that's what this is about. You gotta show and prove that you God. Don't just say that shit just because, you know, the 5%er said it. Don't just say it because I said it, or the Nubian said it. Don't just say it because, you know, that's what we commonly believe, you know what I'm saying, in the cult movement. Say that shit because you really know it, and you really affirm it by your actions. Show and prove that you are God. And this is showing and proving that you have the God particle inside of you. You know what I'm saying? By changing your reality. So the more people comes into this paradigm, right, the more energy, you know what I'm saying, is in this paradigm. And that's when we'll begin to, you know, overcome these different laws, which are really barriers to keep us down. Because while they're saying that there's a law of gravity, you know what I'm saying, that defines reality here in the third dimension, meanwhile they're flying with superhero abilities. And I ain't talking about jumping on airplanes. They're really flying and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you can choose to believe that law of gravity and live under that construct. You know what I'm saying? That self-crippling construct, you know what I'm saying? That way of thinking. Or you can say, fuck that, and come into this paradigm of changing your realities where it's infinite. Where you can say, man, I will fly.
You know what I'm saying? And redefine those laws. So a law is just a limitation, pretty much. You can challenge all laws. Even the law of karma is a limitation. What goes around comes around. That's bullshit. If you choose to believe that, then that will be your fate. That will be your. There is no cosmic law that's set in stone, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? You can challenge everything. You know what I'm saying? In fact, I encourage you to challenge everything until you feel that it's agreeable for you to exist in. That's a space that's agreeable for you to exist in. So, you know, just like people who are defining time, they're bending, they're finding a way to bend the time continuum. You know what I'm saying? Where they're teleporting and shit. This is all possible. Everything's possible. There's nothing that's impossible. There's nothing that's improbable. Everything is possible. Everything is probable. You know, there's an infinite possibility of everything, of you accomplishing whatever you desire to accomplish, provided that you put your mind and your willpower behind it. And where there is a will, there will be a way. You see what I'm saying? And good things come to those who want it the most, not good things come to those who are patient. They say good things come to those who wait patiently. I'm a firm believer that good things come to those who want it the most. So how bad do you want it? Go after it. You know what I'm saying? You can start off with, you know, changing small things in your reality. You know, I changed my whole entire reality. Like, I've declared that the sun will come out every day of this year for me. I will not experience a day without sunshine. I don't care if it rains, the sun's still gonna come out for sure. And I've declared that. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, basically, you know, changing realities is basically you just setting goals and you standing behind that shit. You back it up. Like, you know, there's been days where the sun didn't want to come out and I had to yell at the sun and say, "Sun, come out for me. Clouds, disappear now." And I had to say that for about 5 minutes until I changed the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? With my words and my feelings and my emotions until the sun began to come out for me and shine very bright. You know what I'm saying? There's been times when, you know, because I refuse to allow airplanes into my reality. Now, every time that they think that they can put an airplane in the sky, I change that real fast. I go into darkness and say that reality, that does not exist in my reality. I willfully, Lord Yukiti Osai, willful creator of my existence, you know what I'm saying, you know, design right now a reality of clear skies with beautiful birds, you know what I'm saying, in a sunny environment, period. You know what I'm saying? And I erase all airplanes and all chemtrails and all of that from my reality. I no longer accept that in my reality. Those are not my realities. So every time I see that shit, I speak against it, pretty much. And then you'll start seeing birds come out. And then you'll start seeing, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm going to do a video about the weather because people have been telling me, you know, what's going on, Lord Yukiti Osai, say something about the weather. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much I want to talk to people about the weather because as above, so below. So now you're seeing like this shift is taking place and the weather is kind of crazy in some environments. You know, some environments, you know, the rain might be raining, then it might be sunny, then it might be storming, and, you know, the weather is so unpredictable. It's so unpredictable that, you know, even the groundhogs cannot predict the weather. Like the news anchors, they can't predict the weather no more. You know what I'm saying? And I was watching Brother Ra from 13 Signs in Astrology, and he was talking about how there's a groundhog in Ohio. There's a DA in Ohio who is prosecuting a groundhog and put him up for the death penalty because he's not predicting the weather effectively. You can Google that. You know what I'm saying? DA charging the groundhog with the death penalty, you know what I'm saying, for inaccurate weather reports or whatever. Some information might pop up or whatever. He got that information there. He was talking about how, you know, this DA was prosecuting this groundhog for not predicting the weather correctly. Well, listen, the reason why there's been, you know, unpredictable weather is because the universe is waiting on you to start defining your reality. When are you going to turn off your TV, right? This is what I need Ra to understand. He's talking about the archons and the ancient ones are responsible for, you know, the haywire and
the atmosphere and all of this the different weather and stuff, right? Well, I'm telling people that you are responsible for your weather report. You are your own groundhog. You see what I'm saying? You need to report your own weather. Stop allowing the news anchors and these archives and these aliens to define your reality for you. Fuck an archive. Fuck an ancient one. Fuck an alien. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the news. Fuck Channel 2. Fuck Channel 7, Channel 5, Channel 4. You anchor your own news. You forecast your own weather report by you and your words and your imagination and your feelings and your willpower. You craft a reality that is peaceable for you. If you want it to rain, then out of your mouth you speak. Today it will rain. And affirm that with your imagination, your thoughts, your words, your feelings, and your emotions, and your willpower to will it into existence. And that will become your reality. And just practice that. You know what I'm saying? Turn off the TV and stop watching them tell lies to your vision. You know what I'm saying? And then you begin to become and forecast your own weather. And that's what they're not going to tell you, that you have the power to do this. But I am going to tell you this because I'm Lord Yukilio side. I knew right, and I come back to tell people the truth. So, you know, I'm finna close with that. I don't want to give you peace of love. You know what I'm saying? I want to leave you with complete love. I don't want to give you the piece of joy. I want to leave you with complete joy. I don't want to give you a piece of respect. I want to leave you with complete respect. So, Hotep. Hotep, my name is Lord Yukiri Osai, and I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Law Astrology, and also on behalf of the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light. And today, I'm going to be talking to you about how you can use your chakras to fight for you. Alright? Your chakra systems, right, are not inside of your body. The chakras are vortexes of energy that is outside of your body. If you was to cut your body open right now, you won't find one chakra. There has not been one report doing an autopsy if somebody opened up the body and did an autopsy on him and found, oh shit, there's a chakra. No, chakras are vortexes of energy. And it gets even mystical than that. Chakras are actually worlds filled with, you know what I'm saying, warriors and all kind of shit. So your energy will work for you. You know what I'm saying? Your energy will actually work for you. You just have to know how to use the chakra energy. Alright? And so this video is to give you a quick idea of how to use that chakra energy. Alright? Now, for all those who know about the Merkaba, and I'm going to do another video about the Merkaba, and I'm going to go in detail. It's probably going to be like, you know, an all-day thing. I'm going to just go all out and just like put down the real science of the Merkaba. So look for my video. It's called Everything You Need to Know About. It's going to be called Merkaba 101. And I'm just going to put all kind of information about the Merkaba, how you can activate your Merkaba, and things of that nature. Alright, so look for that video. It's called Merkaba 101. And you will see how the Merkaba and the chakras are linked to each other. Alright? But that's another thing. In this video, I want to tell you real quickly how you can use your vortex of energy. Now, the root chakra is at the base of your spine, right? And that's dealing with your ability to manifest, that's dealing with your ability to create, that's dealing with your ability, your tribal ability, all of that, right? So, hold on. I'm going to turn on the light for you. Someone to teach you. Alright. That's my chakra board right here. I wanted to make this for me. Root chakra, grounding, stability, physical needs, security, survival, manifestations in the material world is dealing with the root chakra, right? However, they don't teach you how you can use this energy. Ain't nobody gonna teach you how you can use the energy. The people is just talking about the knowledge of the chakras. Fuck knowing how to, what good is it to know about the chakras if you can't use it? You know what I'm saying? What good is it to know about what the chakras is if you don't know how to use this energy, right? So, I'm going to tell you how you can actually use the energy of your chakras, alright? So, in dealing with the root chakra, which sits at the base of your spine, activating the Kundalini, it deals with your grounding, your stability, your physical needs. You know what I'm saying? It's dealing with your security, with your survival, with manifestation, you know what I'm saying, in the material world. When you're having sex, it's a strong way of how you can tap into the energy of your chakra. You can have sex, right? And as you're having sex, think. You know what I'm saying? Think a solid thought of what you want to bring into this world. And as you climax, just use it. I am flying. I am teleporting. Or think wealthy. I am wealthy. I am prosperity. I am prosperity. That's the way that you can use your root chakra to manifest things dealing with sex, right? Say for instance you're conscious and you want to use your root chakra, right? This right here is how you use your root chakra. And basically, right, what you would do is you would clap both of your hands and you would clap them numerous times. You will find the electricity behind your hands pulsating. You will find them both pulsating together, right? Then you will form like, you would just go like this, right? And this right here, and you bring it right here. You bring it right here, and you just think the thought. Because you have to remember, beloved, that we are electromagnetic beings. We are electricity. If you pass a vehicle, it ain't nothing dealing with nothing else that allowing that vehicle to start but the electricity inside of you. Fuck what PG&E is talking about. You are the reason why your lights are on. This has nothing to do with PG&E. You're the reason why that television is working. The electricity inside of you. This is what they're not going to tell you.
You see what I'm saying? But this is what I'm gonna tell you. We are electromagnetic beings, period. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it is. And that's what you need to know. Now, dealing with, you know what I'm saying, your ability to create, what you would do is you'll formulate your hands like this, and you will bring it right here, which is the front of the spine, right? You know what I'm saying? You'll bring it right here, and you will think a solid thought because your thoughts are physical. They'll tell you that only your thoughts are physical in the fifth dimension, so they can continue to keep your ass in the box. No, even if you in the first, second, third, or fourth dimension, your thoughts are still physical, period. You know what I'm saying? So what you would do, you would go like this and think whatever it is that you want to manifest. Alright? If you feel, look, you don't need no fucking bodyguard. You don't need a gun. You don't need a bulletproof vest. Somebody come trying to hurt you, go like this. Go like this and think, you know what I'm saying, ancestors protect you. Bring it right here and say ancestors protect you. Right now what you've done was from the world where your spine is, you are a universe. You are your own individual universe in the collective universe, in the collective multiverse. Your world. You know what I'm saying? Just like right now, I'm sharing my world with you, where you are your own individual God of your own universe. And that's the way you have to look at this. And each one of these chakras is dealing with, you know what I'm saying, a planet that you govern. You know what I'm saying? Or each one of these chakras is dealing with a world that is ready for you to access. Energy that's ready for you to access. So when you go like this and you think protection or you think ancestors protect you, what you're doing is you're tapping into the vortex of energy. You know what I'm saying? And all kind of warriors are gonna come out spiritually. They all gonna come out from that world right there. And so it's dealing with, you know what I'm saying, security, it's dealing with stability. If you need to manifest, you know what I'm saying, your own house, you come from it, you pull from that root chakra right here to manifest the house. So you might use, say for instance, you might vibrate the hardest when you're dancing, or you might vibrate the hardest when you're doing martial arts, or you might vibrate the hardest doing poetry, right? Create a poem. If your thing is poetry, create a poem. And spit the poem from right here. Go like this. And create a poem about how you want a house. You know what I'm saying? And or just speak the thought how you want a house. You know what I'm saying? You know, I envision the place, you know, I am the creator. And I am the creator. And I envision the place, you know what I'm saying, with me living with a garden in the backyard, and a nice, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Create the whole house from your chakra right here. Like tapping into the vortex of energy like this. Using your poem, your words to create, your thoughts to create, right? And this right here will tap you into that root chakra energy. Also, you know what I'm saying, if you want protection, do this. If you want a manifestation, do this. You know what I'm saying? And you might even incorporate that in your dances. Like you'll see, like they got this new dance, right, called gas pedal. It's called slow down. You know what I'm saying? And they go like this. They go like this. They be like, you know what I'm saying? Then they be like, all this, right? Well, basically what they're doing is they're manifesting from their root chakra, dealing with the sex. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the sex. And so right here, this is very important. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, when they dance, like you will see a lot of African people dancing, doing the African dances, but subconsciously they'll be like this. You know what I'm saying? And it gives them more power. When they do this, it gives them more power. They're breaking away. You know what I'm saying? Fighting back. You know what I'm saying? Bringing it back, breaking away, fighting back. You will see all kinds of shit subconsciously, but this is how you really do it. So incorporate this in your dance moves when you're dancing, right? When you want to deal with manifestation, when you want to deal with survival, when you want to deal with security, when you want to deal with physical needs. You know what I'm saying? You can come like this and tap into the root chakra and create your energy body. You can go like this, right? Bring it down from right here. Use sacred geometry to create your energy body and bring it back. So just come like this, right? Spread your hands around like this and bring it back. Spread your hands like this, bring it back. You know what I'm saying? Spread your hands like this and bring it back using sacred geometry to create that energy, right? Once you create that energy and you bring it back, then what you're going to do is you're creating the energy and you bring it back. Once you bring it back right here, you see a vortex of energy all around you, right? You're going to have all kind of energy. Then you take that energy and you start shaping your energy body.
start shaping your energy body. You know what I'm saying? Then you put like a sphere of energy around you. I did a video called Spirit the Spirit. Put a spirit energy around you to protect you. You know what I'm saying? That's dealing with your physical needs. If you want like a better body, your body is predicated on what you look like. You ain't gotta go pump heck of iron to look good. It's your body. We shape shift all the time. We just don't know that we shape shift. You know what I'm saying? Because your body begins to you look how you think. That's period. That's just how it is. If you think you look good, you're gonna look good. If you think you look ugly, you're gonna look ugly. You look how you think. Period. We shape shift all the time. We just don't know that we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? And so, if you really want a very nice, fit body, healthy body, go right here because it's dealing with your physical needs. Get that energy going, dealing with sacred geometry. Get that energy going, dealing with sacred geometry. And then sculpture your body, what you look like. You know what I'm saying? Use your imagination. We need to start getting to using our imagination because this will take care of your physical needs. You can manifest the core from right here. You can manifest the core from just doing this right here. You know what I'm saying? I am driving in a very beautiful car using the power that I am to instantly, simultaneously manifest everything. You know what I'm saying? Period. So that the root chakra is dealing with grounding, stability, physical needs, security, survival, manifestation in the material world. Alright? So whatever it is that makes you vibrate the hardest, if meditation is making you vibrate the hardest, meditate from right here. If you're into sacred geometry, incorporate some sacred geometry. You know what I'm saying? Incorporate some sacred geometry and some 5 movements in, you know what I'm saying? You tapping into that chakra energy. You know what I'm saying? You tapping into that chakra energy by bringing it right here. This right here will give you the vortex of energy that you need. You know what I'm saying? So you might be into, you know, sacred geometry, and you know the importance of sacred geometry. So you might incorporate that in this right here to manifest. All right, and that's that. I'm not gonna keep on expounding on it. You already got that. All right, sacral chakra. You know what I'm saying? Your emotions, your relationships. You know what I'm saying? Security, self-worth, creativity, and empathy. All right, your ability to create, your self-confidence, your self-worth comes from the sacral chakra. Strengthening your emotions, tuning up your emotions, you know what I'm saying? Relationships, dealing with creating healthy relationships or maintaining the healthy relationship that you're already using. Sexuality, all of that is dealing with the sacral chakra, all right? And so the sacral chakra, you know what I'm saying, is the sacral chakra, you know what I'm saying, is right here. The sacral chakra is right here. So basically, when you're dealing with creativity, you're gonna start creating right here. You're gonna bring it about right here. That's your sacral chakra. That's dealing with creating. You ready to create? You need to come and do your sacred geometry from right here to create. Right here to create, and right here to manifest. Right here to create, and right here to manifest. You know what I'm saying? Right here to create, and right here to manifest. So manifestation is dealing with the root chakra. Creation is dealing with right here. You know what I'm saying? Then you got your solar plexus energy is dealing with right here. You know what I'm saying? So whenever you want to strengthen up, get your emotions in order, relationships, sexuality, self-worth, creativity, empathy is right here. That's why our empathy is important, because empathy will allow you to tap into other people's abilities, and empathy will allow you to also be more psychic. So empathy, like if you're a medium and you're doing psychic work, you're dealing with like past life regression healing meditations, or tapping into Akashic records, or you know what I'm saying, psychic mind reading, astrological reading, anything dealing with the ability of empathy. This is where you want to bring it. You want to put your hands together like this, right? Dealing with, you know what I'm saying, around your chakra energy, and you might want to do some sacred geometry, you know what I'm saying, just to get that vibrating the way it's supposed to be vibrating. And then you're gonna start going into whatever techniques that you do. But this right here will allow you to tap into that energy, because this is dealing with empathy right here, the sacral chakra. All right. So if you're into dancing, incorporate that in your dance moves. You know what I'm saying? Incorporate that in your dance moves. You know what I'm saying? How however you creatively incorporate that shit. You know what I'm saying? Incorporate that in your dance moves. Incorporate this in your martial arts. Incorporate this in your martial arts. You know what I'm saying? Incorporate that in your martial arts. So that's that. The solar plexus energy is dealing with your personal power, your willpower, your energy, your metabolism, your effectiveness, your self-esteem, your social identity, and your happiness. All right, that's what your solar plexus energy is. Your solar plexus is right here, the third chakra. You know what I'm saying? Right above your navel. Your navel. That's your solar plexus energy right there. This is dealing with your willpower. This is dealing with, you know what I'm saying? This is dealing with your willpower. This is dealing with your self-power. This is dealing with your power. You know what I'm saying? That's why in some movies you will see that they got like a big ass, you know what I'm saying? Like if you seen that movie Thor and it was talking about in that movie Thor, it was those the evil people that was from the ice. They had that big ass, you know what I'm saying, thing of energy. It was like a big ass block of energy and he was holding it like this and you could see like the blue energy going all over the place. Well, that was a representation of the solar plex energy. And that's right here, that solar plexus energy. You notice in all of the movies when they hold those big ass blocks of energy, they're always holding around the solar plexus. The solar plexus energy is right here. And that's what you want to do. You want to center your hands like this. So when you see people, you know what I'm saying, in church, and they be holding their hands like this, or they be holding their hands like this, you know what I'm saying, they're holding their hands around their solar plexus energy, dealing with, you know what I'm saying, dealing with willpower, dealing with personal power, dealing with effectiveness, dealing with self-esteem, dealing with social identity, dealing with happiness, dealing with metabolism. All right, in church, right, the preacher will be preaching, but the deacons will be right there. And they'll be holding their hands like this or holding their hands like that. This is all dealing with, you know what I'm saying, them working for the pastor to manifest and to will into existence what the pastor was creating through his words. You see what I'm saying? This is all metaphysical. So the pastor is creating with his words, right? And the deacons are right there standing like this to will into existence or to manifest that which the pastor had preached on. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why they stand like this in church and shit. That's why they stand like this in church, or they do something like this, because that's tapping into the solar plexus energy and they want to will into existence which was spoken. You see what I'm saying? So solar plexus energy. You want to strengthen up your will, you know what I'm saying? You want to get that, you want to draw energy from this. That's why, right, you'll find a lot of people who really need strength, right? They'll always go like this, like, you know, they'll go like this and then they'll get strength. They'll go like this and they'll get strength. You know what I'm saying? They'll go like this and then they'll get strength. But to give them their willpower to do what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? Period. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, if you want to strengthen somebody's will, touch them right here. Just touch them like that, a little firmly. You know what I'm saying? And you will strengthen their will up. That energy from you will go to them and it'll strengthen their will up. Touch them by their solar plexus energy. You know what I'm saying? That's dealing with your effectiveness. You need to tune that area up. You know what I'm saying? And if you really want to be effective in something, like say for instance, you could be in a business meeting. If you want to get the upper hand of that business meeting, you really want to be effective, just go like this. Just put your hands like this. You know what I'm saying? And it will increase your effectiveness. And it will increase, you know what I'm saying, your ability to close the deal in your favor. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to know what you're doing, but you know what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? This will increase your effectiveness. Just put your hands like this by your solar plexus, you know what I'm saying, chakra, and it will increase your effectiveness. Because all of these chakras represent, you know what I'm saying, worlds, whole civilizations, real worlds with warriors and people that, you know what I'm saying, that's ready to come and fight for you, defend you. You know what I'm saying? So this is what you need to know. So just right there, right? All right, that's enough for that. Then you got the heart chakra, which is dealing with love, which is dealing with understanding, which is dealing with trust, which is dealing with hope, which is dealing with openness, which is dealing with compassion, which is dealing with balance, which is dealing with forgiveness, right? You know what I'm saying? The heart chakra, which is the fourth chakra, or whatever. And that's right here. That's right here. So, right, when you're conversating with somebody and, you know what I'm saying, and you seek to understand them more, then you might want to create that vortex. You might want to go like this. You tap into the vortex of your heart chakra, right? So that you can find out if these people are trustworthy because it's dealing with trust, and you want to use good discernment. So you might want to go like this. You might go like this and put your hands like this around your heart chakra, just so that you can discern, you know what I'm saying, if that person is trustworthy or not. Because whatever comes out of a person's mouth is an abundance of what's stored up in their heart. So you'll be able to, they'll tell on themselves. People will tell on themselves. They reveal, you know what I'm saying, the truth if you just let them talk long enough. So you might just want to hold your hand like this. You know what I'm saying? If you're having problems discerning if you can trust somebody, bring your hands right here around your heart chakra and trust your heart. Trust your heart is going to tell you the truth. All right? And dealing with love. You know what I'm saying? You might want to, if you have somebody that you love and you want to send them some energy, you know what I'm saying? You might want to send them the energy from right here. You might want to tap into this energy and send them the energy from right here. You know what I'm saying? Also, right, if, you know what I'm saying, dealing with compassion, right, or balance, you know what I'm saying, or forgiveness, or hope, you know what I'm saying? You might have hope for something. You might have hope that you might win the lotto, or you might hope that somebody might win the lotto. So you're gonna use your heart chakra because you're a heart. You have a strong heart, so you're gonna work with your team. You know what I'm saying? You're working with your team, so you're the person that's gonna help them. You know what I'm saying? Win the lotto tapping into your heart chakra energy, while the other person might be using their root chakra energy to manifest, and somebody else is like this, using their sacral chakra. You know what I'm saying? Using it, tapping into their willpower, and you right here at the heart, hoping that it's gonna happen. So it's all kind of shit that you need to notice. So then you got the throat chakra is dealing with your communication, your sound, your vibrations, your self-expression, you know what I'm saying, listening, speaking, writing, you know what I'm saying, creativity, all of that shit is dealing with the throat chakra, and that's right here. That's right here. That's that vortex of energy that's right here. You know what I'm saying? That's that vortex of energy that's right here around the throat. That's why when you see a lot of singers, when a lot of singers get ready to do their thing, you know what I'm saying, they always go like this. Because they want to tap into that energy, you know what I'm saying, that's around their throat. They tapping into that energy. They subconsciously do this, you know what I'm saying, but they don't actually know what they're doing. They're getting ready to perform and they need that energy, that extra energy, you know what I'm saying? And so it's real. So if you're dealing with something and you want to open up your throat, if you want your throat chakra to be more amplified, your words to be more amplified, then you might want to go something like this, or something, you might want to incorporate something like this where, you know what I'm saying, your words will become more amplified. Dealing with, you know what I'm saying, that heart chakra. This is why you have to understand the esoteric secrets behind, you know what I'm saying, what Jay-Z and them is doing with that Rockefeller shit. Where's they putting it at? They're putting it right here, dealing with the throat chakra, the ability of expression. Are you seeing what I'm telling you? Can you see this? What I'm telling you? This is what they're doing when they're throwing up the rock. They're tapping into their expression, the power of their expression, their heart, their throat chakra. You know what I'm saying? This is what Jay-Z is doing with Rockefeller Records. You know what I'm saying? With that rock, when he go like this with the rock, he's using this, you know what I'm saying, as to tap into that throat chakra. That's what that's all about. You see what I'm saying? That's what that's all about. That's what that's all about. So I believe that everybody has a right to see, and that's why I'm doing these videos, so that you can see. You know what I mean? So that's dealing with communication, sound, vibration, self-expression, listening, speaking, writing. It's a wonder why Jay-Z is the president of Def Jams. The wonder why he owns Rockefeller Records. The wonder why he's a multi-millionaire, you know what I'm saying, off of music. Because he got everybody doing this. Got everybody doing this, dealing with the throat chakra. You know what I'm saying? Also, right, third eye activation. Right, this is dealing with your physical ability, your channeling. This is dealing with your telepathy ability, astral traveling, visions, connections to your higher self, such and such. Right. So that third eye is the pineal gland. It sits right here. You know what I'm saying? That third eye, and when you sun gaze, right, you might want to sun gaze like this. You might want to go like this. You know what I'm saying? Around your third eye, and sun gaze like that. Sun gaze like that. Or if you in a conversation, you might want to just, you know, create a sun like this, right? Do something real subconsciously, and then bring it around yourself, around your third eye, and then bring it down. They don't know what you're doing. You just subconsciously, like you just, you know, and then you tap it into your ability. You tap it into your ability. You know what I'm saying? You tap it into your ability. You see what I'm saying? and you tapping into your ability to psychically channeling, telepathy, psychic abilities, visions, connection to their higher self, all of that. So you might want to read somebody's mind, and you just go like this is regular or whatever, and then you read their mind. You just read their mind and shit. You know what I'm saying? You just reading their minds. You just reading their minds. Bring it from right here to your third eye, and then bring it right here to your temple. Come like this to your third eye, and then bring it right here to your temple, and then read their minds. You see what I'm saying? So you need to know this information. For lack of knowledge, God's people are perishing. Alright? So knowing is half of the battle. Alright? Then you got the crown chakra, which is right here. And this is, you know what I'm saying, your universal consciousness. You know what I'm saying? All-knowing cosmic connection, the God source, enlightenment, the gateway to other dimensions. Once you activate that crown chakra, that 7th chakra, right? But there's more chakras than that. And I teach all 9 chakras, but there's thousands of chakras. A chakra is just a vortex of energy that's centered around a gland, but you have thousands of glands in the human body, so you have thousands of chakras in the human body. Alright? Initially, you know what I'm saying, that our ancient ancestors taught 9 chakras. Now they're teaching 7 chakras, right? But nonetheless, what is it to know about the chakras if you don't know how to consciously, you know what I'm saying, use the chakras to work for you? Don't tell me about no fucking chakra if it ain't gonna work for you. You see what I'm saying? So I'm giving you, you know what I'm saying, a piece of the puzzle to help you see clearly how you can incorporate what I just told you, you know what I'm saying, this intel that I just gave you in your routines, you know what I'm saying, so that you can manifest things easier. So real quick, if you're dancing, right, and you know that the root chakra is dealing with your ability to manifest, bring, you know what I'm saying, bring that vortex of energy right here, and then start creating. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And bring it back. You know what I'm saying? And bring it back. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You need to learn how to use these energies against you. Also, right? You don't need no fucking gun, because I told you these unctions is the weapons now, and your ability to use your energy. So you can use, you know what I'm saying? You can use your root chakra as your biggest security. You can use your root chakra as your biggest security, because it's dealing with survival, personal needs, security, stability, grounding. You know what I'm saying? All of that. Manifestation. You can manifest, you know what I'm saying, elephant using your imagination from right here. Bring it from your world that you govern when you sleep into this world. You know what I'm saying? Put elephants around me right now. I put, you know what I'm saying? I put lions around, I put dragons, 50,000 dragons around me right now. You know what I'm saying? And release it. When you just walk your boat, because you got 50,000 dragons ready to bite and burn at your beck and call. Because you brought them in here, you know what I'm saying, to this world from the worlds that you govern when you go to sleep. You're the god of those worlds when you go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? The subconscious mind is 1,000,000,000 times more, even way stronger than 1,000,000,000 times more than your conscious mind. When you go to sleep, you're God in those dimensions dealing with your chakras. You're God in each one of those chakra dimensions. You know what I'm saying? Period. And when you awake, you have to consciously know how to tap back into that. And this is how you tap back into it. You know what I'm saying? You don't need no fucking gun. Just know how to use your energy. Come like this, dealing with your root chakra, you know what I'm saying? And shoot a gun at their ass. Fuck it. Shoot some energy at their ass. Knock their ass off the feet. Using your energy. Your ability to use that. That's why, you know what I'm saying, I'm finna start dancing. I'm finna find somebody in my soul group who knows how to dance, like choreographer. You know what I'm saying? Like dance moves and shit. And I'm a choreographer, all kind of dance steps to manifest things using the chakra systems. And that's an idea for you too. Incorporate, you know what I'm saying, tapping into your energy from, you know what I'm saying, from dancing. Also, if you're into like public speaking, learn how to use your energy, you know what I'm saying, when you're publicly speaking to, you know, communicate, to become more effective. Learn how you can use that energy to become more effective. You know what I'm saying? Learn how you can do that. And so that's my quick little video. I'm gonna end this video now, but I want to give you another thought. Now you know how to use these chakras and whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? You might use the chakra like this in martial arts, right? You might come like this in your kata, bring it like this, you know what I'm saying? Bring it like this, bring it like this, and bring it like this. You might come right here from the chakra. You know what I'm saying? You might come from the chakra from right here, dealing with, you know what I'm saying, survival, protection and shit. You might really bring in some dragons from right there. So this is things that you need to keep in mind. Alright? And the last thing. I don't know if you really watch my videos on sun gazing, you know what I'm saying? But there's a very important video that I just did, and it's called I Discovered the Portal Out of the Third Density Earth and into the Higher Heavens and Other Density Earths. Watch this video and learn what has been kept from you for eons of years. It's called I Discovered the Portal Out of the Third Density Earth and into the Higher Heavens. You know what I'm saying? So that portal, right, is the sun. A lot of people have been asking me, how do you actually travel? You know, because some of these people say that they astral travel, they lucid dream, and they don't do none of that shit. And some of these people say they channel, but they be lying. They don't really be channeling. And some of these people say that they actually they envision the fourth density earth, fifth density earth, sixth density earth, for the heavens, but they ain't never fucking look. I've physically been there, and I'm gonna tell you how I physically been there, and how you can physically be there, and how this is how you're getting out of here. You're not getting out of here no other way. The only way is through the sun. That is the only way out of this earth right here. You gotta rise with the sun, or you gotta set with the sun. That is that scripture. It's a passage. It's an esoteric secret. That's a passage in the Bible, and it tells you, right? The passage in the Bible, it tells you specifically. You know what I'm saying? I am the Son, and no one can come to the Father but by me. So you have to know that is the only way. He says He is the only way, the only truth, and the only light. And no one can come to the Father but by Him. He is the only way. There is no other way. He is the only truth. There is no other truth. And He is the only light. There is no other light. And no one can come to the Father but by Him. The only way out of this world is through the sun. Period. So the way you do it, right, is that you gotta raise your vibrations up. You gotta tap into that indigo energy. That indigo energy. Go to Google Images and type in the color indigo, and you will see all kind of different colors of indigo. But the indigo color is like the color. If you can read my frequency, I'm vibrating on that indigo color right now. You will see like a blackish, purplish, reddish. You know what I'm saying? Like a blackish, purplish, maroonish aura around me. That's that indigo color. The indigo color. Well, that's the UV ray that comes off the sun. That is the first UV ray, and that is the last UV ray. You know what I'm saying? The first color in the spectrum is red, and the last black, and the last color is black. You know what I'm saying? You can put all of the colors, you know what I'm saying, of all of the colors in together, and you're going to get the color black again. Alright? That is the indigo color that you need to be vibrating on when you want to portal out of here physically. And the way you portal out of here physically into the higher heavens and the higher earths, right, physically, is through the sun. It is through the sun. It is as the sun is rising or as the sun is setting. And the way you do it is you got to raise your vibrations up. You got to raise your vibrations up heck of much to where you're vibrating seriously on that frequency, that indigo frequency. You got to have that color, that aura around you, right? So that as the sun rises, it's like vapors. You got to be that vapor, that energy color. You know what I'm saying? And as the sun rises, you're rising with the sun. It's like you're going to disappear like a vapor. Physically, you're going to be in a whole nother world. You're going to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to see it. It's like mystical. You're going to see it, and you're going to be in a whole different world. And on that world, you're going to see things that you've never seen before. You're going to see people flying, teleporting, shape shifting, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be in other dimensions and you're gonna be all, and I'm telling you, that's how it happens. You're gonna be, they have a world where it's nothing but like gold all over the place. Rubies, crystals, emeralds, and all kind of shit. And that's right here, but we can't see it. But if you raise your vibrations up real much to where you vibrating on that frequency, that indigo frequency, and you can, and the sun sees that, you know what I'm saying? And you match the ray of that sun, that indigo ray off of the sun as the sun is rising, you know what I'm saying? Then you also rise with the sun. And as a vapor, you disappear like a vapor, and you become, and you're now into that civilization. You're now into that world. You know what I'm saying? These worlds that I speak of, these different earths, these different heavens. You know what I'm saying? So I want to let you know that. And as the sun is setting, that is also how you portal out. As the sun is rising and as the sun is setting. As the sun is setting, the first hour as the sun rises and the last hour as the sun is setting, that's when you want to catch the sun. It's more to it than just getting information from the sun. You know what I'm saying? It's more to it than just getting healing from the sun. It's more to it than just getting energy from the sun. This is how we portal out. The sun is our only way, our only truth, and our only light. It is the only way out of here into the cosmos, period. So I want to let you know that. So if you raise your vibrations up high enough to match that frequency of indigo, you tap into that energy, you know what I'm saying? Then as the sun is setting, you will also set with the sun and you will be in that realm. You will be in one of the heavens, whatever heaven that you want. Plus, you know what I'm saying? The reason why they say protect your heart and guard your heart is because you don't want anything to enter into your world. Your heart is a civilization. You know what I'm saying? Your heart is a world, and you're the God of that world. So you have to protect your heart and guard your heart, what you let in your heart. Because you don't want nothing inside of your heart that's going to corrupt it. You know what I'm saying? That's going to corrupt your world. The heart is more powerful than the brain. And we're going to get back into that heart science. You know what I'm saying? It's turning around to where now people are going to start thinking more with their heart. Their conscience is going to control the heart more than the conscience is going to. The conscience is going to dictate the heart. Dictate from the heart more than the conscience dictate from your brain. Your conscience is going to dictate more from your heart now. You know what I'm saying? And as the vibrations rise, that's what's happening. Your consciousness is going to dictate from your heart. It's not going to dictate from your brain as much as it's going to dictate from your heart. So you're going to have to know how to trust your heart, and you're going to have to learn how to protect your heart, because your heart is very powerful. And your heart is a whole different galaxy. Your heart is a whole different galaxy. A world full of love and stuff. And love is the greatest weapon. Love is the greatest weapon. There's no weapon in this universe, in the multiverse, more powerful than love. No, you know what I'm saying? No God, no magic, no evil. Nothing is more powerful than love. So use your love as a weapon. Use your heart as a weapon. Learn how to use this and incorporate this in your martial arts. Learn how to incorporate this, you know what I'm saying, in your poetry. Learn how to incorporate this, you know what I'm saying, in your music. Learn how to incorporate this in your dance steps. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to incorporate this in your sacred geometry. Learn how to incorporate this, you know what I'm saying, in your sacred geometry. Learn how to incorporate this in your magic, in your meditations, and learn how to incorporate this in all things. Use that energy from your heart, and also use your energy as a weapon. The love is a weapon. Use your heart chakra as a weapon. So I gave you a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm Lord Yukio, so I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Law Astrology. Also on behalf of the University of Cosmic Light. I know I gave you a lot right now, you know, but that's what I do. Alright, so process all of this information, you know what I'm saying? I just gave you the power of God right now. You just found out that you got the power of God. Now go and create, go and protect, you know what I'm saying? Shouts out to the 13th Sun, shouts out to Spirit Shakti, shouts out to Dr. Nebaru, shouts out, you know what I'm saying, I don't know that brother's name, but he just started watching my shows, and I subscribed to him, you know what I'm saying, because he real deep. Shouts out to Dr. Phil Valentine, shouts out to brother Zasu, you know what I'm saying, shouts out to brother Zasu, shouts out to Dr. Phil Valentine, you know what I'm saying, shouts out to you know what I'm saying,
Shouts out to a lot of different people out there. Shouts out to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all of the chakra, all of the civilizations that you created through your chakra system. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out, man. You know? Shouts out. So that's that right there. Shouts out to the Nagar Serpent. Shouts out to all those who using their Nagar Serpent. Shouts out to Lord Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Brother Dewad. You know, shouts out to Shaka Zulu. Shouts out to Greg Dogane. Shouts out to Bertie Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all those dealing with the Per Unk. Shouts out to the Per Unk University. You know what I'm saying? .org. Then shouts out to the Per Unk University.gov. .org and .com. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all those doing nation building. You know what I'm saying? 13 love, 13 power, 13 respect. Shouts out to all those drinking a spirulina. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all those, you know what I'm saying, who is using, you know what I'm saying, the blue-green algae. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all of those that's using the maca root. Shouts out to all those that's actually planting Bartons. You know what I'm saying? And eating rice. Shouts out to my vegans. Shouts out to my vegetarians. Shouts out to all those indigos, star seeds, crystal children, rainbow warriors, rainbow children. Shouts out to Larry Lockham. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to shouts out, man. You know, shouts out to my brother, man. I want to give him a shout out. Trying to find his YouTube page. I want to give him a shout out, you know, because I want him to know that, you know, that I love him, and I'm thinking of, you know what I'm saying, that for sure that, you know what I'm saying, that we won. Hold on, let me get to it. I know where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all those that's out there that's doing their manifest, who activated the Merkaba. Shouts out to all those who activated their Kundalini. Shouts out to all those who activated their third eye. Shouts out, you know what I'm saying, to all those who are in higher consciousness. Shouts out, you know what I'm saying, to all those who are part of my soul group. Shouts out to those who are a friend of wisdom. Shouts out to all those who have an eye to see, an ear to hear, and a heart to feel. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to all those who purchase unks from me. All those who purchase, you know what I'm saying, the mystery sticks from me. Shouts out to all those who purchase some crystals from me. You know what I'm saying? His name is Super Practogenist 1. So SuperProtagionist 1. The numeral 1. Shouts out to Super Protagonist 1. And you know you are. Shouts out to Super Protagonist 1. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to you, bruh. I'm about to end this video now because that's all I was trying to get. Protep, I love you. You know what I'm saying? Take my two. We need to stick together. We need to stay together. We're in the same fight. We need to fight. We're going to win. You know what I'm saying? We are going to win. We are going to take over. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. So just Protect, my name is Lord Yukidio Sai. I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Law Astrology, also on behalf of the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light. Alright? And today I'm going to be talking about who is the Nagar Serpent. Who is the Nagar Serpent? What is the origin of the Nagar Serpent? Is the Nagar Serpent evil? A little bit of history about the Nagar Serpent and relating the Nagar Serpent from ancient times right down to contemporary times, right down to modern day times, and helping you get a better understanding of the Nagar Serpent that's inside of you and the power that is inside of you. Alright? So, bear with me because I'm attempting to paint a picture to help you understand, you know what I'm saying, and understand the power of the Nagar Serpent. Now, if you are a Christian or a Buddhist, you were brought up to believe that the serpent was evil. You were probably taught that the serpent is the devil and that it's evil. However, right, the Nagar Serpent
is God. The Naga serpent is the representation of life. It is the representation of healing. It is the representation of wisdom. That's why when you go to the hospital because your ass gets sick and you want them to save your life, you see that staff, right? And then you see the snakes, the two snakes coming around that staff. You know what I'm saying? Because it represents life, it represents healing, it represents wisdom, it represents a new being, a new creation, reinvention. It represents a lot of stuff, right? It represents originality, that serpent right there. This has nothing to do with the devil. This has nothing to do with that fake story that they have put in your mind, talking about the serpent came and gave Eve an apple and she bit from it. This has nothing to do with that hocus pocus shit. This is the Naga serpent, alright? Now, if you go like this, and you put both of your hands together like this, right? Hold on, I hear an airplane out there, right? And I told you I'm a sky watcher. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my quick ritual because I hear an airplane trying to take control, alright? Airplanes and helicopters and chemtrails no longer exist on the planet Earth. Only clear skies, pure skies, lots of sunshine, and exotic birds exist on planet Earth. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Helicopters, airplanes, and chemtrails no longer exist on the planet Earth. Only clear skies, lots of sunshine, exotic birds, and pure skies exist on the planet Earth. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Helicopters, airplanes, and chemtrails no longer exist on the planet Earth. Only clear skies, pure skies, lots of sunshine, and exotic birds exist on the planet Earth. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Basically what I just did right now is a little ritual that I do as a Skywalker. Watch those videos talking about how you can become a Skywalker or how we can defeat chemtrails and raise the vibrations of our planets, because basically we have to be proactive. Instead of watching an airplane releasing chemtrails and we talking about it, giving energy to it, we need to get out of that matrix of thinking by destroying the density of those vibrations, by saying helicopters, airplanes, and chemtrails do not exist in our reality. You know what I'm saying? And taking a proactive, conscious, you know what I'm saying, state by saying only pure skies, clear skies, lots of sunshine, and exotic birds exist on the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? And then at that point, we're going to raise the vibrations above that matrix and that density, and we're going to create an atmosphere where planet Earth is free of airplanes and helicopters and chemtrails. You know what I'm saying? And that our air is clean, our air is pure, our sky is blue. You know what I'm saying? The birds are tropical and they're flying and occupying the sky. You know what I'm saying? And there's sunshine. So we have to be responsible for changing the vibrations of the planet. And every time I see a plane, every time I hear a plane, every time I see a helicopter, hear a helicopter, or hear somebody talking about chemtrails, I go into, you know what I'm saying, my little ritual so I can change the vibrations of the planet. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm responsible for creating my fifth dimensional experience. Ain't nobody gonna come down here and throw me in the fifth dimension. We have to create our own fifth dimensional experience. We have to create our own heaven. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what it is. So I'm helping the Earth break away from the density by joining the Skywalker movement. And that's what that was about. Now I'm going to get back into my video. They thought that just because I was doing a video and I started talking about the video that I was going to get distracted and cut the video off and then go do that and then come back. But no, I'm going to put it all on video. I'm going to make it transparent. Everybody got a right to see. That's my slogan. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a right to see. And that's why you know what I'm saying, I do these videos and I keep a lot of things transparent. That's why I'm gonna get ready to start doing a lot of documentaries too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start doing a lot of documentaries. Now I'm gonna get back into my studies. Now, scientists, right? They've recently discovered that the center of the Milky Way galaxy is the birthplace of everything that was created in the Milky, everything that was created in the universe, and everything that was created in the multiverse. So in essence, the center of the Milky Way galaxy is God, or the place where God decided to start creating everything that we know. Everything that is was created from the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? So the scientists are now calling the center of the Milky Way galaxy God. They're calling that the place of God's creation. It's God, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Now follow me, because I'm going to connect the dots for you real fast. All right? Now, the ancients, when they seen the center of the Milky Way galaxy, it looks like a serpent, right? It looks like this. This looks like the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? So that's what they call the Naga serpent. If you go like this, you see both of these Naga serpent eyes. You see the Naga serpent eyes. You know what I'm saying? I'm wearing a ring right now. You see these Naga serpent eyes. You see those Naga serpent eyes? I know you see those Naga serpent eyes. You see those? that's what the 13th son be saying. You know what I'm saying? So, these are the Naga serpent eyes, right? The ancients believed that the Naga serpent was God, and that the Naga serpent created everything. Now, when the extraterrestrial beings came to Earth and communicated with the humans, you know what I'm saying? The Anunnaki, the Palladians, the Nordics, you know what I'm saying? The Syrian star seeds. When they came down, every time they came down with like a serpent-like helmet on, representing the Naga serpent or the center of the Milky Way galaxy. If you look at the hieroglyphic writings in Egypt, you will see some Naga serpents. If you look at the Sumerian tablets, you will see some Naga serpents. If you look at, you know what I'm saying, the hieroglyphics on the pyramids in Mexico, you will quickly learn the story of Kukulkan Khan, who came down from Pallades with a snake-like helmet on, bearing the Naga serpent. So the Naga serpent is a symbol of power. It's a symbol of creation. It is a symbol of God. And, right, it is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So, now let me get into some more science, right? The reason why they say that Adam had dominion over all things, and that's why he had the supreme authority over all things, and that's why he was able to name the star. He was able to name everything around him. He was able to name the animals, the trees, the water. He was able to name everything because he had superiority over it, right? Adam, right? Now we know it wasn't no physical man named Adam. We know that was metaphysical, right? But what makes up an atom? An atom is made up of 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neurons makes up an atom. This is how you came down. This is how you shapeshifted into your human form. You came down from your star system. You may have came down from Pallades. You may have came down from Orion. You may have came down from Sirius. You may have came down from a different star system, right? But this is how you came down. You lowered your vibrations. You lowered your frequency to come down into this dense earth, to experience what you wanted to experience on earth, right? You came down as molecules, particles, and atoms. You came down as an atom to take on this physical body, but you are pure energy. You are pure energy, and your energy is from that star system that you have heritage with, that you have roots with, right? And so as you came down here, you lowered your vibrations, you took on all of the elements of the planet. That's why you have this physical composition as a human being. So this is how it happened. Thought slows down to form your thoughts. Your thoughts slow down to form light. Light travels at 1,112 miles per second. Light slowed down to form sound. Sound travels at 1,168 miles per second, right? Now we know that sound transforms into shapes. Sounds can take on different geometrical shapes, right? Now if you was to take sand or salt and put it on a board, right? And you was to play a certain frequency, you will begin to see that salt or, you know what I'm saying, that sand take on a geometrical shape, right? Now, if you was to play those 2 frequencies that I just gave you, thought slowing down to form light, light slowing down to form sound, if you was to play those 2 frequencies, you would get a shape or a formation or a pattern of a 6-pointed configuration star and a 5-pointed configuration star. This is the Star of David in your Bible that they tell you about. This is the esoteric secrets that they're not giving you. But I believe that everyone has a right to see. And that's why I'm giving you this knowledge right here. So, the 6-pointed configuration star is dealing with the male. You know what I'm saying? Leg, arm, head, and phallus, the dick that gives life. You know what I'm saying? And the 5-pointed configuration starts dealing with the woman, the female, leg, arm, phallus. You know what I'm saying? The pussy, and which is, uterus, the pussy, and which is pointed upward, the direction upward. That's why the female representation of the star is up, and the male representation of the star is down. You know what I'm saying? That is the Star of David. That is why you got your physical composition. From your star heritage, you came down. Like your thoughts slowed down, your light slowed down, your sound slowed down, and as you became more dense, and you became more condensed. As your frequency lowered, you became more dense. You came into this density-ass world, right? As you became more dense, your physical composition became more condensed, and you took on the human being body. One of the last elements that you got is the 6th element, carbon. Fire, water, earth, air, ether, carbon. You took on carbon. That's why they say in the Bible, right, that Adam was created on the 6th day. You know what I'm saying? Man was created on the 6th day. Adam. You know what I'm saying? In the Quran it says man was made from dirt, from black mud, right? And so look, what makes up an atom? This is the 666, or the Nagai serpent. You see the Nagai serpent eyes. You see the Nagai serpent eyes right there. And this right here, this formation right here. You see that an atom, you know what I'm saying, is made up of 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neurons. The Nagai serpent, giving life to the human being. You see what I'm saying? And so the Nagai serpent is very powerful. The Nagai serpent is also the energy, your original energy that's inside of you. It's that dragon source energy that's laying at the base of your spine. Watch my video when it's talking about what aliens did not want you to know. The creation of the original creation of human beings. I talked about how humans were genetically engineered, you know what I'm saying, and created by the Anunnaki, aliens, you know what I'm saying, even though it was 72 different extraterrestrial scientists that was responsible for creating us, the Anunnaki put their stamp on us because it was their idea to create humans. And I told you about how we have all of these different, we have 72 different extraterrestrial genes inside of us. We have gray alien inside of us, small gray, tall gray, orange gray. We got reptilian in us. We got all of that in us. You know what I'm saying? We have all of the elements of the earth in us, and all of the animals in the earth. That's why you can see in your early pregnancy stages, fetal stages, you can see the reptilian side of you. You can see the amphibian side of you. You can see the mammal side of you. You know what I'm saying? You can see, even in the later stages, you can see, you know what I'm saying, the hair and all of that, dealing with the monkey. That's where you get Darwin's different apes. You see that. You know what I'm saying? You see all of that. You know what I'm saying? You can see every planet. You know what I'm saying? You can see the earth in your skin. You can see the stars in your freckles. You can see, you know what I'm saying, the universe in your, you can see all of that. You have all of the universe up there and all of the universe down here in your physical disposition. You are a human being. You are a very special and powerful being, right? Now, you also have Kundalini inside of you. Kundalini is dealing with the dragon. The dragon that you came from a dragon too. You know what I'm saying? So you have the Kundalini inside of you. Now, according to the Kundalini teachings, you know what I'm saying, Kundalini is not really heavy on the esoteric market right now. In the mystery schools, Kundalini was like a real big thing back then. Now what's really big is like the Merkaba, activating your Merkaba, tapping into the very vehicle of life. You know what I'm saying? That's very big, but that's for another story. That's another topic right there. You know, but according to Kundalini, right, we all have a snake, like a serpent, a Nagai serpent snake, sitting at the base of our spine, the root chakra, right? And as you activate your Kundalini, that snake will begin to rise up your spine, and then it will come out, right, your third eye. It will come out of your pineal gland. When your Kundalini is fully activated, it will rise up your spine and it will come out your pineal gland. That is why, you know what I'm saying, when you look at the ancient art from Egypt or from Africa or from even Mexico or India and China, all of those ancient arts, you will see the snake coming out of the forehead. That is dealing with, you know what I'm saying, activating your pineal gland, but activating your Kundalini energy. The snake coming out of the forehead is the Nagai serpent snake. The Nagai serpent, your eyes is open now, you see. You know what I'm saying? That is the Nagai serpent. So basically, I'm connecting the dots to help you understand and get a huge picture of the Nagai serpent that everybody is talking about. That Nagai serpent sits at the base of your spine. You know what I'm saying? And as you activate your Kundalini, it rises and it enters and exits out of your third eye. When you activate your third eye and it opens up, the Nega serpent comes out. You know what I'm saying? Then the next step is just to activate your crown chakra. Now you superhero. You know what I'm saying? And so basically, this is helping you understand the Nega serpent. Now that you understand that, you have to know in history, they've destroyed everything. They tried their hardest to destroy the truth about the Nega serpent. They tried their hardest to destroy the truth about the Nega serpent. That's why when they went into Egypt, they cut off the heads of the snakes that was on the forehead. That's why you can look at some of the artifacts, you will see that the forehead is indented. You know what I'm saying? Because they took the snake off of the head. That would give credence and credibility to the Nega serpent. They didn't want nobody to remember that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? That is why, you know what I mean? That is why America bombed Hawaii. They blamed it on Japan, but America bombed Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Now check this. Remember I told you Adam dealing with, you know what I'm saying? This right here, the Nega serpent, the 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neurons, right? Was gave birth to an atom, you know what I'm saying? The Nega serpent, right? Check this. They said that Japan bombed Hawaii during World War II. That they bombed that base called Pearl Harbor, right? And in response to that, in 1947, America dropped the atom bomb. Look at the science. They dropped the so-called atom bomb, right? Dealing with the Nega serpent again, you know what I'm saying? Dealing with the 6 protons, the 6 electrons, and the 6 neurons, the Nega serpent. They dropped that so-called atom bomb on Japan. They nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nagasaki. You know what I'm saying? Do your research. Now listen, the reason why they nuked those 2 locations, it was on purpose. You know what I'm saying? They nuked the Nagasaki and Hiroshima because they were dealing with, they had activated Kundalini. Both of those 2 locations, geographical locations, had an activated Kundalini. And their Nega serpents that had activated third eyes. They had tapped into the Nega serpent power. The power of the dragons. And they were flying, they were shape-shifting, they had telepathic abilities, they were teleporting, they were like superior in wisdom, they were evolving real fast. So America consciously dropped the so-called atom bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. That's why you can go over there today and you will still find some old artifacts of the Nega serpent. That's why China is one of the main, you know what I'm saying, exports of Nega dragons. Now I'm gonna give you the history about the vampire, the dragon, and the Anunnaki. And I'm gonna give it to you real fast, and I'm gonna end this video right here. Alright? Now the Anunnaki had their experiments on human beings. I've talked about the quarantine, right? They wanted to experiment human beings or whatever. And so they put a quarantine on the earth. That's why with some of the pictures you will see like it's a big like net around the planet. You know what I'm saying? This was a prison planet. You know what I'm saying? And they had a quarantine going on so that none of the extraterrestrial beings, the benevolent beings, can come down from the higher dimensions. They couldn't come down to earth and communicate with man because the Anunnaki didn't want that to interfere with their experiments with human beings, right? So they caused the quarantine. However, during the quarantine, the Palladians were still able to still communicate with man because they're the nearest, you know what I'm saying, storage system to man. And they had a direct ancestral line with man, and they were already on the earth. You know what I'm saying? However, you know what I'm saying, that's another story, right? But during this quarantine, man was trapped on Earth. We couldn't teleport to other galaxies. We couldn't go into other galaxies. We was trapped on Earth, right? So you had a group of, this is the original vampires. You had a group of people who was like, fuck that. They rebelled against the Anunnaki. They said, no, we're not going to be ruled or controlled by these Anunnakis. We're not going to be no slaves. This was a group of human individuals who said that they didn't want to be slaves of the Anunnakis. So what they did was they formed a pact. They formed a coalition with the dragons, the real dragons. Now you look at dragons right as a beast, like a mystical beast that only exists like
in primitive times, like, you know, dealing with King Arthur days and shit, and that they were very magical and mystical. And they spit fire and they flew and they gave magic powers. That shit really happened, and it happens now, but on a different dimension. The dragons exist in their dragon form on the 4th dimension and the dimensions above that, right? And if you raise your vibrations, you will be able to be into that dimension where you can see dragons if your vibrations raise, right? However, on this lower dimensions, right, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st dimensions, you're not able to see it because your vibrations are low, right? And so the dragons went to war with the Anunnakis during the quarantine. They went to war with the Anunnakis and they lost. So the Anunnakis kicked their ass to the core of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Defeated them. However, before they defeated them, you know what I'm saying? Before they defeated the dragon, you know what I'm saying? The vampires made a pact with the dragon. It wasn't vampires. They weren't vampires at first. They were just regular human beings. But they were a rogue group of human beings, rebels, who didn't agree with the Anunnaki and the quarantine and shit. So they made a pact with the dragons. And the dragons taught them the source, that energy, the dragon energy. Taught them the dragon energy. But in exchange, they had to not teach no other human beings how to tap into that dragon energy and use the dragon energy, right? And they also had to do certain things for the dragons. And so that's the formation of the vampires. The vampires were originally human beings who gave up their solar plexus power to the dragons so that the dragons can use that underground, right? And their attacks against the Anunnaki, you know what I'm saying? And in exchange, the dragons taught the humans, you know what I'm saying, how to tap into that dragon energy, the Kundalini energy. So they activated their Kundalini energy. That's what accelerated their abilities. And they were able to fly. They were able to read minds, project images in people's minds, push thoughts into people's minds, erase people's thoughts. You know what I'm saying? They were able to run at the speed of light. That's all dealing with that Kundalini energy. When you activate your Kundalini energy, you will be able to have all of those different abilities plus more. You know what I'm saying? And so basically, when we talk about Kundalini, we're just talking about your higher senses. As a regular human being, you naturally have these senses. But because they were doing an experiment on humans and they had this quarantine up, right? Humans weren't able to tap into their higher senses. They jacked us from our higher senses. They caused a gap in our brain that would link our conscious mind to our subconscious mind. The conscious mind is where the magic is. That's where everything happens at. That's where all of your abilities are. You know what I'm saying? However, consciously, we've been doing a lot of shit that would get us back into our subconscious mind. That's what the marijuana and the ayahuasca and the DMT is about. It's you're physically not high in spirit. So you take the plant, the herb, marijuana, and you smoke it, right? And you consciously take a trip. That's when they say I'm tripping. You're on a trip. You're taking a sojourning trip, a voyage from your conscious mind to your subconscious mind. When you get over there, you know what I'm saying, you learn what you need to learn, and then you come back to this mundane reality and you put whatever the spirit taught you into the reality. That's what the shamans was doing with the marijuana rituals. They would find out, oh, I need to learn how to heal this person. They'd smoke some weed, you know what I'm saying, or drink weed in a tea, right? And then they would take a trip into their subconscious mind. When they came back, they knew how to heal that person. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get the, you know what I'm saying, the tattoo. That's where you get the with the piercing of the eye. When you pierce your eye, most people don't know what the body piercings is about. When they pierced their eye, it was because they were more sensitive to healing. You know what I'm saying? It opened up a higher senses of healing. You know what I'm saying? They pierced their eyes and it gave them telepathic ability. They pierced their eyes. A lot of people walk around with that little bar in their eye, and they're piercing the side of their eye, the little pinch of the little skin right there on the side of your eye by your temple. They don't know what that shit is about. That was the shamans doing that, trying to tap into their higher senses. So the vampires, they had their higher senses, but they lost their solar plexus energy. They gave their solar plexus energy from dealing with their third chakra to, you know what I'm saying, to the dragons, in exchange for the dragons teaching them how to activate their Kundalini. So that's the real, you know what I'm saying, story about vampires, dragons, and Anunnakis and all that shit. But that is the story about the Naga serpent. Now that the quarantine is up, they can no longer hurt humans. They can't take Messiah seeds out of the system. They cannot, but
And they cannot stop humans from going into different dimensions. They can't stop humans from going into different galaxies and universes. They can't stop other benevolent aliens from coming down here, right? The thing is, you have to consciously raise your vibrations up. You have to do the work. Before a benevolent alien try to help you, you got to first help yourself by stepping outside of the box of what they told you and start getting into this esoteric shit and start thinking for yourself, because your thoughts slowed down to form light. Your light slowed down to form sound. Your sound took on a formation and shape. That's how you became a human, right? However, if you want to raise your vibrations, if you want to ascend, then you got to accelerate your thoughts. You got to start thinking more. They say the average human being only thinks 72,000 thoughts, right? Man, look, you need to challenge yourself to think 72,000 thoughts every hour on the hour. Every hour you should be thinking at least 72,000 thoughts. Because as your thoughts rise, you become more of a light being. That's where you get the Merkaba light workers from. You become more of a light being. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Nabaru, the 13th son, and we all say, you know what I'm saying, that if you want to ascend, if you want to raise your vibrations up, you know what I'm saying, then you got to be fast thinking, fast speaking, fast moving, right down to the modern day times. You got to think fast, you got to speak fast, you got to move fast. This will increase your metabolism. This will activate, just doing that will activate your Kundalini. Just doing that will activate your Merkaba and help you ascend. Your vibrations will rise. You see what I'm saying? If you look at people who are genius, they think fast. They speak fast. They respond real fast. Those who are tapped into their genius gene, they move real fast. They move fast. They think fast. They speak fast. You know what I'm saying? Because that they're thinking more than 72,000 thoughts. Also, they say that the average human being only uses 10% of their brain. Well, if you only use 10% of your brain, then they're going to be using the other 90% of your brain for you that is dormant, that you're not using. You know what I'm saying? And that's why MK Ultra mind control programming is so prevalent in today's times, because people refuse to use their mind. They refuse to think. They don't even have the courage to think. They don't even give a fuck about thinking. They want somebody else to think for them, to control them. So you are going to be controlled. And then you say, oh, well, Lord Yukito Yosai, ain't no fucking alien controlling me. Ain't no Archon, ain't no fucking Anunnaki, ain't no Greys or Reptilians controlling me. Well, you can say that if you want to, but if you're not thinking for yourself, you better believe that they are controlling your ass. You know what I'm saying? If you're still partaking in low vibrational sex, low vibrational meals, low vibrational things, you 40 years old, you still going to the nightclub, hanging out because you ain't got your real purpose in life, so you got to get hit over your head with the club. If you still associating with low vibrational people, doing low vibrational things, engaging in low vibrational gossiping, watching low vibrational television programs, watching low vibrational movies, you know what I'm saying, all of that stupid shit, then your ass is being controlled, period. If you're not using the full maximum capacity of your brain, then your ass is being controlled, period. So I told you, start using the power of your words. Your Bible tells you, speak those things to be not as if they were. So it may not appear as if you're using the full maximum capacity of your brain, but at least speak it. Speak it. Say, I use the full maximum capacity of my brain. You know what I'm saying? I use the full maximum capacity of my brain. And at that rate of speaking those things to be not as if they were, you're speaking it into existence. You're affirming that you use the full maximum capacity of your brain. And it's your words that create, because life and death is in the power of the tongue. Your Bible tells you that. Abundance and cursings is in the power of the tongue. Your Bible tells you that. So speak life to your situation. Bring abundance to your situation by speaking that you use the full maximum capacity of your brain. At this point, right, of you speaking that, you will begin to remember things at an accelerated rate. You will begin to, your Kundalini energy will begin to arise in your spine. Your third eye will become activated over time. You know what I'm saying? Your vibrations will rise over time. All of these things will happen for you, but you have to do the work. Ain't nobody gonna rip through the sky and come down to save you. You need to save you. You know what I'm saying? You need to do the work. All right. And so that's the real story about the Naga serpent. That is and it's mythology. Don't look at the real snake. Look at the symbolism behind the snake. Look at the symbolism behind it. You know what I'm saying? Because the snake back then was how the ancients described the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It looks like a snake. And that's what the scientists now are calling the birthplace of God. Scientists have now proven that the center of the Milky Way galaxy, if the center of the Milky Way galaxy ain't God, then it's where God decided to start creating everything in the multiverse. So they're calling the center of the Milky Way galaxy the place of God. That is what they're calling the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The center of the Milky Way galaxy is the Naga serpent. The Naga serpent, the one that you were taught to think evil of, is the Naga serpent. You know what I'm saying? The Naga serpent is Adam. 6 neurons, 6 protons, 6 electrons. You are the Naga serpent. You are a Naga serpent. Look at your hand. Look at your arm. You will see the scales of your arm. If you look at the human brain, don't take my word for it. Google up images of the human brain. You will see the serpent-like part of your brain. That is the reptilian part of your brain. That is the Naga serpent right there. You know what I'm saying? Also, you have the Naga serpent sitting at the base of your spine. That is your root chakra. And as you begin to activate your Kundalini energy, you know what I'm saying, that Naga serpent will begin to rise and come out of your third eye. That is the snake coming out of the eye, you know what I'm saying, of the different artifacts from the ancients. That snake, that is the Kundalini energy. That is the Naga serpent right there. So that is the true, you know what I'm saying, undeniable, undisputable facts. This ain't no mythical shit. This is based on ascertained facts. I don't care what your current belief is. Prior to 2,000 years ago, this is the facts. Even this is what Christ taught. He taught Kundalini. He taught the same shit that I'm teaching. The 12 disciples were the initiates into his mystery school. He had his Kundalini activated. That's why he was able to fly. That's why he was able to shapeshift. That's why he was able to teleport. That's why he was able to rapidly heal people fast. That's why he was able, you know what I'm saying, that's why he was interdimensional. How he can go into different dimensions and shit. That's why he had the ability of alchemy. That's why he was able to turn water into wine and produce all kind of different miracles and stuff. Because he had a activated Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why we know about the Kundalini is because, see, Tahuti in Egypt, if you got under the discipline of Tahuti, he would teach you the Kundalini energy during the mystery schools, right? But when the reptilians came down to the earth, right, and they tried to take over and shit, they raided the mystery schools and took secrets, and they used that against the humans. So we destroyed the mystery schools, right? We destroyed the mystery schools. Right? Now, your initiation into the mystery schools is adversity. Your hardships. The shit that you go through, and you be like, damn, this religion ain't enough for me. I need to really find out what the fuck was going on. That is your initiation in the mystery schools. Severe hardships. You know what I'm saying? Severe calamity. Serious misfortune is your new initiation into the mystery schools. And there isn't no like one set mystery school where you can go to and learn everything. Unless you study in the under Dr. Malachi Z. York, or, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Napa Rule from New Knowledge, or you getting information from me, you know what I'm saying, or you getting information from Bobby Hemmett, or Dr. Phil Valentine, or, you know what I'm saying, the 13th Son. That's your mystery schools. You going online finding out the real truth behind this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's your mystery schools now. You know what I'm saying? However, the thing about India was that they kept the Kundalini information alive. They didn't keep it from the public. Like if you went to Egypt back then, you would only get the teachings of the Kundalini from Tahuti if you got under Tahuti's discipline, right? However, you can go to Egypt and you will see Naga serpent statues and shit. You will see Naga serpent information all over the place. You can go into any place and they'll tell you about the Naga serpent and how to activate your Kundalini. They'll tell you how to tap into that dragon-like energy. You know what I'm saying? They'll tell you how to tap into that energy. And that's the reason why Kundalini was very big on the market around, I don't know, about 20 years ago. It was like real big, Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? In the mystery schools, Kundalini was very, very big. That shit is not even a hot topic no more. Because everybody know about Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? This is like leaning on an old leg. Everybody know this. I'm not telling you something that you don't know. And if I'm telling you something that you don't know, it's because, you know what I'm saying, it's time for you to learn this, right? And I don't want you to take my word for it. In fact, don't believe me. challenge what I'm telling you. Look and research it yourself. Put in Naga Serpent. You know what I'm saying? And that is the beauty of this, because you can find out yourself what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? And how you could tap into this Kundalini energy. Alright? Now the advantage that we have over the dragons is that we're human. So we came from them, so we got their power and our power, as well as 72 different extraterrestrial beings' powers. You know what I'm saying? We're great people. You know what I'm saying? Now that the quarantine is up and the gods are coming back, you're going to see the Anunnaki. They're going to come back. They're going to come back. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that they got to rule over you. Fuck that. You need to become noble right now and start doing what you need to do right now to activate your Kundalini so that you can get your power, so when they come back, they can't fuck with you. You shouldn't have nobody try to be over you. Whenever you worship anything outside of yourself, that's evil. You know what I'm saying? You're giving energy to that. You're giving credence to that. You know what I'm saying? And what are you getting in return? You walking around and you still can't get enough money, attract enough money to do what you need to do in life. Or you still walking around and you don't have the power to attract the perfect mate in your life, or the power to attract, you see what I'm saying? So fuck giving your energy to a deity. Activate your Kundalini, you know what I'm saying, and get your life together, period. So that's what this video is about. The Naga Serpent, the true history of the Naga Serpent. You know what I'm saying? My name is Lord Yukito Osai. I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Law Astrology. Also on behalf of the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully this information was very important and very informational for you. Please leave some feedback and some comments in the comment box. I definitely want to hear from you. And if you want more information on how to activate your Kundalini, I'm going to be doing a free guided Kundalini meditation video, and I'm also going to be doing a free Kundalini activation video for more information if you're inquiring about the Kundalini. And also I'm gonna give it to you real quick. I'm gonna tell you where you can contact your Naga Serpent powers. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give it to you real quick. Close your eyes. Close both of these eyes, right? And then focus both of these eyes. Build your pyramid. Focus both of these eyes, the energy of both of these eyes upward to your third eye, which is your pineal gland. And that is how you tap into that Kundalini, that Naga Serpent energy. Because you have to understand that it's metaphysical. So we're all each individual universes in a collective multiverse. And we all have access to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is the Naga Serpent. And you are a Naga Serpent because you're an atom. So you have the ability to close your eyes and go to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is the center of your forehead, which is the Naga Serpent, which is in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around. There was darkness and void, and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering around, and God spoke and said, let there be light, and there was light. You're closing the eyes. Your spirit is hovering around the darkness and the void. You're in the center of the Milky Way galaxy. That Naga Serpent. You're tapping into the Naga Serpent, or the place of God. Scientists said the center of the Milky Way galaxy is the place of God. Then you create from the center of the Milky Way galaxy, speaking out of your mouth, what it is that you desire. That is how you can tap into your Kundalini. That is how you tap it. That is how you use your Naga Serpent power, right? The Kundalini rising, you know what I'm saying, coming out of the third eye will give you other abilities. Flying. That's why vampires fly, run at the speed of light. They can read minds and shit. That taps into that kind of shit. So the Kundalini rising does something else. You know what I'm saying? But the Naga power, anybody can use the Naga Serpent power to do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Just close your eyes. Go into the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Focus both of these eyes to your third eye, which is your pyramid. Build your third eye, which is your pineal gland. Build that. You know what I'm saying? Go right there. And check this out. The 7 chakras, right? What is the 6th chakra? Your third eye, the pineal gland. Dealing with the Naga Serpent again. This is the shit that they told us was evil. You look at this and you think that this is the Illuminati. This shit ain't got nothing to do with the Illuminati. The universe ain't no respecter of persons. It's just, if you know the secrets, then you use it for either good or you use it for bad. But because you're so afraid of knowing this, they're using it for bad. And you're not countering it because you're afraid of it. So look, this has nothing to do with 666. This shit don't mean 666. This means Naga Serpent. This means power. This means wisdom. This means life. This means the universal life source energy, Reiki energy. You know what I'm saying? Organic energy, where you get the word organ from, divinity energy, vine energy, where in the lower dimensions you call it divinity energy. In the higher dimensions we call it vine energy or divinity energy. That is this. So when people do this, this is what I teach. Clap your hands like this, just to get the energy going, flowing from both of your hands, right? And you will see the electricity and the electrolytes pulsating between both of your fingers, right? And gently put your fingers together. You will begin, allow yourself to feel the electricity of your hands when you put them together, right? So slap your hands like this together, clap them real hard. And then once you clap them, gently put your index finger to your thumb, Keep your fingers wide. This is a mutra. This has nothing to do with the Illuminati. This is a mutra. And this mutra is how people in Tibet or India or Africa, they meditate. We meditate using this mutra. This mutra right here taps you into your original vibrations as man. This is your atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neurons. This is your naked serpent. You know what I'm saying? However, those who are practicing, you know who you are. Those who are practicing their ability of telepathic abilities, practicing on reading minds, this will help you become more intuitive with reading minds. Those who have psychic abilities, that's because they meditate and they go like this a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it puts them in tune with the spiritual realm. They can go into the 4th dimension and communicate with a past lover or a past family member or a past pet that passed away. They can go into the 4th dimension, that spiritual realm or that ghost realm, and communicate because they're in tune with that. You know what I'm saying? This heightens your intuition, your ability to read minds, your psychic abilities, your communication with your star system. All of that. This is dealing with your original vibrations. This right here is also dealing with protection. When you speak like this, people know to back the fuck up off of you. When you speak like this, people know to back the fuck up off of you. Period. You know what I'm saying? Because you're using that naked serpent to back their ass up off of you. You know what I'm saying? Also, when you speak like this, right, what you're doing in essence is you're bringing that universal life source creation into everything. So you're making your words more physical when you speak like this. You're making your words simultaneously, you know what I'm saying, alive and physical when you speak like this. You're making your thoughts become physical when you speak like this. You're responsible for creating your own 5th dimension. I tell you that all the time. So when you speak like this, you know what I'm saying, in reference to something that you want to manifest, this will help you manifest it even faster. That's why Tyler Perry is a billionaire. He became a billionaire and he was the fastest growing billionaire in the last 10 years. In less than 10 years, he became a billionaire because he knows these esoteric secrets. Because he knows this shit. This is why, you know what I'm saying, you will see pictures with these entertainers, you know what I'm saying, who I believe they are Illuminati faggots. I believe they are punk ass faggots. I hate the Illuminati, you know what I'm saying, and all of the shit that they represent. But not everyone who does this shit is a part of the Illuminati. Because the universe ain't no respecter of people. If that's the case, then you would say that the 13th Son is Illuminati. Or if that's the case, you would say that Phil Valentine is the Illuminati. Or Brother Azazel, or Brother Duad, or Dr. Nabaru from Noonology. Or if that was the case, then you would say every yoga teacher, every meditation teacher, everybody is evil if that's the case. And that is not the case. This is how we meditate. You meditate like this. In yoga, you meditate like this. This is a mutra. This has nothing to do with some evil. This is a mutra. And this mutra right here, right, is a mutra of life, of high vibrational energy, of clairvoyance, of telepathic energy, physical energy. This is a mutra. These mutras mean something. You know what I'm saying? This is a mutra. This is a mutra. These are mutras. These mutras is how you meditate. These mutras are how you meditate. So when you see symbols like this, like when you see the Illuminati do shit like this or shit like this, don't think that that's just their shit. They're jacking our shit. They got that from us. They got that from good people. You know what I'm saying? You'll see the Pope go like this. And that's the head of the Christian church. You know what I'm saying? You'll see the Pope go like this. But you ain't calling him evil because you're brainwashed with Christianity. See what I'm saying? You'll see pastors go like this. You'll see pastors go like this. You have to understand. There's another plan. I hear it, so I'm finna go ahead and I'm finna build my pyramid right now. Helicopters, airplanes, and chemtrails no longer exist on the planet Earth. Only clear skies, pure skies, lots of sunshine, and exotic birds exist on the planet Earth. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah. Helicopters, airplanes, and chemtrails no longer exist on the planet Earth. Only clear skies, pure skies, and lots of sunshine exist on the planet Earth. Basically, you know, what I just did was a little quick ritual to change the vibrations so that I would no longer see, you know what I'm saying, helicopters, chemtrails, and airplanes in my reality. Basically, I'm raising the vibrations up and I'm programming the universe to give me what I want. I want to see, you know what I'm saying, clear skies, pure skies, lots of sunshine, and exotic birds in my reality, period. So, you know, the computer ain't no respecter of persons. God ain't no respecter of persons. Whatever you emit into the universe, that's what you're going to get back. So if I give energy to airplanes, you know what I'm saying, and chemtrails, then that's what I'm going to keep getting back. I'm breaking that matrix. I'm raising the vibrations. That shit don't exist on the planet that I'm coming into. Planet Earth, 4th density Earth, 5th density, 6th density Earth ain't got no room or no space for no fucking airplanes, no helicopters, and no fucking chemtrails. We're teleporting, we're flying, we're doing all kind of shit on 4th density, 5th density, 6th density Earth. So fuck an airplane, fuck a chemtrail. I don't give no energy to that shit. I only give energy to nature. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, that's my little quick video. Real history on the Nagai Serpent. I'm getting ready to end this video right now. My name is Lord Yukili Osai. I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Mysteries and Light. You know what I'm saying? I'm broadcasting to you on behalf of 13 Cosmic Law Astrology and the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully this information was very powerful to you, very, you know what I'm saying, enlightening to you, and you will go out and do what you need to do to change the world and put this world back on its rightful, you know what I'm saying, balance of love. Raise the vibrations, you know what I'm saying? Put love into the world, you know what I'm saying? Hotep, love and light. Hotep, my name is Lord Yukili Osai. I want to welcome you back to 13 Cosmic Law Astrology in the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light for some more light codes. Basically, right, if you want to tap into your genius gene, then you have to start listening to classical music. That's how you tap into your genius gene. You have to listen to classical music while you're reading. You have to listen to classical music while you're exercising. Listen, exercise is very important. It's a reason why you need to get some earbuds. You need to get you a Walkman or a CD player. And you need to start jogging every day. Jog listening to classical music, or jog listening to a CD that's full of affirmations. Because if you're jogging and you're listening to a confidence affirmation CD, I am confident, I am beautiful, I am intelligent, I am a genius, I am healthy, I am worthy. You listening to that while you jogging, exercise rewires your brain. That's why you see people exercising. You're not fat. Listen, you're not fat because of the food that you eat. You're fat because of the company that you keep. That's why you fat. It has nothing to do with the food that you eat, because you got people who can eat the same amount of food or overeat you and never get fat. You're fat because it's biological. It's biological. That's why you fat. The company that you're keeping is keeping you fat. You got to get away from the company and get into the company of somebody else. Listen, Weight Watchers, all of them, the big esoteric secret behind all of that shit is that you can eat everything that you eat. You just gotta change your environment, change the cafes, change the delis, change the stores that you shop at, and then change where you hang out at. That's the whole key, getting you in an environment of people who's working out. That's the key. Just to get you in an environment, going to the gym, just to get you in that environment. You will start losing weight just going to the gym. Why do you think fat people get jobs at the gym? They starting to get jobs at the gym. And then after they get the job at the gym, they start losing weight. Still eating the same shit, but they're losing weight. Why? Because they're in a biological company of people who are actually exercising. It's not what you eat or how much you eat. It's the company that you keep that's keeping you fat. Association brings about similarities. If you associate with people who excessively use profanity and sack their pants, then eventually you're going to start excessively using profanity and sacking their pants. If you associate with rich people, you're going to be rich. You're going to think rich. You're going to become rich. If you associate with fat people, lazy people and shit like that, you're going to be fat and lazy. Association brings about similarities. You associate with people who do drugs, you're going to do drugs. So listen, you find that when you change your company and you start hanging out with other people, that you lose the weight automatically and you still eating the same shit. But you just losing the weight. It's not what you eat. It's not how you eat what you eat. It's not how much you eat what you eat. It's the company that you keep that's keeping you fat. Same shit. If you want to come into your genius gene, listen, everyone who is a genius does the same thing. They relatively do the same things. They're real big on omega 3s, omega 9, omega 3. They're real big on blue-green algae. You need to get those supplements, blue-green algae, omega 3 fatty acids, fish oil. You need to get that shit. Maca root. You need to get those supplements. Start listening to classical music. Why? Because when you start listening to classical music, it unlocks other dimensions in your brain. That's the reason why rich people and genius people listen to classical music. It has nothing to do with just, I just want to be different. It stimulates the mind. It stimulates neurosystems, the systems in your cognitive system. It stimulates your mind. You have to start listening to classical music. Listen, people who are rich, genius, they relatively do the same things. They think fast, they think fast, they speak fast, and they act fast right now. My teacher said that we have to think fast, speak fast, and move fast right down to the modern day times. Right now, we have to start thinking fast, speaking fast, and moving fast. That's what accelerates you. That accelerates your mind. As your mind starts thinking more, you become more of a genius. You start memorizing things more. Your muscle memory becomes more strong, more effective, more rapid. You're able to regurgitate information way faster. You move fast, you think fast, you speak fast, right down to the modern day times. That's how you tap into your genius gene. Listening to Beethoven, listening to different classical music. That's how you tap into your genius gene. And you stimulate it with fatty acids, amino acids. Stimulated with maca root, blue-green algae. You know what I'm saying? Omega 3s, omega 9s. That's how you stimulate it. That's how you stimulate it. That's how you become, that's how you get your shit together. That's how you get yourself together. And another thing I wanted to share with you, because I gave you some esoteric secrets on the mead composition book. I told you, I gave you, oh shit, did you see that? I gave you some esoteric knowledge on the mead composition books. I told you that you are a mead composition book. You are a mead composition book. You were a thought. Listen, your physical composition was thought of before you even came here. Your physical composition was thought of before you even came here. That's why thoughts are physical. When you write something down in the composition book, listen, it's gonna come to pass. Thoughts are physical. I started recently writing down sentences. That's why when you in school, when you do something out of line in school at an early age, they make you write sentences. They make you, I will not such and such and such. I will not such and such and such. You using the 7 I's. The 7 I's is how you manifest things. I can, I will, I do, I feel, I see, I think, I know, I am. Those 7 I's. That's how you instantly manifest things with the 7 I's. I am flying. I can fly. I do fly. I willfully fly. I feel that I am flying. I know that I am flying. Why? Because I can fly. That's how you manifest things. You manifest things by using your 7 eyes. Your 7 eyes is how you manifest things. And you write it down in a composition book. Get you a Mead composition book, a regular composition book. And listen, I'm going to give you some more. I'm going to even give you some more secrets. Because I'm a firm believer that everyone has a right to see and everyone has a right to know. These pages right here, these yellow pages, the yellow ones, they got the recycle, that recycle symbol right there. It's important that you start writing on these tablets. These tablets right here will allow you to manifest things real fast too. You know what I'm saying? Doctors writing these tablets and these kind of books. You know what I'm saying? And then get you one of those other kind of journals, the thick kind of journal. And then listen, you might not believe me, but if you write in blood, if you cut yourself right here and you write in blood, then it's automatically gonna happen. Whatever you write in blood, it will automatically happen. If you cut yourself right here, because this deals with your lifeline, your headline, and your heart line. These lines right here. When you cut yourself right here, this deals with Mercury. These deals with different planets too. This is Mercury right here. This right here is Mercury. When you cut yourself right here, you're tapping into your original lifeline. And if you write something in the journal with blood, if you cut yourself in your hand right here, cut yourself, and the blood come out, tap the blood. All right, tap the blood and write it in the journal. As you're writing it in the journal, it's actually gonna happen right then and there. You can save somebody's life like that by writing in the journal. Everything is dealing with science. This shit has nothing to do with, you know what I'm saying, no hocus pocus ass religious shit. This is real. It has nothing to do with religion. The whole Bible is they took Moorish science from the Moors, and trapped that esoteric science and esoteric secrets in the Bible. But listen, at 13 Cosmic Law Astrology and the University of Cosmic Mysteries and Light, I believe everyone has a right to see. Everyone has a right to know what's really going on. So I'm sharing this with you because I love you. Listen, it's a reason why people write journals. People write journals. It's not the way they're telling lies to your vision. When you watch TV and they talking about how people write journals, they write about their day and shit. Man, that's bullshit. That's not what's going on with these journals. That's not what a journal is about. You write what you want your day to be like. You sit there and you actually pen your whole day. You actually pen your whole day. I told you, all those who make the shift in consciousness, you know what I'm saying? I told you, we're not low local. We're not on the defense no more. We're on the offense. We're on the offense. We're not on the defense no more. We're on the offense. I gave you the science already. Yesterday, this is what I wrote. I wrote in my journal, right? I said, I will go outside and experience incredible bursts of energy. I will go to this place and write my name on the list. I won't have to stay long at all. No one will have an issue with me. I will banish some demons and feel powerful and energetic. I will go to the Awaken Cafe and meet some very interesting beings there. A woman will be very interested in my charm and my strikingly handsome looks. She will approach me and we would talk about a lot of wonderful things. She will be my soulmate and will love, you know, and so on. That's personal right there. Then I even wrote and said that she would have a high self-esteem. You know what I'm saying? She would be a vegan. She'll have a nice house with a garden. I wrote this shit down. I talked about how 2 Japanese women was going to come up and compliment me. Listen, everything I said, I wrote it down in the contract form. Then I said, at the end of it, I said, I am Lord Yukili Osai Anu Ra Elohim, and this is my proclamation, declaration, and decree. I seal this in the power of love and in great might. It is complete. Then I put signature. Then I put Lord Yukili Osai Anu Ra Elohim signed. Then I put print name. Then I put Lord Yukili Osai Anu Ra Elohim
Then I put date 7/30, 2013, time 1:10 p.m. When I came back from my day, I wrote and updated my journal. I said, so far everything has come true. I'm truly enjoying my new discovery. I came out of my house and have received superhero strength and lots of light codes. I'm very excited. I've banished the demons and now I'm optimistic in learning more about my other discoveries and predictions. I'm keeping my eyes open. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Everything that I wrote down in my journal yesterday came to pass. Why? Because thoughts are physical. Everything is a composition. Your thought, your word, everything is a composition. Your human form is a composition. You need to go get you a mead composition book. You are a mead composition book. When people get tattoos, they're getting tattoos. That shit is alive. Everything is alive. If you think something is dead, you need to change your way of thinking. Everything is alive. This chair is alive. This desk is alive. This picture is alive. Everything is alive. This cup is alive. Everything is alive. Everything is alive. Everything has rights. Everything is a composition. Everything is a thought. And everything in some kind of intricate way is tied into source energy. I'm telling you the key. Get you a journal and write your shit out. Be proactive. Don't document shit that happened to you. Document shit that you want to happen for you. Document it. Document it. And then look, this is another key. Speak those things to be not as if they were. That's the key right there. If you want a house with 16 bedrooms, write it down. My name is Anu. My name is Anu Ra Elohim, Lord. I am living in a 16-room mansion. Write that shit down. I have lots of children. You know what I'm saying? A supportive and loving family. Great career. You know what I'm saying? Lots of respect and prestige amongst, you know what I'm saying, the societies that I live in. Write this shit down. Write it down in your mead composition book as if you're already living in the mansion. That's how you write. You speak those things to be not as if they were. It may not appear as if you living in that house, but write it down. I'm telling you, that thought will become physical. That will become physical. Write down your I am. I am living in. You got to use your 7 I ams. The 7 I's. I am. I can. I feel. I do. I speak. I see. I know. Use that shit. Use your eyes. The eye of Ra, the sun. The eye is a representation of the sun. Use your eyes. Listen. You don't want to believe me? I can give you all kind of facts about how writing shit down becomes a reality. Listen, when you look at the rappers, the music artists, when Jay-Z first started his career, he was broke, but he rapped about having Ferraris and Jaguars and Lamborghinis. He rapped about this shit, and it became real. Now he has Ferraris, Jaguars, and Lamborghinis. He did the song in the Ferrari, Jaguar, switching 4 lanes with the top drop, screaming out money and a thing. Now he's actually riding in that shit. Why? Because he spoke those things to be not as if they were. The whole thing about Hollywood is to make you believe that they have what they don't have. And if you believe it, when 2 or more are gathered, God is in the midst. Now the creator can create that. It's all about contracts. That's why I tell you, if you know how to master the contracts, you can master the universe. But you got to first master the contract. Write in your journal what you want. Speak it. If Jay-Z would have wrote about, I'm wishing I had of this and I'm wishing I had of that, he wouldn't have never had that shit. He was rapping, I'm in a Jaguar, I'm in a Ferrari, I'm in a Lamborghini. He was rapping about that shit. And that's why he created the money that allowed him to be actually riding a Jaguar, actually riding a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. You got to speak those things to be not as if they were. You got to speak those things to be not as if they were. Also, they're giving you esoteric hits all the time when they talk about diaries. diary of a mad woman, the diary of Anne, the diary of this, the diary of that. All of that is diaries. Shit that's coming to pass. You need to create your own diary. Why do you think authors like Sidney Sheldon and James Baldwin? Listen, I'm going to tell you about John Grisham. John Grisham was married. His wife was pregnant. They was pregnant. She was about to give birth to a child, right? He had just completed law school, passed the bar exam, got hired at a prestigious law firm, was climbing himself up the ladder, quit his job. He one day quit his job and said, I'm going to be a professional writer. He quit his job. He wrote his first book. The Client. Took off. Pelican Brief. Took off. The Firm. Took off. The Partner. Took off. This dude is a multi-millionaire. Secretly, he's a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Because he actually started using the esoteric knowledge of writing. Writing is important. Writing is very important. Writing, look, your words are alive. Every time you do a certain symbol, a certain everything, that shit is alive. That's why I'm finna start using Chinese characters. I'm finna start writing in Chinese characters in different ancient languages and ancient texts. I'm gonna start using ancient alphabets to write my shit down. Because if you write your shit down in ancient alphabets, it's gonna happen even faster. It's gonna happen even faster. It's gonna happen even faster. Because when you actually write the symbol, you know what I'm saying? When you actually say life and you write in cursive life, you're forming life in cursive. You see that? You're actually forming something. That's creating a vibrational frequency. Listen, everything in the universe is dealing with sounds and vibrations. There's a vibrational frequency of the L, the loop, the I. You know what I'm saying? The I, the F, the E. That's all vibrational frequency when you write down life and you dot the I. That's why they say, I'm making sure that I dot my I's and cross my T's. Everything is about writing shit down. Why do you think when you go to a hospital, they keep a journal around? Doctors and nurses walk around with a clipboard and a journal and shit. It's because it's all an illusion. Nothing that they're doing in that hospital was healing you. What's healing you is rest. When you rest, that's why they say get a lot of rest. That's what's healing you. When you go to sleep, when you resting, that's what's healing your body. And when people come visit you with flowers and kindness and smiling and shit, that's what's healing you. All that other shit that's going on, the machinery and all of that, that's all a con game. None of that shit, none of those machines, none of that shit is healing you in the hospital. None of that medicine is healing you. In fact, the medicine, that shit is a business. It's designed to keep you sick. It's designed to keep you coming back to their hospital. What heals you is when you go to sleep. That's why they tell you get a lot of rest. Drink a lot of fluids. The water that they put inside of you. That's what heals you. That cleanses you out. They walk around with a notebook. They walk around with this shit. You need to start creating your life. Listen, when you went to school and you got in trouble when they made you write sentences, remember you had to write sentences? I will not disobey my teacher 50 times. I will not disobey my teacher 50 times. I will not yell out. I will raise my hand before I speak 50 times. Remember you had to write those sentences out when you was a little a kid in school? Well, that was esoteric right there. They was letting you know what time it is. But they wouldn't let you know what time it is. You need to come back, get the discipline, and actually write sentences. Look, I've been writing sentences. I went and got the yellow piece of paper, right? The yellow piece of paper with the recycle on it. That's esoteric. That means that whatever you write on this piece of paper is going to come right back around. It got the recycle on it. That's esoteric. That's the secret right there. So I started writing. I said, my name is Anu, and I have hyperinduction. I can override the willpower of others. My name is Anu, and I have enhanced strength. My name is Anu, and I have Sith synesthesia. I am able to enhance senses. My name is Anu, and I have transduction. I am able to see all electromagnetic wavelengths. My name is Anu, and I have muscle memory, a rapid muscle memory. My name is Anu, and I have the teleportation ability. My name is Anu, and I have immortal. My name is Anu, and I am immortal and create endless, indestructible lives. My name is Anu, and I am immortal. I am immortal. That's one of the 7 eyes. And I create endless, indestructible bodies. My name is Anu, and I am multi-dimensional. My name is Anu, and I am a genius with a photographic memory. My name is Anu, and I have the flight ability. My name is Anu, and I have hyper injunction. I can overpower the willpower of others. I wrote that so many times on this piece of paper. Just that one thing. So many times. Then I went back and said, my name is Anu, and I can. That's one of the eyes. I can. I am. I do. I feel. I think. I know. I see. You know what I'm saying? I feel. Those 7 eyes is how you instantly manifest things. The eyes is your God particle. That's why they don't want you to be selfish. I let a motherfucker know in a minute. I'm selfish. Yes, I am selfish. Because I can't love you if I don't love me. My name is Anu, and I can teleport. My name is Anu, and I can teleport. My name is Anu, and I can teleport. I wrote that so many times. Then I wrote, my name is Anu, and I am immortal. And I have rapid healing and endless, indestructible bodies. My name is Anu, and I am immortal. And I have rapid healing and endless, indestructible bodies. You see how I'm speaking it? Even though it may not appear as if, I'm speaking those things to be not as if they were, like the Bible says. I'm speaking, I am immortal. And I have rapid healing and endless, indestructible bodies. I'm letting you know that I have rapid healing and endless, indestructible bodies. I'll let you know right then and there. Then I wrote that so many different times. Then you go back and you write, you know what I'm saying? I wrote sentences. This whole thing is in sentences. All kind of sentences. Just like when you was a kid, when they made you write sentences. You got to take that formula and use that. Use that formula. I told you, go and get you a paper mate. Paper mate is the pen that you need to be writing with. Paper mate. Why? Paper mate. Why paper mate? That's the brand of pens that you need to get. Paper mate pens. Paper mate pens. You need to get fine point pens and ballpoint pens. Fine point pens is important to write with, and ballpoint pens are important to write with. But you want to get paper mate. Paper mate. Why? It's a mate of the paper. It's gonna say paper mate, and it's gonna have 2 hearts on top of each other. That's the esoteric secret. I'm trying to show you the way. There's not too many people out here that actually know the way to get back home, that actually know the way to get there. I'm one of those beings to know what restaurants to eat at, which restaurants not to eat at, which products to get out of the stores, which, you know what I'm saying, what you need to be using to enhance your shit. I'm one of the last people on this planet that actually know the way. And I'm trying to share with you the way to get the fuck up out of here, the way to get up out of this. Write in your journal, man. This ain't got shit to do with you documenting your day. That's bullshit. They lying to you on TV. That's bullshit. It's all about writing what you want to happen. That's why John Grisham is a multi-millionaire. He quit his fucking job. Why? Because he came into the Anu. He came into the esoteric secrets about writing. So he quit that fucking slave job and he actually started writing for himself. He started penning his own life. All of his characters are, you know what I'm saying, variations of him and who he is. This is what I'm trying to share with you, people. Start writing your shit down. Write down your life. Why? Because you were a thought. You was written down. Somebody wrote you down on a piece of paper. Believe it or not, somebody wrote you down on a piece of paper. You are a physical composition from somebody else's shit. Nas wrote in one of his lyrics, right? He said, "Ha shoot, I made you look. You a slave in the page of my rhyme book. Ha shoot, dealing with the wind, the shoe god, the wind god in the Egyptian system. Shu was the name of the wind. That's why Ashu, Yahshua. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get Yahshua from. Yahshua is taken from Yahshua, which is the original name of the Christ. is a combination of, well, I don't want to get into that science because I'm going to do a whole video on Christ consciousness and Jesus Christ soon. You know, when I can get my energy up and it's time for it, that video is going to come. You know, about Christ consciousness and the original name of gods, real gods and deities that we need to be working with and not worshiping, but working with. Because worship, whenever you worship somebody outside of your body, you're giving energy to them. That shit can be evil. Fuck that. What are you getting in return? You gotta be making deals with these guys. I will give you this energy in exchange for you giving me that. That's what it's all about, making deals. All of that other shit, fuck that shit. You a God, your word is God. Start creating with your word. That's why I emphasize words. Words of power. Certain frequencies of words. I'm finna start bringing you into certain frequencies of words. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna start bringing you into certain frequencies, the vibrational frequencies of certain words. Because it's all about a point system. It's all about a point system, believe it or not. It's all about a point system. It's all about a point system, believe it or not. And I'm gonna start bringing you in to these words of power, like way stronger. I've been giving you little hints here and there. I've been giving you little samples of shit here and there. But I'm really gonna go in and just, you know what I'm saying, give you the whole esoteric knowledge behind these words of power. Dealing with vibrational frequencies. Dealing with vibrational frequencies. Like when people say awesome. Awesome. A-W-E-S-O-M-E. The A is the number 1. The W is the number 5. The E is the number 5. The S is the number 1. The O is the number 6. The M is the number 4. The E is the number 5. Awesome. It carries the vibrational frequency of the number 27. When you use the word super, that's super. The S is the number 1. The U is the number 3. The P is the number 7. The E is the number 5, and the P is the number 9. Add it all up, and you get the vibrational number of 25. We use the word amazing. The A is the number 1. The M is the number 4. The A is the number 1. The I is the number 9. The Z is the number 8. The I is the number 9. The N is the number 5. The G is the number 7. You get the number, the vibrational frequency or the vibrational number of 44. 44. We use the word good. It's all good. It's all good. You're tapping into the vibrational frequency of 23. Why? Because the G is the number 7, the 0 is the number 6, the 0 is the number 6, and the D is the number 4. That's good. That's good. That's the vibrational frequency of 23. When you use the word so. So what? So, all right? The S is the number 1. The 0 is the number 7. Vibrational frequency of 7. In hip-hop, they use the word yo a lot. In some of my videos, I'll be like, yo. What's up? My name is Roy Kitty Osai. I want to welcome you back to 13 Cosmic Law Astrology and the University of Cosmic Mysteries in Life. For more information and light codes, I say yo. Why? Because I'm tapping into a certain frequency. Because Y-O is the Y is the 7 and the 0 is the 6. Put them together, that's the vibrational frequency of 13. That's the vibrational frequency of 13. That's why in hip hop they say, yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? That's why in hip hop they always say, yo. They dealing with the 13, that vibrational frequency of 13. The Y. I already gave you the esoteric secrets of Y. I almost broke somebody's bones yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Because he tried to challenge me. And then I had to reflect on it and was like, well, he's weaker than me. I shouldn't do that. But he didn't even know what I was doing. He didn't even know about this esoteric shit. Like, none of these beings down here is ready. None of these people are ready for me. I'm an ultra-terrestrial being. You're not ready for me. But I want to give you some more secrets. Listen, remember I told you about the Y, right? Remember I told you about the Y? The Y is esoteric. That's dealing with, that's a light code. That's a light key from the Melchium alphabet.
Malcolm alphabet. The Malcolm alphabet. That's a light key right there. The Y is dealing with Gamil, the Archangel Gamil. This overbalance, this overcorrection, this overaction. That's why when Bruce Lee got ready to fight, he went like, whoa, whoa. He went like this. If you see that, if you look at the old Street Fighter, the video game Street Fighter, you see him dancing like this. If you look at some of the old like karate movies, like old kung fu movies, you see him get ready to fight like this. They warming up like this, using the Y. You know what I'm saying? This ain't got nothing to do with hang loose or hang 10. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. And it has a number of purposes. This is also a unicorn's horn. This is also the horn of a unicorn. The unicorn has the power to yield immortality or to kill an immortal being. The unicorn also has the power to provoke sex, to create a sexy situation, or to tap into orgone energy. So it's multifunctional, but this Y is dealing with Gamil. That's a light key, dealing with the Malcolm alphabet. So listen, look at the feet right here. This is what they're not showing you. You know what I'm saying? In karate and kung fu and shit. When I was taking kung fu, I learned the pray-metric system. When I was taking taekwondo and shit, when I took kung fu, I learned the pray-metric system. When I started learning taekwondo, I started realizing what they were doing. They was using sigils. They was using sigils to bring in, to get more power to actually strike. And I was seeing that shit. Listen, I was having a conversation with dude. He didn't see me, but with my foot, see my foot right here? I took my foot right here, and I started right there, and I formed the Y. I brought it right here, and I brought it behind me with my foot. That's why I was able to look at dude like, come on, bro, you can't mess with me. At that point, I was already embodied with my Elohim. I was already embodied with an energy inside of my body that came from up there that would have destroyed dude, ripped him to parts. Why? Because I was using sigils that he wasn't ready for. And then I had to think about it and was like, look, you gotta be merciful. You can't go and smash on people just because you can. You gotta exercise discipline. You gotta be humble. So then I thought about it and was like, man, I gotta go apologize to this dude. Even though I didn't have to. But at the same time, it was like, you know, why would, listen, I think that's some bully shit. If you feel like you gotta walk around bullying people because you think you better than them, that's some pussy shit. I'm gonna come after people like that. I'm not with that bitch. Don't hurt nobody just because you can hurt them. Don't do that shit. That's some bully shit. Them motherfuckers, you're not gonna make it too far in the universe like that. Because I'm coming after people like that. You know what I'm saying? But I have to be mindful. And actually, I didn't even start the situation, but I don't back down from challenges. I don't give a fuck about nothing. No guns, no bazookas. I'll bring your best shit. I'm nuclear. Bring your best shit. I can fly. I can shapeshift. I can teleport. I can change densities and disappear. I can break down my physical composition and turn to water. I can come up like a big ass Scorpio. I can turn it to 1,000 Scorpios. I'm on some cosmic shit. I'm on some futuristic shit. I'm not even from this world. That's the thing. I unlocked my reptilian DNA. I unlocked my Anunnaki DNA. I unlocked my gray alien DNA. I've unlocked my, you know what I'm saying, my Stuni DNA. I've unlocked my Nordic DNA. I've unlocked all of these different DNAs. I've unlocked, you know what I'm saying, my Anunnaki DNA. I've unlocked my Nephilim DNA. I'm stronger than the most motherfuckers around me. I just live a low profile life right now because I want to be able to teach people before I get ready to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I believe everyone has a right to see. Your magnets, you see your magnets? Remember I gave you the esoteric secrets about these magnets right here? Yeah, put the both magnets together. Listen, the magnet draws in all kind of information. It pulls, it gravitates, it brings everything into it. When you have two seeds and you put them together, that's all kind of electromagnetic forces inside of that. That's the sun. The sun creates everything. The sun is the most powerful generating force on Earth, in this cosmos, in this universe. Mine is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This also is a representation of the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The two. Listen, you don't think words is powerful? We keeping these motherfuckers alive. When you have a birthday party, listen, when you have a happy birthday party and somebody gives you a pen and you write a good note, you write a little note in the birthday card, have many more birthdays, you're gonna live forever, happy birthday, this and that. When you do that, guess what? Your words is what's keeping these motherfuckers alive. We keeping these motherfuckers alive. How dare them be ungrateful for our services? How dare them try to manipulate us? And you know how many people, how many birthdays I've attended and wrote shit down and kept them alive knowing that they was on the dark side? And then just because I'm light, they like, oh, like somebody told me the other day, you light, why do you do this? Why are you like that? Hold on, just because I'm light don't mean, you know what I'm saying, that I'm finna let somebody walk all over me. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Love is not pain, and I don't turn the other cheek. I already told you I'll kill you in a minute. I don't give a fuck who you are. You fuck with me, your ass better get ready to get seriously hurt. Cause I got a right to defend my shit. And I got a right to defend my people. One thing they'll tell you about Scorpios is that we very overprotective. Very overprotective. I don't even have to know you. If I'm around you for 5 minutes, if you're in my company, and if I feel responsible for you, then listen, I'm gonna take care of you. I don't give a fuck what kind of beef you got. All that shit don't stop when you in my presence. Cause all that shit, in my sphere of reality, I'm a zero tolerance person. I'm one of the most humblest persons that you will meet in your, I'm a zero tolerance being. I'm one of the most humblest beings that you will find on this planet right now. With the knowledge that I have, with the power that I have, the energy that's inside of my body, with the light codes that I've activated, with the DNA that I've activated inside of my body, I'm one of the most strongest beings on the planet Earth right now. Literally. Literally. Literally one of the most strongest beings on the planet Earth right now. I don't have no time for no bullshit. I come back to give you consciousness. Words of power. You know what I'm saying? Words of power. We use the word sure. Sure, yes, I'll do that for you, sure. The S is the 1, the U is the 3, the R is the 9, the E is the 5. You get the vibrational frequency of 8. 8 in supreme mathematics means build and destroy, sure. When you say, huh? Huh? Like, huh? I didn't hear you. Huh? That's the H-U-H. The H is the 8, the numeral frequency of 8, the U is the 3, and the H again is the 8. That's 19. That's the vibrational frequency of 19. Everything is dealing with numbers, vibrational frequencies, sounds and vibrations in this universe. That's why I'm telling you, start incorporating these words of power in your speech. Inspirational. Why when you look at people like billionaires, people like known billionaires, Tyler Perry, you know what I'm saying, Oprah Winfrey. When you look at known billionaires, just listen to how they speak. They use a lot of words with R's and I's. Ironic, irony, you know what I'm saying? Inspirational, important. Why are they using words with I's? Why? Because the I and the R carry the 9 frequencies. Those is high vibrational frequencies. Ironic. You take ironic, I-R-O-N-I-C. R is 9, I is 9, R is 9, 0 is 6, N is 5, I is 9, and the C is 7. The C is 3. Meshing together, just that one little small word. Ironic gets you the vibrational frequency of 18. Which, when you calculate 1 and 8, it brings you back to 9, was born. People speak in these high vibrational frequencies. When you go to the store and you just use words of power, then you can actually walk out with the groceries without even having to give them no money, because the words of power equates to money. That's why when you have conversations, your company, every conversation is dealing with a contract. Every conversation is warfare. Every conversation is warfare. You gotta learn to get the best energy out of your conversation.
Because the words that you use is like points. We like in the game. This matrix is like a game. These words are points. When you use words like fantastic, which is the 33 frequency. Dude, why are you doing that, dude? Which is the 16 frequency. Sure, which is the 8 frequency. Huh? Which is the 19 frequency. Come on, man, come on, which is the 30 frequency. Words like this, 30, if you say come on, you get 30 points just for saying that. Every time you say wow, you get 16 points every time you say wow. How many times in the conversation can you say wow? You get 16 points every time you say wow. How many times can you say oh wow, oh wow, oh, I didn't even know that, oh. How many different frequencies and vibrational frequencies and hertz can you say oh in? Oh. How many different intricate dynamical patterns can you use oh in? Every time you say oh, you get 19 points. Every time you say you get 7 points. Remarkable. That's a high vibrational word right there. That's 50 points. Every time you say remarkable in your sentence, in your conversation, you're getting 50 points. The R is 9, the E is 5, the M is 4, the A is 1, the R is 9, the K is 2, the A is 1, the B is 2, the L is 3, the E is 5. Remarkable. You get 50 points for using that word. Words with I's and words with R's are the most high vibrational words. Find out what the words is and how you can incorporate those words in your system. Because R is 9 and I is 9. I'm telling you, that's why you gotta start dotting your I's and crossing your T's. This shit is esoteric, yo. This shit is esoteric. Fantastic. That's fantastic. That's a word of power. That's the 33 frequency. Hopefully. That's a word of power. That's the 46 frequency. That's the 48 frequency. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's wonderful. That's an esoteric frequency.